Chapter 1, The Lunaria Tribe and the New Arceus. The slightly sci-fi room is full of various instruments whose uses are incomprehensible. In the center of the room, an egg with a strange pattern is fixed on a metal platform. From the outside, this egg has nothing special except the size and pattern. But from the inside, a strange creature opened his eyes. How long has it been the accumulated energy can finally hatch? The curled body of the special creature stretched out, observing the whole world through the outer eggshell. The dark side of its trunk, mane, tail, and face are all outlined by grey vertical stripes. 4 pointed feet are tipped with golden hooves. The mane rises high from the head, the face is grey, with green eyes and red pupils, and green circular patterns around the eyes. In another world, the name of this creature is Arceus, known as the fantasy Pokémon that created the world. But this Arceus is not the original Arceus. The story has to start from the beginning. In an ordinary rental house next to the university, a person who is about to graduate is playing Pokémon Legends, Arceus. At this time, his doorbell rang, and he was a little curious about who would knock on the door at this time, but when he got up to check, there was suddenly a small truck model at his feet, and then his body fell to the ground, and the C in his hand flew out. When he woke up again, he could only feel chaos. He could feel his body changing, but he couldn't take any action, and a special consciousness entered his mind. This was a newborn Arceus. Then he felt sleepy and fell into a deep sleep. When he woke up again, he had the ability to feel the changes in the outside world. To be precise, he could also feel the changes in the outside world before, but the outside world was in a state of chaos at that time. During this period of time, he received the knowledge belonging to this body and accepted what happened to him. What could he do if he didn't accept it? He couldn't do anything in this state. At this time, he was not Arceus, but an egg of Arceus. 18 stone slabs surrounded the eggshell to protect the life in the egg. After that, he seemed to be pulled by an unknown force, and he passed through a solid barrier and came to a brand new world. In this process, some stone slabs scattered when they collided with the mysterious force to protect the eggshell, and it itself fell to the land below with the remaining stone slabs. The best way to get a body that can move freely is to find all the stone slabs. With the power of the stone slabs, he can quickly get rid of the shackles of the eggshell. But an egg can't find the stone slabs by itself. When he fell here before, there were only 3 stone slabs left around him, and he himself didn't know where those stone slabs had gone. Only within a certain distance could he sense and control these stone slabs. At this time, some strange natives in his eyes surrounded him, with black wings behind them and flames burning on their backs, which made him realize that this world was different. However, he didn't know at this time that the race of these people was called the Lunaria Tribe, which was the legendary Moon People. He had read a lot of comics before, but when he saw the Wanguo chapter of the comic One Piece, he didn't continue to follow it for various reasons. To be precise, he only read it occasionally during the Dressrosa chapter. He had no impression of this mysterious tribe that appeared in the later period. These natives seemed to worship him as a sacred object, and the eggs that fell from the sky were not ordinary things. This behavior gave him some ideas. Although he couldn't move himself, he could find a way to drive these natives to find it. They should have a wide range of activities with wings and can fly. But he could only feel the changes in the outside world, but he couldn't communicate with the outside world. Unlike Arceus who created the world, he was still in the state of a juvenile, and his power mainly depended on the stone slabs. In the process of crossing the space, the connection between the stone slabs and the body became loose, and the big collision when falling from the sky to the ground made most of the stone slabs fly to unknown places. So now he can't communicate with others through thoughts. However, there are always more solutions than difficulties. Among the remaining 3 stone slabs, one is the fireball stone slab with fire attribute, and during the sacrifice, he saw that those people can use the power of fire. So in a sacrificial activity, he used the power of the fireball stone slab to give some natives stronger power to use fire. He thought that since these natives could come here quickly, they must have seen the process of his fall. The impact of the fall was extremely powerful. Either these people were strong enough to withstand such an impact, or they were extremely fast. In either case, they were excellent tools for finding stone slabs. Let them know that the stone tablets can give them power, so that they will take the initiative to find similar stone tablets, whether it is to find the magical body of the psychic system directly, or to have more stone tablets. When his power is restored, he can communicate with these natives. As for the language problem, he can hear that it is Japanese. After watching anime for many years, he has learned Japanese by himself through a large number of anime dramas, so it is no problem to understand it. Give them some rewards at that time and let them find more stone tablets. After they hatch, he can do more things. He doesn't know how long it will take to hatch, but his body's instinct tells him that the stone tablets will speed up the process. The ideal is full, and the reality is very skinny. The first half is the same as he thought. After these natives got power, their attitude towards him became more respectful, and even the sacrificial activities became much more grand. He also learned the name of this race during the sacrifice. Lunalia. But here comes the problem. Although he heard those chiefs and prophets discussing the issue of stone tablets during the sacrificial activities, and sent people to find them, he never found any. Because of the fusion with Arceus' body, he had no shortage of time, so he came up with Plan 2. As long as there was enough time, the power of the remaining 3 slabs would be enough for him to hatch. When he was born as a holy object, he could still ask these people to help find the traces of the slabs. So he began to sleep, and would wake up every once in a while to check some changes in the outside world. However, as time passed, unexpected factors appeared in the plan. The war seemed to have begun, and outsiders were attacking here. Logically, he would not have any special feelings for these Lunarians, but due to physical reasons, he regarded these Lunarians who worshipped and sacrificed to him day and night as his own people. He also had some inferences about his own situation. Similar to the empty nest old bones next door, the flying squirrel who traveled through time and space to become an undead was affected by his body, and his way of thinking gradually approached the undead. And his way of thinking was also influenced by the creator god Arceus, but Arceus was not an undead. This influence was different from that of the Bone King. It was more like a combination of divinity and humanity in him, and the subject of the behavior was still himself. This act of hurting his people has violated his bottom line, but he is still an egg and can do nothing. He can only stimulate the power of the fireball slate and temporarily give the fireball slate to the chief. And this method has consumed a lot of his physical strength, so he entered a new round of sleep. But before that, he heard the last order of the chieftain, asking the remaining tribesmen to flee here with it, which is regarded as a sacred object. Every time he wakes up, Lunalia beside him the tribesmen would change their faces, and the number of people would decrease. Hundreds of people, 10 people, 2 families, until only 2 people were left. The boy was called Abel, and the girl was called Shayna. When he woke up again, there were countless strangers outside, and all kinds of strange instruments, but Abel and Shayna, who he remembered, were gone. At first he thought that these 2 people died in the pursuit of those enemies like the previous Lunalia people, but later he found out that he was wrong. He met these 2 people, but their conditions were the same as his, and they were all doing some strange experiments. Because the people above also wanted to figure out what the egg of the Lunalia tribe was. During this period of time, they tried to hatch and destroy it, but it didn't work. The surface of the eggshell was so hard that they couldn't understand it. They put the egg, the stone slab obtained by killing the tribe leader many years ago, the stone slab obtained with the egg, and Abel in the same research institute. Because the Lunalia people lost a stone slab on the way to escape, there were only 2 stone slabs here at this time. Although what those people did to him could not destroy his eggshell, some strange machines also made him feel uncomfortable. His body was like this, let alone those 2 people. Whether it was his own anger or the influence of Arceus, his anger was accumulating. Today, the energy he had accumulated was finally about to reach the level of hatching. The 2 stone slabs were right next to him. This distance was within his perception range. With the power of the 2 stone slabs and the energy accumulated during this period, he was able to take the 2 children away from here. But the first thing to do was to find the boy. They were placed in different places on weekdays. Recently, he was with Shayna, but Abel didn't know where he went. But just as he was about to act, he felt an explosion from the outside world, and then the closed metal door was opened. This time, it was not the researchers who walked in, but Abel. Chapter 2, I remember everyone. He held a long knife in his hand, with blood stains on it. He looked a little tired, but very excited. There were many people lying at his feet, and it was obvious that they were the original guards of the institute. Arceus didn't know how Abel broke free and escaped, but for him, this was a good thing. No need to find where Abel was, just take the 2 little guys with you. On the way of the Lunaria tribe's escape, many people chose to die with the enemy in order to protect him and the stone slab that had not yet hatched. He couldn't leave the two little guys alone. Shayna. I'm here to save you. Abel? You're still alive, that's great. Well, we'll be able to leave here soon, we're free. Abel opened the device that bound Shayna and wanted to take her away. I know my body well, I can't hold on for much longer. Going with you will only be a burden. It's enough to take the holy relic away. I'll stay behind for you. Unlike Abel, who still had plenty of physical strength, Shayna was weaker at this time because she had encountered more. She knew very well that she couldn't fly far with her current physical strength. Moreover, the alarm sounded in their ears, and the sound of people moving and shouting could be heard outside the corridor. The test subject has escaped. You guys go to Area A, you go to support Area C, and the rest of you come to Area B with me. In this situation, if no one covers the rear, they will be caught up sooner or later. In the past, the Lunaria people have always done this. Whenever they encounter an opponent that cannot be shaken off, there will always be someone who will make sacrifices, but this time is different from the past. It's okay, Shayna, there are people outside to support them, just rush out together. Before Shayna was curious about where the adults would come to support them, a group of guards outside also rushed over. Don't use guns, those are precious samples. They must be captured alive. The manager looked at Abel and Shayna and made a decision immediately. In his opinion, these guards who can be recruited at will are far inferior to two precious test subjects. Even though these two people are deadly threats, he still insists that his subordinates use non-lethal weapons. Abel, everything is up to you. I will make a way for you. Shayna clenched her fists. The Lunaria clan has strong talents, and with the special growth environment, their strength is not weak. At least much stronger than these ordinary guards. The flame behind Shayna began to go out. The Lunaria clan can ignite flames behind them. When the flame goes out, the defense of the person concerned will decrease, and accordingly, their speed will be greatly improved. Shayna has prepared for a desperate battle. She doesn't believe that anyone will help them. In her opinion, this is just Abel's comforting words. But no matter what, they have to deal with these enemies in front of them first. Their sacred object is a giant egg. Even if it is a juvenile Arceus, the egg is 2 meters high. Carrying such a thing will definitely affect their skills. Not to mention the stone slab that is nearly 3 meters in size. He can't leave with such a huge stone slab and egg at the same time. Shayna's physical strength is insufficient, so he can only give up the stone slab temporarily. They are not giants. As young people, their bodies are still within the range of normal people. It is not easy for them to carry such heavy objects. These people are not very strong, but they are well equipped and numerous. The room limits the scale of the battle, and they will not face too many enemies at the same time. But when they dealt with another group of enemies rushing in, Abel noticed something was wrong. The guards who came in again were not looking at him, but at his back. And from the corner of his eye, he could also feel something glowing behind him. Then a beam of light with terrifying power shot out from behind the two of them, blowing up the guards at the entrance. The terrifying light did not stop because of this. The walls of the entire institute were pierced. Through the traces left by the destructive death light, one could even see the sea in the distance. The holy object, it's a holy object. Shayna, look. The holy object has hatched. Looking back, Abel's tone was full of surprise. Shayna also looked at the location where the giant egg originally existed. At this time, the figure of the egg had disappeared, and a creature with a special shape stood there. There is no doubt that the attack just now was launched by him. The Lunaria tribe has always believed that this egg will hatch one day, and today, they finally witnessed this moment, but it's a pity that the Lunaria tribe has completely withered. Abel, Shayna, you've worked hard during this period. A slightly neutral voice appeared beside their ears, and following the source of the voice, they looked at Arceus in front of them. Do you know us? Of course I know, Ludo, Emil, Avanessa, Eslin, Nadia. A series of names came out of Arceus' mouth. There may be omissions, but every time he woke up, he remembered the names of the Lunaria people he heard clearly. These are the most recent batch and the elders of Abel and his people. For Abel and his people, these people are not unfamiliar. I'm sorry, the accident that happened that year made me lose most of my power. It wasn't until today that I left this egg, but this will never happen again. When I get my power back, I will seek justice for the Lunaria people, but I have to solve some problems in front of me first. The two stone slabs on the other half were pulled by an unknown force, and the two originally grey-white stone slabs shone again, then shrank in size and merged into Arceus' body one after another. Then a special energy condensed from his forehead, and the weak Shayna was also pulled by the mysterious power and suspended in the air. The life fire that was about to go out burned again under the input of power. Sacred Beast Master. Shayna's change made her and Abel very happy. For Abel, Shayna was his last relative. Maybe there were other people in the world who were living in a miserable way, but among the people he knew, only Shayna was left. My name is Arceus. Don't be surprised. Shayna's weakness itself is related to me. Someone suggested that the blood of the Lunalia people might catalyze the hatching of this egg, so these people used Shayna as a blood station and drew unlimitedly, because her endurance was not as good as Abel. In their opinion, Abel was a more suitable experimental subject. That's why Shayna was used for the experiment. He called himself Arceus. The name was just a code name. He took over the name after getting everything from Arceus. Okay, we should leave here. We need to think about some things in the long run. He thought that after hatching, his perception ability would be improved and he could find the scattered stone slabs, but except for the two here, he could not detect the breath of any stone slabs. This world seemed to have a strange magnetic field interfering with his perception. The breath of the stone slabs can only be detected when it reaches a certain distance. Looking at the guards coming in one after another outside the door, he planned to give them another destructive death ray. The two stone slabs he absorbed were the fireball stone slab of the fire system and the ordinary stone slab of the clearance system. The destructive death ray just now also drew power from the clearance stone slab. The stiffness that the destructive death ray should have caused disappeared on him, the creator, but before he could launch it, the guards seemed to be attacked from behind, and a man holding a mace walked in from behind. He was tall and muscular, but his figure was slightly slender. He wore a pair of tight leather pants and a pair of huge ghost horns on his head. It was Kaido when he was young. Chapter 3, Kaido. Too slow, Abel. There are more and more annoying bugs outside. The door, which was already shaky, collapsed and Kaido walked in. This is a research institute affiliated with the world government, but it is normal for Kaido to appear here. He was arrested more than once or twice. When he was in the kingdom of Vodka, he became the strongest soldier of the kingdom of Woka at the age of 10. Due to the national conditions, the kingdom of Woka obtained the heavenly gold handed over to the celestial dragons through war. Kaido originally served the kingdom, but that year, in order to obtain the right to participate in the World Conference, the king forced Kaido to participate in the Navy's large-scale conscription. Since Kaido refused, he captured Kaido and handed him over to the Navy. Kaido refused to become a political tool of the king and destroyed the warship that day to start his pirate career. From then on, he would be arrested whenever he was hungry, and the prison ship was used as his canteen. After that, he joined Rox. Today, when Rox has become a thing of the past, he began to be arrested again. This time he was sent here to study the problem of endurance experiments and bloodline factors. For him, not only is being arrested common, but escaping from prison is also common, and this time he plans to recruit new partners. Abel is the one he has his eyes on. He saw what happened to Abel before and became interested in the talents of the Lunaria family. So he let Abel go, but Abel said he wanted to take others away with him. Kaido acquiesced to this, and he also wanted to see how strong Abel could be. And he is the one Abel said's support personnel. Now it seems that not only is Abel strong, but he has gained more than that. Kaido seems to be a reckless man, but he has a lot of little thoughts. He originally planned to come out to show his presence at a critical moment. Judging from Abel's strength, it is impossible to kill out of here alone. He has been observing here all the time. The girl's strength is not weak. Of course, the most important thing is Arceus who has just hatched. The light column with the breath of destruction has aroused more interest in him. Hey, Arceus, right? Do you want to join me? Don't you want to take back your power? If you join my pirate group, I will help you find your lost power in the future. Their previous conversation has been heard. Abel and Shayna are rare fighting forces. They can grow up to be a person's right-hand man. There was no problem at first, after all, he helped them escape from here, but the appearance of Arceus means some new changes. Judging from the situation of the Lunaria clan, they would probably obey the words of this sacred beast. If they could bring it under their command, not only would they have a stronger fighting force, but they would also be able to further bind Abel and Shayna. He likes capable people. No matter who this person is, who he has served before, or what race he is, as long as he admires his ability and is willing to join him, he will not refuse, and he has sufficient patience. The fighting power shown by Arceus's attack and the magical means of replenishing physical strength aroused his interest. In Kaido's view, the other party was just born not long ago, and it would be great to be able to subdue him at this time. However, the development of things was different from what he thought. Pirates? What's your name? Looking at this tall man with horns, Arceus remembered something, and his face gradually overlapped with some pictures on the forum. But there are some differences between the second dimension and the third dimension. When he really came here, he still needed to confirm it. Kaido, Abel has agreed to join me before. They are from the Lunaria tribe. They are wanted by themselves, and even more so after leaving here. This world is big. You can't rely on only one or two people to find things. Sir, Brother Kaido saved me, so It doesn't matter. It's normal to repay others' kindness. No one else has the right to interfere with your life. Arceus is more concerned about another issue. The name Kaido, the plan to establish a pirate group, plus some information he got from the Lunaria people in the past. After a comprehensive analysis, he finally determined where this is, the world of One Piece. However, in the later period, he only occasionally read the plot from the forum post bar or the push of big data. Although he knew Kaido, the future 4 emperors, he didn't know the details. Arceus didn't know more detailed information about the 3 disasters, so he didn't know that Abel was the Flame Disaster Jin, the leader of the 3 disasters in the future. In this case, the identity of those who arrested the Lunaria tribe is self-evident. And the strange interference magnetic field has an explanation. He doesn't know where the remaining stone tablets have flown to. The 4 seas, the Grand Line, and the Red Earth continent are too large. It really needs more manpower to find the stone tablets. If he has to find them all by himself, it is unknown how long it will take to find them. He can't fly for the time being. Due to the loss of the stone tablet, the flying, superpower, ghost, and other flying stone tablets are not on him, and he has not yet fully entered the mature stage, and the body cannot fly. It is also uncertain about the perception range of the stone tablet. Instead of wandering around the world like a headless fly, it is better to send people to search for some information. Objectively speaking, the world government is the best tool, but he can't contact it. That is the effect of the fusion of personality. He is still him, but he has some of the original Arceus's preferences. Betrayal and deception are unforgivable, and those who covet the stone tablets are unforgivable, not to mention that they still use him as a research object. The future 4 emperors have good potential. As for the navy or pirates, it doesn't matter to him now. He just wants to get his own stone tablet back. But he couldn't join someone else's army for this. His character is not so arrogant. Society is a grindstone. Internship makes him gradually smooth. Without sufficient background, the thorns on his body cannot be left. Now the beast's pirates are just established, and joining is the elder. According to many gods' perspectives, Kaido has always been good to capable subordinates. As long as there is no big accident, he is destined to become the Emperor of the Sea in the future, which is one of the largest forces. But Arceus is different. He is the creator of all the mythical Pokemon and the creator god. Today, he has inherited the pride in Arceus bones, which makes him feel like he has returned to his passionate youth. His goal is to collect stone tablets, but focusing on results does not mean not focusing on the process. I won't join anyone, but since you saved Abel, I can make a deal with you, a deal you can't refuse. Chapter 4, Kaido's heart was so excited. A deal you can't refuse? You seem to have just hatched, what can you trade? I admit that you have good strength, but this strength is still a little short of making a deal, and what's the difference between this and joining me? You'd better join me. What if you're wanted? Just stay behind me. I won't hand you over to anyone. In Kaido's view, the other party's strength is the only thing he can show off, which is also what he appreciates, but he hopes to accept the other party under his command. He likes animal-type ability users, and he has this idea at this time, otherwise there will be no fight in the future. The idea of creating an animal-type army. Although Arceus is not an animal-type ability user, animals with great strength and wisdom are also his heartbeat targets. Kaido waited for Arceus's answer, and at this time, the guards who came to support came here again, which made Kaido feel irritated. A strong momentum was released from his body, and the domineering aura swept the whole place, and the guards who rushed over fell to the ground like wheat was cut. He was showing his qualifications. If he wanted to recruit excellent subordinates, he had to have this qualification. Kaido's main target was those guards, but this momentum also affected Arceus and others. Next, a more majestic momentum rose to the sky, suppressing Kaido's domineering color. Arceus, born from the egg of the land of chaos, created the whole world. The newborn started at the end that some people could not reach. It's just that the lost stone tablets made him lose a lot of power. For him, the lack of stone tablets means that he can't be immune to attacks of some attributes, and the speed of energy recovery will also slow down, but the breath of the god of creation will not disappear. As for his own power, he also had a rough guess. According to the worst and most tasteless situation, the body resisting the meteorite will cause Arceus to be injured. That size should not be called a meteorite, but an asteroid. And at that time, Arceus did not break it, but completely offset it. Fujitora can summon meteorites, which is also a big move for him. According to the strange theory of relativity, at least the admiral level can cause such damage to Arceus. This is still the worst case. If Arceus was more rational at that time and used other methods to deal with it, the effect should be better. Although he was just born and lacked a lot of stone tablets, Kaido was not at his peak. Not long after leaving the Rocks Pirates, the prototype of the Beasts Pirates had not yet been established. Although Kaido can become stronger, Arceus believes that he can become stronger. The clash of their auras did not determine the winner, and everyone withdrew their auras at the same time. After the clash of auras ended, Kaido's mouth corners gradually rose, and then he began to laugh wildly. Hee, interesting, too interesting, this kind of future is interesting. The aura on Arceus does not belong to the domineering color. He can still distinguish whether it is domineering or not, but people who can possess this kind of aura are definitely not ordinary people. But the stronger the opponent, the more he wants to recruit the opponent. If Kaido was moved just now, then now it is directly exploded. If the opponent is an enemy, then he will lock the opponent up and slowly deal with it, but now the relationship between the two sides is still friendly because of the Lunaria tribe. In this case, it is better to proceed step by step, trade with the opponent first, and then slowly recruit the opponent. Although he does not know the content of the transaction yet, with this strength and courage, the content of the transaction does not matter. But now he has to leave here first. In his perception, more and more people are approaching here. Let's leave here first, and we can discuss other things slowly. Kaido's body began to swell, and then a blue dragon broke through the roof, and spit out a hot breath towards the people who surrounded him. Saint Beast, let's leave here too, can you fly? Shayna and Abel spread their wings behind them and planned to leave here, but looking at Arceus who had no wings and a little short legs, Shayna asked this question weakly. If they can't, they can only take him away from here, but Kaido has always been good to his own people. Looking at the situation below, a large cloud of flames appeared from below, dragging Arceus and others into the sky. Flying in the air, Kaido occasionally spit out a hot breath below, turning this place into a sea of fire, and then planned to fly away, but Arceus stopped him. Wait a minute. What are you going to do? First, I'll collect some interest for the Lunaria clan. They've taken too much care of us during this period. Let's start from here. The ring on his waist turned red, a stone slab appeared behind him, and a ball of light began to condense above his head. Sanction Light Gravel. Sanction Light Gravel, Arceus's exclusive skill, is also the strongest skill he has mastered at this time. At this time, he and Kaido are showing off their skills to each other. Kaido wants to recruit him, and he wants to occupy a more dominant position in the transaction with Kaido. The energy ball flew into the air and exploded when it reached the top of the building complex below. The world-destroying fire meteors and countless fireballs smashed from above, completely razing the building complex below to the ground. Kaido's hot breath turned the area below into a sea of fire, and Arceus' fire-attributed Sanction Light Gravel directly turned this place into ruins. Is the power of two slabs limited to this extent? Arceus did not hold back, he also wanted to see how far his attack could go, but he was not very satisfied with the power. It consumed a lot of energy, he could only use this full-strength attack about 3 times, but the punishment of light gravel is a large-scale group attack skill, if the power is concentrated, the power will be greater. You are really strong, this power is comparable to the Demon Slayer order, it is really exciting firepower. The blasting lights are not enough to describe Kaido's mood, this is an obsessive power, one person is comparable to the power of an army. Where are you going? To the place I discussed with someone, it's not far away. Kaido flew into the clouds, and after a big circle, he circled back. From here, you can still see the aftermath of the two people's previous destruction. Sometimes the most dangerous place is the safest place. The escape test subject is right under your nose. This is something that even the weakest people can't think of. From the buildings on the island, it can be seen that this should be an island with a heavy commercial scope. Many people are looking at the black smoke rising in the distance and discussing what happened. Chapter 5, Jin. From their words, it can be heard that there seem to be frequent explosions in that direction, so that people here have become accustomed to it. The place where Kaido landed is an uninhabited area on the island, which did not attract too many people's attention. However, after entering the town, they still attracted a lot of people's attention. If it weren't for the bounty and identity, ordinary people would not recognize all pirates unless they were pirates themselves, or their professions were closely related to pirates, such as the navy and bounty hunters, unless the person's reputation had resounded through the sky. Although Kaido now has his own reputation, he is not yet known to everyone. But none of the people in this group have normal appearance. Although there are many people with strange body shapes in this world, most of them are of normal body shape. A small giant like Kaido will naturally attract the attention of others. In addition to Kaido's body shape being very different from that of ordinary people, there are also wings behind Abel and Shayna. The flame can be extinguished temporarily, but the wings cannot be retracted into the body, so they have to cover themselves under a huge black robe to cover their faces. Coupled with Arceus' unique appearance, the group is quite eye-catching. Abel, you are strong enough. From now on, you can call yourself king. Your original identity is a trouble after all, which will attract too many unnecessary things. The world government has never stopped offering a bounty on the Lunaria tribe. As long as the news is informed, a huge bounty can be obtained. The characteristics of the Lunaria tribe are too obvious. If they are flaunted in the market, they will attract countless troubles. Whether it is for Abel himself or Kaido himself, the identity of the Lunaria tribe needs to be concealed. Then he looked at Shayna on the other side. I want 3 powerful people to become the strongest fighting force under my command, called the Big Boss of the 3 Disasters. Now there are candidates for King and Queen. Do you want to be JK? Arceus listened to this code name and looked at Abel. The ability to burn fire behind him and the black wings, he is the future leader of the 3 Disasters of the Beast's pirates, Jin, but there is still a little difference in size. It seems that he will grow a lot taller in the future. But Shayna, no matter how you look at it, she will not be the famous ship king. That's right, Shayna's situation should be dead. At that time, he used the power of the stone tablet to replenish Shayna's vitality, otherwise she would not have persisted until now. And from the previous battle in the current research institute, it can be seen that Shayna's strength is not inferior to Abel, and the name of JK is still worthy, but Shayna did not accept this title. Thank you for saving Abel, but it was the holy beast who really saved my life. Whether I was the worshipper of the Lunaria tribe or now, I will only obey the holy beast. That's a pity. Kaido was still sighing in the last second, but the next moment he suddenly burst into tears regardless of the occasion. It seems that the repeated recruitment failures have caused him to have a lot of emotional fluctuations, but he has also determined the idea of completely pulling Arceus to join the group. The terrifying firepower is also bound to another young man with outstanding talents, and the heartbeat index is indescribable. Moreover, Kaido at this time seems to be exuding his own breath as if he is out of control, making people around him stay away from this madman. The streets soon became empty, and no one looked at this place anymore. Shayna did not give a code name like Jin. The probability of revealing the identity of the name is not high. The population of this world is still large, and there are many people with the same name, and there are even several face-to-face monsters. As long as you pay attention to hiding the characteristics, other things are easy to say. Although wings and flames are obvious, there are ways to hide them, such as devil fruits. Strange abilities are the best way to cover up the singularities on the body. Flying animals are enough to cover up the problem of wings. As for flames, even dogs don't eat the flame fruit these days, and there are many people who can use fire. As passers-by were scared away by Kaido's momentum, a figure on the empty street became extremely conspicuous. Tall, fat, and round, with a mechanical prosthesis on his left hand, wearing sunglasses, purple lipstick on his lips, a golden braid on his head, 2 golden beards on his mouth, and a golden scorpion braid behind his head. It was the person Kaido was looking for, and the future big shot of the Beast's pirates, plagued Quinn. The reason why Quinn was here was related to his previous identity. A few hours ago, he was a member of MADS. MADS is a crazy research group, and its leader is known as a genius who is ahead of the world, Vegapunk. MADS was an illegal organization not long ago, but now it has been incorporated and is carrying out some research projects according to the orders of the world government. The research institute where Arceus and his team were previously located was researched by MADS people. Based on Kaido's blood, Vegapunk discovered the bloodline factor and created the first artificial devil fruit. At this time, everyone in MADS had their own ideas. They were scientists who gathered to study more things, and many of them could be said to be crazy. However, the world government only valued Vegapunk and had no intention of absorbing everyone in the group. MADS could be said to have been disbanded. Vegapunk had already led the group to Marijoa to discuss the details, which was also the reason for the research. The reason why the defense force of the institute is slightly weak. And Kaido's escape is also related to Quinn. It was Quinn who released Kaido, who was bound in the institute. MADS announced its dissolution, and the members of the organization naturally had to seek new ways out. For example, Vinsmoke Judge planned to return to the North Sea to revitalize the Germa kingdom. He still had old forces to rely on behind him. Vegapunk has the backing of the world government, and Quinn saw Kaido's potential. The members of MADS have their own strengths, such as Judge who studies human bloodline factors and Quinn who is good at viruses. Those studies cannot be done by one person alone, so Quinn released Kaido and said that if Kaido can successfully escape, he can come here to find him. Even without Quinn, Kaido can break free, but he saw able, so he stayed for a while longer. The device that bound him did not use Sea Stone, because not many people knew that Kaido was a capable person at this time. He had been arrested many times before joining the Rocks Pirates. At that time, he did not have a devil fruit. His fruit was given to him by Charlotte Linlin when the Rocks Pirates disbanded after the Battle of God Valley. This was the first time Kaido was arrested after God Valley. To be precise, he was hungry and wanted to find a buffet, so he went there. This was not the first time he had done this. He was familiar with it. This was also the first time he used his ability openly. Although the research institute had been completely destroyed by the sanctions, the news might have spread. Hey, you managed to escape. It seems that I have to call you Brother Kaido from now on. Chapter 6, Quinn was beaten as soon as they met. Quinn said to Kaido while holding a large iron bucket. Whether Kaido could leave the institute by himself was also a test for Quinn's selected captain. The bucket he held was filled with rice cake and red bean soup. The sweet smell could be smelled from a distance. But Brother Kaido, you seem to have found some good subordinates. Hey, what are you going to do? Quinn hadn't finished speaking when a figure appeared in front of him, and kicked his face fiercely with a flaming right leg. The iron bucket blocked the attack, but it was also deformed, and the remaining rice cake and red bean soup scattered all over the floor. You bastard, you are also a member of that research institute, right? I can't forget your face. The one who took action was Shayna. Quinn was previously affiliated with that research institute, and naturally participated in some research activities. Those faces were engraved deep in Shayna's mind. She and Jin didn't have a pure school, and what they learned was just for better fighting, but each had their own strengths. Jin was better at swords and weapons, while Shayna was used to hand-to-hand combat and had a good kicking skill. How can I repair it? I'm not the leader. And my rice cake and red bean soup? I just took a bite. The mechanical hand on his left arm blocked Shayna's kick. The hot breath made his beard curl slightly. The rice cake and red bean soup that spilled on the ground was the reason for his anger. Arceus did not stop Shayna. He knew how much anger she had accumulated during this period. Everyone in the institute was the object of her venting. However, it seemed that Quinn was also Kaido's target of recruitment. Don't you care? It's just a fight, why should I care? We will work together in the future. Instead of scheming against each other every day, it's better to let her fight to her heart's content. She didn't agree to join you. But she obeys you very much. Don't you consider joining my pirate group completely? The position of vice-governor can be given to you. Not interested. Before he finished speaking, he felt something wet on his head. When he looked up, Kaido began to cry inexplicably again, and he didn't know where a wine jar came from and started to drink. What a pity, Jin, do whatever you want, but you won't be able to do it after today. He could feel that Jin also had resentment towards Quinn, but he was not as impulsive as Shayna. And Kaido's words turned on Jin. Quinn and Shayna were not at an advantage in the fight. Although he was bigger, he couldn't touch Shayna at all, and his air advantage was brought to the extreme. The next moment, he was also attacked by Jin, and the whole person rolled to the side like a ball. Jin and Shayna cooperated very cleverly. In the past life, the two had always fought together, and their tacit understanding was extraordinary. And watching Kaido crying and drinking on the side, Quinn understood that Kaido had no intention of stopping this. He wanted to see if Kaido's ability could really leave the institute, and Kaido seemed to have the same idea. "You two bastards, I'm angry." Quinn's skin began to become rough, and the brown-yellow color began to spread. His already round body became taller, and a huge Brachiosaurus appeared in front of the two. Dragon fruit, ancient species, Brachiosaurus form, a very rare ancient species of the animal system. However, unlike ordinary animal type ability users, Quinn has obvious signs of transformation. Not only his left hand, but also the tail and the whip on his head have mechanical hooks. Although the attack just now caused him a lot of damage, the physical strength and recovery ability of animal type ability users are quite strong, and he is still far from his limit at this time. I don't know what he did to his body, but he actually stretched out 2 gun barrels from his mouth, and dense bullets shot at Shayna. However, Shayna just blocked her wings in front of her, and a large amount of flames attached to her wings, blocking all of Quinn's attacks. The more vigorously the Lunarians' flames burn, the stronger their defense will be, but the speed will become slower. Flexible switching of forms is their battle. An important part. Then Jin took over Shayna's position, and Shayna's feet burning with fire kicked Quinn again. Jin lacked weapons at this time. In this case, Shayna's fighting power was stronger than him. "Girl playing with fire, try this trick, Xinyan Hot Fist." The mechanical claw at the end of the braid ignited a flame, and then grabbed Shayna under Quinn's control. However, as the flames behind Shayna went out, her speed suddenly increased rapidly, and she kicked the opponent in the face again, but she was still relatively weak now, and the difference in size did not achieve much results. Her growth ceiling is very high, but now she is a little younger after all, which is much worse than the blessing brought by the devil fruit and mechanical transformation. But in a 2-on-1 situation, he was still severely beaten by Jin and Shayna. This is his summary of his abilities in the past. Arceus created the world gave birth to Pokémon, and Arceus originally had the ability to use the power of stone to create Pokémon. At this time, with a little modification, using the power of creation, you can do a lot of things, but you haven't practiced it yet, and this is his attempt at his own power. A special power flowed into Shayna's body, and the burning feeling flowed through the blood vessels throughout the body, and the flames behind Shayna became more vigorous uncontrollably. "Saint Beast, what is this? Try it, it should be similar to the so-called devil fruit." Shayna mobilized the power in her body according to Arceus' instructions, her hands turned into claws, and a red mask appeared on her face. Kaido, who saw this change, suddenly regained consciousness, just like seeing his dream lover. Chapter 7, Flame Chicken and Devil Fruit. But Arceus was not very satisfied. He found that the way to directly grant abilities seemed to consume some physical strength. Arceus has the ability to create mythical beasts like Dialga and Palkia, but that requires the power of stone tablets. At this time, he only has 2 stone tablets, and his power is not complete. Such consumption seems to be a bit large. However, it also verifies his judgment of his own ability. He can directly give Pokémon abilities based on the human body, and the cost is his own physical strength. Such ability users are not afraid of sea water. To be precise, what they fear is not sea water or sea stone, but a special ingredient called pyroborwan. It is precisely because there are still a large number of pyroborwan particles in sea stone that the ability of the devil fruit can be invalidated. The sea water in this world also contains pyroborwan ingredients, so the sea will have the same effect on the ability users as sea stone. And this particle has no effect on the ability of Pokémon. Regarding the way to save physical strength, Arceus also has his own ideas. One is to transform the devil fruit, or to transform people who have eaten the devil fruit to try, or to create something like a learning machine to let some animal type ability users learn. Of course, these require multiple attempts to know the results, and now we have to see the specific effects. Shayna's body shape has not changed much, but it has increased by a few centimeters. In addition to the flames on the back, fierce flames also burst out from her feet and wrists. Through the transformation of blood, the ability of Pokémon is like that of the devil fruit, and Shayna's ability at this time belongs to the ability of Flame Chicken. If it is according to the statement here, it should be called Bird Fruit Phantom Beast Flame Chicken form. The final form, the ability given is fixed. If you create Pokemon directly, you can let it evolve slowly from the initial form, but if you give it the ability, this behavior will only cause trouble for yourself. As for choosing Flame Chicken, it is because the Lunaria tribe itself uses flames. Shayna is good at kicking skills, and one of the 2 stone tablets he has at this time is fire. As long as the attribute contains the attribute of one of the stone tablets, he can create it. The consumption of creation is proportional to the strength of the person who is given the ability and the strength of the Pokemon itself. At first, he wanted to try to create a fire-type beast, but the consumption temporarily dispelled this idea. The scarlet mask covered most of her face, her long white hair was divided into 2 pieces and hung down, and her body was covered with red feathers. At this time, she was in the naked form, but the difference between the Flame Chicken's beast form and this form was not particularly obvious. The only feature was the partially exposed skin. But in this case, no one could recognize her true identity, and people with dark skin could not recognize her. No. Okay, now you are all capable people. Since you think you won't lose in a one-on-one fight, then try again. Hearing Arceus' words, Quinn's forehead was covered with cold sweat. He was just being stubborn just now. It was difficult for him to deal with Shayna or Jin, who had no abilities. Now Shayna suddenly had abilities, and it looked like an ability similar to that of a mythical beast. What was there for him to fight? Looking at Shayna, who was ready to move, Quinn placed his hope on Kaido. Forget it, forget it. We are all family members in the future. It's not good to fight and kill each other and hurt the harmony. Brother Kaido, don't you think so? He hoped that Kaido could stop this, but he didn't get an answer. Then she looked at Kaido on the side and found that his face was red and his eyes were floating, as if he had seen some great treasure. The wine jar in his hand had fallen to the ground and broken without knowing when. Spiracy, what a perfect power, Quinn, you have joined my pirate group, right? Yes, Brother Kaido, it's not good for our own people to fight and kill each other. No, this is the best way to show value. My first captain's order is to fight her again, one-on-one this time. He wanted to see where this ability was reflected. He was also a spectator in the battle just now. The same opponent could make him better perceive the changes. Hey! Quinn was confused about Kaido's request. At this moment, he had an illusion that he had boarded the wrong ship, and the next few minutes could be said to be the darkest few minutes in Quinn's life. Shayna, who got the ability of Flame Chicken, has completely changed. Her physical fitness has been greatly improved, especially the strength of her legs has increased by many times. The leg strength of Flame Chicken can easily jump to the height of 30 floors. When this power is converted into kicking, even animal-type ability users can't bear it, not to mention that the temperature of the flame attached to it is countless times higher than before. After a few rounds, Quinn fell flat on the ground and simply chose to admit defeat. Arceus on the side was full of disgust towards Kaido. A several-meter-tall strong man showed that weird look, and he felt goosebumps all over his body. Is this the ability you are talking about? Yes, if you find the stone tablet for me, I can give similar abilities to the person you choose. By the way, the more stone tablets, the stronger my ability will be, and I can create stronger abilities. As for whether it will appear, the ability is given by him, and he naturally has a way to take it back. It is completely impossible to use his ability to deal with him. No problem, where are those slates? I can't wait, let's go find them now. Tisk, if I knew where those slates went, would I still need to make this deal with you? I just need more people to find out the news. I can sense the existence of the slates within a certain distance. By the way, do you have a devil fruit? I also want to try other things to see if I can transform ordinary animal-type abilities into fantasy beast-type abilities, so that the abilities can be preserved for a long time, and you can slowly find the right person. He didn't say that it was too laborious to transform directly, but changed his reason. As for the reason for the animal type, it was because the fruit of the animal type had its own special characteristics. It could not only give abilities to inanimate objects, but also had its own unique will. If it were to transform other types of fruits, it would probably be more laborious than directly giving human abilities. No, that kind of thing is still very rare, but I have an idea to build a legion of animal-type ability users, so I'll just look for it slowly. As he was talking, a round black and purple fruit rolled to their feet. Chapter 8, Trying to Fight with a Fossilized Pterosaur. It was a hard to tell variety, but it looked like a dragon fruit with branches and leaves like bat wings. It stopped at Arceus' feet. Is this thing a devil fruit? The strange patterns confused Arceus. This was the first time he had seen such a thing in the true sense. It was supposed to be a devil fruit, but the way it appeared made him incomprehensible. It was called the secret treasure of the sea. According to the future price estimate, the market value of it was at least 100 million Baileys. Even the current Baileys were an astronomical figure. If the ability of this fruit was known, it would only be more expensive according to its ability. The previous second Kaido was still talking about the rarity of things, and the next second he rolled over by himself. This scene was so magical that he was a little unsure. Next to the two of them, Quinn looked at the rolling fruit with a confused look on his face. He was a little unhappy after being completely crushed by Shayna, but there was nothing to say, so he took out his anger on the things on the roadside. There happened to be a box of apples next to him. When he stepped on it, the ordinary wooden box would not hold on, and the apple that rolled out had such a fruit. Kaido bent down and picked up the fruit. He felt that he was still drunk. The appearance of this fruit was indeed a bit magical, but it didn't matter. There was no reason not to pick up the devil fruit. As for why Arceus didn't pick it up, he didn't even have hands now, and he couldn't use telekinesis. He refused to pick it up with his mouth. According to his prediction, he would be able to solve this problem after he had a few more stone tablets. If it really doesn't work, he will have to look for the human fruit. Hehe, I'm really lucky. What I said came true, but I don't know what kind it is. I've seen the devil fruit illustrations in the research institute. This pattern should be the dragon fruit ancient species pterosaur form. Quinn recalled, and then he didn't know what he had seen from somewhere. I took out an expanded copy from somewhere and compared it. Devil fruits will not have the same ability. Only when the previous generation of ability users die, will a similar fruit randomly appear in a corner of the world. Many of the abilities that have appeared in the past are recorded in the illustrated book. The things that Mads studied at the time also included devil fruits. Mads members come from all over the world, and there are many people with broad knowledge. Naturally, there is such an illustrated book inside. This is the expanded copy drawn by Quinn. It is an ancient species, and it is a flying type. It is quite rare. Mhahahaha, I kicked out a devil fruit with 1 foot. It's no wonder that I kicked it out. No one knows how many devil fruits there are, and the subcategories of the animal system are indeed the most. The fantasy beast species, which are said to be rarer than the natural system, and the ancient species that are rare in the world are all rare types. Among these fruits, those with the ability to fly are even rarer. Not all strong people can fly. Even if there are special skills such as the 6 styles moon step, only a few people can do it. The sea occupies most of the world, and mastering the ability to fly almost means occupying the field advantage. On the sea, destroying the opponent's ship is enough to make many ability users anxious. So in naval battles, the main goal of some ability users is to protect their own ships. Just now Arceus said that he needed a devil fruit, and the devil fruit came in a moment. Kaido looked at Arceus beside him. Now that the fruit is available, what do you want to do? Of course it's transformation. The ancient species of Pteranodon, right? Just try my idea. This time, it was no longer a single stone slab, but 2 stone slabs. There was no use of the power of attributes, but the power of creation contained in the stone slabs. Shayna's flame chicken was the result of his evolution after he made a choice and controlled his own power. Now he wants to try it out. If he does not guide and apply attributes, but simply induces mutation, what will happen? In this fruit, he even sensed a special will, but in the face of Arceus's pressure, he quickly chose to surrender, and in Kaido's vision, the devil fruit in his hand really changed, and a grayish-white color covered the original fruit. This way is much easier, and indefinite mutation is indeed easier than stable mutation, but the type of change seems to be determined by the type of fruit itself. The parameters are not enough, and there are still many things to try. Thinking so, he said to Kaido, "Success, but I still have some attempts to make, 1 fruit is not enough." "Abel, you eat this fruit." Shayna already has the ability, Quinn and Kaido are both capable people, and the original characteristics of the devil fruit he modified still exist. He can only eat 1, and after eating it, he will be powerless when encountering sea water and completely become a landlubber. However, for the Lunaria tribe who can fly, it is not important whether they can swim or not. Do you want to eat it? This thing is very unpalatable. You will never forget the taste. It is more unpalatable than feces. Quinn whispered in Jin's ear. After Jin eats the fruit, he will probably be able to beat him. He can only take advantage of him verbally, but Shayna did not satisfy him. Really? So you have eaten that thing, right? Ah, what are you talking about? I am a capable person, haven't you seen it? No, I mean, you have eaten feces, so you know that this thing is more unpalatable than feces. Legend. This is a legend on the sea. Don't you know anything? You bastard. Quinn didn't know who said this or how the comparison was made, but the rumors about devil fruits have always been like this. He couldn't let Shayna put the blame on him. Mr. Kaido is also a person with special abilities. How come he never said such a thing? You have indeed tried it. Impotent rage, this word can perfectly describe Quinn's state at this time. He can't talk and can't fight. Because of his experience in the institute, Shayna has hatred for everyone in the institute. This kind of thing can't be offset by a beating. Arceus can't judge whether Shayna has a venomous tongue or is specifically targeting Quinn. However, the behavior of the two did not affect Jin's actions. He took the fruit and ate it without hesitation, and ate it all clean. You are really a ruthless person. One bite of this thing is enough. Only the first person who eats it will gain the ability, and the rest are just trash. Jin ignored Quinn, but his body shape changed dramatically. His skin turned grey and white, and the whole person turned into a huge pterosaur. Although it was still a pterosaur, Quinn was sure that it was not a toothless pterosaur. The sharp teeth in its mouth and the stone-like texture of the skin were different from those of a toothless pterosaur. At this time, Jin's ability is called Fossil Pterosaur. Chapter 9, Unlucky Quinn. This doesn't look like a pteranodon. As a scientist, Quinn's technical level is still online. Human body modification and viruses are his main focus, and biology is an indispensable part when it comes to this aspect. Not to mention pterosaur fossils, living pterosaurs can be found on some ancient islands. Pteranodon doesn't have Jin's thick tail, and the width of its lower and upper jaws is far greater than the mouth shape of a pterosaur. It's just that these wings are a bit wasteful. You Lunaria people can fly, right? That stinky girl's flame temperature has increased a lot, what about you? Quinn seemed to have regained his vitality, or he didn't want to fight hard just now. His body, I don't know how much it has been transformed, plus the recovery ability of the ancient species, it has almost recovered now. These researchers have a lot of strange exploration, but when he said it, he suddenly regretted it. At this time, Jin was in a complete beast form, and the size of the fossil pterosaur was enlarged a little, and it was flying in the air. When Quinn questioned his ability, Jin's eyes showed a very dangerous look, and even a smile could be seen at the corner of his mouth. Hey, you guy, you can't. Quinn swallowed his saliva, and the next moment, Jin waved his wings, and 4 boulders as big as houses appeared in the sky, burying Quinn directly underneath. But this weight was acceptable to Quinn. After a struggle, Quinn climbed out again with a dusty face, but he seemed to have suffered a little more today. Aren't you a pterosaur? Why would a pterosaur use the power of stone? Please be reasonable when transforming a mythical beast species. Are you an idiot? The mythical beast species are called mythical beast species because of their unreasonable powers. Quinn didn't say anything. He was already in deep self-doubt as he looked at the huge stone that appeared out of thin air. A few minutes ago, these two people were not power users. Although the ancient species is not as powerful as the mythical beast species, it is also a rare animal system, and the increase is not small. But after a while, he saw these two people become mythical beast species. Who would dislike more abilities? Anyway, they have become landlubbers, so of course the stronger the ability, the better. Sometimes people like to keep each other warm. Quinn naturally looked at Kaido, who he thought was not a power user, and then he learned that Kaido was also a mythical beast species. Not to mention Kaido, the source of Jin and Shayna's abilities is ultimately Arceus, and Shayna has always called Arceus the Holy Beast. Quinn knew exactly what was in that research institute. The only things sent with the 2 Lunarians were the strange egg and the 2 stone tablets. He didn't believe that a alpaca or horse could pop out of the stone. He couldn't tell what species Arceus was, but he was probably the one that was hatched from the egg. When Quinn was looking at Arceus, Arceus was also looking at Quinn. He had tried to give abilities to people without abilities, and had also tried the indefinite mutation of devil fruits. If he wanted to try other transformations, he would need to find a few more devil fruits. At this time, he still wanted to try what the result would be if he transformed people with abilities. There were already people with abilities here, but Kaido was out of the question. Arceus could be sure that the stronger the body, the greater the consumption. It would be too much effort to transform Kaido. Quinn was not much different from Shayna, who had no abilities. It was not bad to use him as an experimental subject. But Quinn was not like Jin and Shayna. They established a relationship because of race. Although Arceus was not sure about the direction of the transformation at this time, he could be sure that it would be beneficial and harmless. Strengthening Shayna and Jin was for the purpose of finding stone tablets better. It also let Kaido see the benefits he might get. There is no problem in strengthening Quinn, but he thinks that this fat man should have more value. For example, this guy is from that research institute, so he should know some traces of the stone tablets. The stone tablets were released from Arceus' body and floated in front of Kaido and Quinn respectively. There are still 16 such stone tablets. That is my power. Arceus in some games does not have ordinary stone tablets, because Arceus without stone tablets is ordinary. But when he became Arceus, ordinary system also became part of the power, and each stone tablet represented immunity to a certain attribute attack. In reality, there is no restriction of carrying only one stone tablet. When he retrieves all the stone tablets, whether his attack can have an effect or not, he can be invincible first. Kaido, let me emphasize again, these are the things I need, bring them to me, or bring me information about their location, I will use the power of the mythical beasts as a reward, this is the agreement between us, is there a problem? No problem, then the alliance between you and me is established. Now is the time to hold a party. Pirate culture, banquets. Alliances require banquets, good things require banquets, and even if there is nothing to do, they will hold a banquet. Even Roxas pirate group has this influence. Every pirate basically has a heart to hold a banquet, but now this empty town is not suitable for a banquet. Facts have proved that Kaido has not entered a brainless state, and he also knows that this place is not suitable for a banquet. Of course, the most important thing is that he likes to hold banquets, not to organize them himself. He only has a few people under him now, and there is no way. Let's talk about the banquet next time, but we should still drink a sworn brotherhood wine or something. When one pirate group decides to join another pirate group, both parties will drink the sworn brotherhood wine. However, when two people of similar strength choose to form an alliance, they will also take similar actions to express their sincerity. Although it is just a face-saving project, this tradition has been preserved. Several containers were found in the rice cake and red bean soup shop where Quinn was just now, 2 big and 3 small. Kaido also announced the establishment of his own pirate group, the Beast Pirates, at this time. Arceus did not join the beasts, but he planned to search for the stone tablets in the name of the beasts in the future to avoid unnecessary trouble. He did not want to step forward before obtaining most of the power of the stone tablets. Now only the few people in front of him know that he was hatched from the mysterious giant egg. If this news spreads to the world government, it may cause a lot of trouble. It is worth mentioning that Shayna helped Arceus hold up the wine bowl. The Beasts Pirates, the core of the thieves group, was established again, and Kaido looked at Arceus's slate, as if recalling something. Arceus did not disturb Kaido, but turned to look at Quinn. Chapter 10, That's my beloved senior, you have to pay extra. You used to be a member of that research institute, you should know where those slates came from, right? Yes, one of them was sent with these 2 guys, and the other was sent by the world government after Vegapunk and the government reached a cooperation. I don't know the details, but it should be obtained from the Lunaria tribe. The information is completely consistent. The fireball slate was originally lent to the chief of the Lunaria tribe. It is not surprising that it fell into the hands of the government after he was defeated. The ordinary system of the clearance slate has always been carried by Shayna. Does the government have other slates? How can I know about this? I didn't know there were so many of them before, but from what those people said, they seemed to think there were more than 2 of these slates, and another one should be in the hands of the world government. Quinn was not too sure, after all, it was just an inference, but Arceus felt that there was nothing wrong with his inference. At the beginning, a slate was lost on the way of the Lunaria tribe's escape, and it was not surprising that that slate also fell into the hands of the world government. They seem to have studied this slate, but the definition they came up with was just an indestructible slate. They believe that it contains powerful power and can unconsciously affect the surrounding environment. Those people asked Vegapunk to try to control the power in the slate, but he had no clue. This is normal. Arceus is the only owner of the slate. The slate may unconsciously affect the surrounding environment, but without his instruction, no one can use the power of the slate. Oh, by the way, someone in the research team tried to make a device to search for stone tablets, but the proposal was abandoned in the end. Those stone tablets in the research institute are like different stones, and the special components in them can't be found at all. The same principle as the metal detector, that person believes that there is a special component in the stone tablet. As long as an instrument to analyze this component is made, this stone tablet can be found in a large area. But the problem is that the stone tablet has never dropped any slag anyway, so there is no possibility of implementation. It cannot be destroyed or analyzed. Someone also proposed to use it to make armor, but it was rejected. According to previous events, the Lunarians may have some special connection with the stone tablets, so the fireball stone tablets were sent to this place for trial. I remember that I saw something similar when I was on the Rocks ship. Human potential will be stimulated under special circumstances. Kaido didn't have much impression of this stone tablet, but the ability to create mythical beasts made him excited. The technology is exclusive to Arceus, so he naturally has to find a way to find those stone tablets. Through recollection, he finally remembered why it felt familiar. There were a lot of treasures in the treasure house of the Rocks pirates, and gold and silver were just the most common things among them. Devil fruits and rare minerals were things that Rocks had snatched from all over the world, including those from the celestial dragons. Among them was this stone slab used to pad the bottom of the box. Rocks. Yes, Rocks Djibek, the pirate group I used to be in. Rocks was a real monster and had the ambition to become the king of the world. But in the Valley of the Gods, the battle completely destroyed the Rocks pirates, and the remaining people went their separate ways. The Rocks pirates are the real overlords of the sea. Both the captain and the crew are famous characters. The young Whitebeard, Golden Lion, Charlotte Linlin, and Kaido were all members of the ship. Kaido can even be regarded as an apprentice on this ship. However, unlike the adventurers who gathered together because of their dreams, this is a violent group that was forcibly united based on the absolute strength of Rocks. The people on the ship had their own ulterior motives, and they naturally went their separate ways when they saw that the situation was not good. At this time, the Valley of the Gods battle was over, although Rocks was erased from the world and history by the world government because of his heinous crimes, and it was forbidden to publicize and talk about this person. But the time is too short, and there are still many people who know this person. Rocks will gradually be forgotten in a few years. Moreover, Kaido is the one who experienced the incident, and he will not listen to the government. He has no scruples when talking about Rocks. Of course, Rocks' experience on the ship is not important, so he omitted it. Since the Rocks pirates are gone, where did the stone tablet go? In the Valley of the Gods? No, the so-called Valley of the Gods has long disappeared from the sea, and there is nothing there. I said that everyone on the ship had their own ulterior motives. Some died, some were arrested, but many people also escaped from there. The one who likes treasure the most on the ship is John. If nothing unexpected happens, everything on the ship should have been taken away by John in the chaos. Where is he now? I don't know, but it won't be difficult for such people to find his location, but it will be difficult to find him. It's not easy. With his personality of valuing treasure, it's impossible to take things away. I'm afraid we have to fight. But he was my old senior on the ship before, it's not convenient to fight. Why, are pirates so moral? Didn't you say that Rock's crew gathered together for profit, and infighting is commonplace? Kaido is good to his own people and has a high tolerance, provided that this person has enough strength to be valued by Kaido. Arceus is obviously the one Kaido values the most and wants to recruit the most. He has Kaido's dream to obtain the ability. But he didn't believe Kaido had any nostalgia for John. I don't have a good relationship with him. What I mean is that guy is not easy to deal with. Although it won't be too difficult to find him, it will take a lot of time and cost more money. He didn't owe John anything, so of course he had to maximize John's value at this time. Kaido didn't ask for more, but he proposed to pay the reward in advance this time, and he couldn't wait. It's not impossible, Quinn, come here. He wanted to use Quinn to try more abilities, and now it just happened to give Kaido a little more sweetness. And there was no one else around except Quinn. The same force poured into Quinn's body, consuming less than Shayna and more than Jin, in a compromise position. Quinn was a ruthless person who could transform himself in a weird way. He was not opposed to this kind of thing. However, when he used his ability later, he found a bunch of bananas growing on his chin. Chapter 11, What does it feel like to eat your own bananas? Quinn did not enter the beast form directly, but chose the form. His main body was still a brachiosaur, but he sensitively noticed that there was something on his chin, and he grabbed it with force. According to his observation, it looked like a banana. In addition, his shoulders and head were wrapped in green leaves, and 4 huge banana leaves extended behind him. The moment the devil fruit was eaten, the eater would gain its most basic ability. Although the extent of subsequent development depended on their own development direction, the fruit ability became a part of their body at that moment. Among the different types of devil fruits, the development direction of the superhuman system is undoubtedly the broadest. Relatively speaking, the development of the ordinary animal system is much simpler, and it does not take too long to master the 3-stage transformation. As for the mythical beasts, they have to gradually explore their abilities. Compared to Shayna's high-temperature flames and jumping power, Jin's ability to make rocks, the banana on his chin always makes people feel weird. But the power coming from his body told him that this was not the case. He fanned the wide banana leaves behind him and found that he was actually flying. This is unscientific. How could this banana leaf carry such a huge body? Is this the ability of the mythical beasts? It seems that my transformation can consider more aspects. Swinging his tail behind him, Quinn was thinking about many things. The tropical dragon itself has no tail. The tail behind Quinn is retained from the Brachiosaurus fruit itself. Arceus's transformation this time is not a complete replacement. He used part of the energy to trigger the power of the Brachiosaurus fruit in Quinn's body, allowing it to undergo indirect mutation. Although Quinn's Brachiosaurus has become a tropical dragon, Arceus is not sure what form this Brachiosaurus will be transformed into before the transformation is completed. However, this mutation must be based on the body structure of the Brachiosaur. Geranium, big chrysanthemum, or ice dragon is also possible. The reason why it becomes a tropical dragon may be because Quinn likes sweets and has a heart that wants to fly. Shayna, Jin, and Quinn are 3 different types of individuals. Although the ability is successfully granted, there are too few reference standards for Arceus to determine what the change conditions are. Although he has this ability, it does not mean that he knows the operation process of this ability. Just like the punishment of light gravel as his exclusive skill is engraved in his mind, using the punishment of light gravel is like eating and drinking water, it is instinctive. But he does not know every step of the operation process of the punishment of light gravel. Arceus is called the creator god, but God is only a range of power and has never been an omniscient and omnipotent existence. For example, can God create a stone that he cannot lift? There is a saying that he cannot lift this stone before creation, but he can lift it after creation. Arguing back and forth will not get a real result. When there are more transformation targets, the principle will naturally become clear under reference. And looking at Quinn flying in the sky, Arceus had a new idea. Before he regained the ability to fly, Quinn might be his special mount. Now, he is the only one who can't fly. Shayna is a girl, and Jin is not big enough now, so even if he turns into a pterosaur, he can't carry him. As for Kaido, although he can create a flame cloud to take everyone flying, he is now the captain. Well, he doesn't have a ship yet, and he is the governor of the beast pirates. He can't be a groom every day. The tropical dragon transformed from Quinn Brachiosaurus is big enough, and its back can accommodate everyone except Kaido. In addition to Kaido, it can be seen that Shayna and Jin have opinions about him. Who made him a member of that research institute at the beginning? If his main research project had nothing to do with the Lunarians, it would not be a matter that could be turned over by a fight. To put it inappropriately, pets still have feelings after being raised for a long time, let alone people. Shayna and Jin may be the last Lunarians on the sea, so Arceus can't say that he is very friendly to Quinn. It would be inappropriate if such a labor force is not exploited. Quinn, who was thinking about his body transformation plan in the sky, didn't know that he was almost labeled as a royal mount. After simply adapting to his new body, Quinn fell back to the ground. As he released his ability, the banana in his hand did not disappear. He had tried some things in the sky just now. Although the banana on his chin could be picked off, it was extremely strong. If he didn't want to pick them off, those bananas would be like the body. Parts are equally stable. There are 3 bananas in total, and after picking one, it did not regenerate. First of all, the things made by devil fruits are edible. The food transformed by the long bread fruit, the biscuits made by the cracker biscuit fruit, and even the cabbage drawn by Kanjuro's pen fruit are all edible. But those are all superhuman, and the part eaten is not part of their own body, but something they have created. The superhuman devil fruits can actually be divided into several categories, which can be roughly divided into 3 types: superhuman, superpowers, and creations. Superpowers refer to the ability to give the ability user various magical powers, slowness, vibration, etc., but these have nothing to do with eating. Superpowers and creations sometimes overlap, such as the eating fruit, which can be said to have created new food, or it can be said that superpowers have turned inedible things into food. However, creation refers to the ability user's ability to fabricate various things out of thin air. The food made by this category of superhuman fruits is naturally edible: biscuits, rice cakes, cream. They have nothing to do with the body. The superhuman simply changes its body structure, such as Gaspard's gummy fruit. Although its body has become gummy, it cannot make gummy and tastes terrible. This has been verified by Luffy in the movie. The animal system undoubtedly belongs to the category of superhuman. The fruit can grow on the body of an animal, which is really too fantastic. Looking at the banana in his hand, Quinn made his own choice, peeled the banana, and then threw the banana into his mouth, and then showed an expression of enjoyment. Sweet, soft, and sticky, this is the most delicious banana he has ever eaten. He is a sweet party, otherwise he would not be fond of rice cake red bean soup, which can be called sweet and greasy food. But from this banana, he felt a unique sweetness, which seemed to gather the sweetness of all fruits. With the taste of the banana, he found food that can be comparable to rice cake red bean soup. Then he used his ability again and picked the remaining 2 bananas. Chapter 12, How Can a Pirate Not Have a Ship? Quinn's Brachiosaur transformed tropical dragon is even bigger, which makes the size of the banana even bigger, but for those who eat by the bucket, these 3 bananas just whet their appetite. Quinn's first thing to do in developing his new ability is to study how to give birth to bananas. After several unsuccessful attempts, he looked at Arceus. He created this ability, so he must know some details. Hey, you must know how to give birth to bananas with this ability, right? You guys, show some respect to the holy beast. Quinn, who came up, was facing Shayna's hands wrapped in flames. After using the new ability, Shayna did not remove her ability, but kept this form. In the state, the original head features of the flame chicken formed a mask. Shayna liked this red mask that covered her face very much. She and Jin are destined not to show their true faces for a long time in the future, so she has been maintaining this state. Except for a small piece of her chin, her hands and feet are wrapped in special bandage-like objects, and the black wings on her back have also turned into red wings. The Lunaria people themselves have strong physical strength and excellent endurance, and Shayna, who has been strengthened by her ability, is even more so. Just maintaining this state is not a consumption for her at all. Her ability comes entirely from the power of Arceus. Although it is similar to the devil fruit, it is essentially different, and the physical energy consumed to maintain this state is much less. Jin is also in the state of power activation now, but the fossil pterosaur is different from the flame chicken and does not have its own mask, so his head is completely in the state of a pterosaur. This is also one of the differences brought by Arceus's ability. The animal fruit of birds has a characteristic. Unlike other animal fruits, the human hand form will change the head of the person, retaining the limbs. For birds, plus the pterosaur type of animal fruit, the only form that changes is the wings, which will merge with the arms, retaining the appearance of the feet and head. When Jin's toothless pterosaur turned into a fossilized pterosaur, his body shape also changed. His hands were retained, his head was pterosaurized, and the black wings behind him turned into pterosaur wing membranes. And there were 2 small hands on his wings. In this form, he could barely be considered to have 4 hands. However, his shielding was still a little worse than Shayna's. He felt that he had to change into clothes with a hood in the future. Although Jin's ability was transformed from the fruit, the consumption was lower than that of ordinary animal systems. Jin and Shayna could not feel this difference, but Quinn, who was already a capable person, could perceive this change. After he turned into a tropical dragon, his consumption in normal state was much lower than that of the previous brachiosaur state. The awakened animal system would have a constant supply of physical strength. Although the ability after the transformation was not awakened, it could be said to be greatly enhanced. To be honest, Quinn was also very happy that Arceus had such a powerful ability. Since he helped release Kaido and indirectly caused the destruction of the Institute, there was no turning back for him. Only a few of them knew about this now. If something happens to the Beast's pirates in the future and the world government knows about it, he will probably be completely wiped out. He doesn't know what the specific policies of the world government are, but they have a vague idea of indulgence and diversion of contradictions for the sea. Those who violate the taboos of the world government will be completely destroyed by the world government. In order to eliminate rocks, the navy even joined forces with the pirates, and this happened more than once. No one would not be tempted by Arceus's ability. If something unexpected happens in the hands of the world government, and the world government knows his identity, plus the matter of the Lunaria tribe, it is probably a luxury for Quinn to enter the undersea prison. So now he naturally hopes that the beasts will be as strong as possible, whether it is for the convenience of his future research or other things, this is the best result. Although Quinn is not a Lunaria tribe member, he and the Lunaria people are now on the same front. So he still wants to know how to give birth to bananas, he doesn't believe that kind of bananas are disposable. Faced with Shayna's obstruction, he made a very simple change. Sacred Beast Master, can you tell me how to use this ability to give birth to bananas? It's just a change of name, he doesn't care about this kind of thing. Look at Kaido's excitement just now, he is about to become sworn brothers with Arceus, and changing the name doesn't affect anything. Eat more fruit. That kind of banana will absorb the sugar in the fruit you eat. The normal result is twice a year. No matter how much fruit you eat, it will only increase the sweetness of the fruit next time. After becoming Arceus, he had many more memories about Pokemon in his mind, including species, characteristics, abilities, preferences, habits, etc., including the growth cycle of tropical dragon bananas. Twice a year, this result struck Quinn like lightning. It was like hell to wait for half a year for such delicious fruit. He shouldn't have eaten it all. He should have tried to plant it earlier. At this time, he had made up his mind to find a tropical island to cultivate bananas when the fruit was next time. Of course, that was all in the future. The problem now was that they should leave. Now that he had the news of the stone tablet, he was not interested in waiting any longer. Kaido. Stop drinking, and find the John you mentioned. Hey, you're so impatient, but it's time to go out to sea, Quinn, where's the boat you prepared? Here, let's go, but it might be a bit crowded. Quinn did prepare a boat, but this boat took him and Kaido into consideration. There is no dock here. Although Quinn has good technical skills, he is not Doraemon, so he can't just take out a boat. The boat in front of him is just a large fishing boat, but the engine has been modified. After adding Jin, Shayna, and Arceus, there is no extra space on this boat, and it is not even convenient to turn around. Don't you all know how to fly? Why do we have to squeeze on this small boat? In Arceus's opinion, the simplest way is for Kaido to roll up the flame cloud and take everyone away. Who knows that Kaido will go up to this small boat with great interest after seeing it. Compared to the boat and barrel that King Luffy sailed on, and Blackbeard's raft, this fishing boat with an engine is indeed much more advanced, but its speed is definitely not as fast as flying. This is the first voyage of the Beast's pirates. What's the point of not having a ship? There will be big ships in the future. Let's set sail now. And didn't you just say you wanted to try out your new abilities? What a great opportunity, go ahead. Kaido had no intention of intervening in the dispute between Shayna and Quinn. In his opinion, this kind of thing was normal, and he had to admit one thing. Among all the people present, Quinn occupied the largest area. After he flew up, the ship not only became much more spacious, but also increased in speed. Quinn also waved his leaf-like wings behind him and flew high into the sky. He wanted to grasp the situation of his new body as soon as possible, so he could see some attacks falling from the sky from the small boat below from time to time. By the way, where is this place? Looking at the endless sea, Arceus wanted to figure out which sea area this was, the Four Seas or the Grand Line, and whether it was the first half or the second half of the Grand Line. At this time, Roger had not yet become the Pirate King, but there were still many strong men on the sea, and the enemies encountered in different seas were also different, so this still needed to be paid attention to. With the strength of their small boat, as long as they were not in the New World, they could basically walk sideways. Sorry, Lord Saint Beast, we don't know where this is. We were near the Sabayati archipelago before we were arrested, but we don't know the location of the laboratory. The research institute is on the Red Earth continent. We came down directly from the Red Earth continent. This is the South China Sea. We are heading towards the Calm Belt now. Quinn flew around and landed again, and gave Arceus the result he wanted to know. The Grand Line and the Red Earth continent divide this world into 4 parts like longitude and latitude. There are wide calm belts on both sides of the Grand Line, and below is the nest of the giant beasts of the Sea King. They are the biggest threat to ships on the sea. There is only one way for ordinary pirates to enter the Grand Line, and that is to rush up from the unnatural current of the upside-down mountain. For a group like them who can fly, the upside-down mountain is no longer a must-have option. Crossing the calm belt is much more convenient for them. This is also one of the ways to leave the Grand Line. The upside-down mountain is a one-way street, and there is no underwater cave like Fishman Island below. It is not easy to enter the Grand Line, and it is also not easy to leave the Grand Line. Ordinary people can reach any location in the four seas by land through Marijoa if they have money, but this requires changing ships, and pirates do not have this qualification. For pirates who want to leave the Grand Line and return to the four seas, they can either abandon the ship, climb up from the upside-down mountain, avoid the eyes and ears of the world government and take the opportunity to return to the four seas, or cross the calm belt. The calm belt is not a sure thing. As long as the ship has other power and is lucky enough to avoid areas where sea kings gather, they can still return safely. The world government and the navy let those troublesome pirates enter the Grand Line and did not set up fortresses in the upside-down mountain and the Sabayati archipelago to block them. I am afraid that this is also the intention. Compared to the vast four seas, the Grand Line is much smaller in area. Although there are more powerful people here, the cornerstone of the world government and the providers of many taxes are civilians, and the number of civilians in the four seas far exceeds that of the Grand Line. It is a good thing for those rioters to leave, and they can better concentrate their forces to deal with them. This may be one of the reasons. In the final analysis, it is still the problem of the world government to make such a choice. However, what the world government will do has nothing to do with Arceus. He now sees another thing, that it is Quinn who is pointing the way, not Kaido. Kaido, what's going on? Don't tell me Quinn also knows where John is. Ever since Kaido said that he had seen the stone tablet in the treasure house of the Rocks Pirates, he just wanted to find John as soon as possible. It doesn't matter if Kaido can't beat John. As long as he is within a certain range of the stone tablet, he can let the stone tablet return to its place by itself. The missing power makes him very inconvenient now, and he can't even scratch his back. And the special ring on his waist is called Thousand Universe Arm, which is also a manifestation of his power. After all, Arceus is also a creature with 1,000 hands in the legend. The good news is that the Thousand Universe Arm will not affect his actions now. Although it looks very solid, it is actually controllable. For example, when he wants to lie down, the Thousand Universe Arm will soften instead of rigidly blocking him there. To activate the power of the Thousand Universe Arm, it takes about 4 stone tablets, which is enough for him to change his form. It would be better if he could find the superpower stone tablet directly. There is a 1 in 16 chance that the stone tablet in Captain John's treasure is the magical stone tablet of the superpower system. He has already prepaid the salary for this stone tablet, so he can't slack off. Of course Quinn doesn't know. Didn't I also say that I don't know where he is now? We have to recruit some people first, otherwise there will be too many things to do by ourselves. And don't worry, that guy's character will not stay in the four seas. Back then, because of a chance to make a lot of money, those guys gathered together. I can be sure of 2 things. The legendary treasure has not been found yet, and that thing must be in the Grand Line. John is a greedy guy, he will not let this go. To prove this point, Kaido said to Quinn, "Quinn, give me a den mushi." After taking the den mushi handed over by Quinn, Kaido dialed a number. Bulo 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 bulo. After a noise, the den mushi changed into another appearance, and a female voice came out of it. Mom Kaido, you actually called me, it's really rare. I didn't hear from you for so many years, I thought you died in the Valley of the Gods. Stop kidding, Lingling, I won't die in that place, I just have a question for you, you should know where John ran off to, right? Chapter 14, Eliminate half of the wrong answers. Charlotte Lingling, Big Mom, Kaido's old acquaintance, was also a member of the former Rocks Pirates. When Kaido was still an apprentice crew member, Charlotte Lingling was already a formal crew member. And when Kaido boarded the ship, she told him that Rocks was not trustworthy, and he could find her if he had any problems. She regarded Kaido as her younger brother, and on the day when the Rocks Pirates were destroyed, she gave Kaido the fish fruit mythical beast blue dragon form. It can be said that Kaido was able to leave the Valley of the Gods thanks to the devil fruit given by Charlotte Lingling, so Charlotte Lingling has always said that Kaido owed her a big favor. Now Rocks, the overlord of the sea, has just disappeared. Gold Roger has not become the Pirate King yet, and there is no concept of Pirate King and Sea Emperor on the sea, but there are also many powerful pirates. They regard some islands as their own territory, develop their own strength, and become the local emperor of a region. Among these pirates, the powerful pirates in the New World are the most prestigious. Charlotte Linlin is such a person. She now has her own territory in the New World and is more proficient in many intelligence than Kaido. John? What do you want to do with him? At this time, Charlotte Linlin's pirate group is on an island full of fruits. The chefs under her are making vegetable and fruit cakes, and she is rubbing her bulging belly to take care of the fetus. Looking at the original 4 emperors, Whitebeard relied on adopting a godson, Kaido opened a kindergarten, Red Hair looked for partners all over the world, and Big Mom looked for a husband all over the world, and gave birth to a family for herself. The main members of the Big Mom pirates are also completely composed of their own children, sons-in-law and daughters-in-law, and they are the ones with the strongest family atmosphere. At this time the one in her belly was her 40th child. She was quite happy that Kaido, her little brother, suddenly called her, but she didn't expect that this little brother would start by asking about John's whereabouts. Don't worry about this, I just want to know where John is. Hey? Kaido, is this how you talk to your benefactor? I told you not to keep holding on to this matter. Do you know John's whereabouts? Mom, Kaido, you are still so impatient. Rumor has it that he has a large treasure in his hands. Do you also like this? Do you want to join forces with me and we can share the treasure equally? John is not easy to deal with. Big Mom smiled indifferently on the other side of the Den Mushi, but she had already made a gesture to Perospero beside her. No, I just want his whereabouts. You are so ruthless. You were not like this back then. He appeared on Hatsino's island not long ago and then went to paradise. There are many people in the New World who are eyeing him. I don't know the rest. Looking at the information brought by Perospero, Big Mom said to Kaido. As soon as the voice fell, Kaido cut off the Den Mushi. Looking at the Den Mushi in his hand, Charlotte Linlin showed an unhappy look on her face, but soon forgot about it under the aroma of the baked cake. She was not very interested in Captain John's treasure, mainly because the input and benefits were not proportional. Now her territory can bring enough income. After all, John is a member of the Rock's ship. There are no weak people on this ship. Everyone who can get on board has his special skills. If she wants to deal with John, her children are not strong enough, so she has to do it herself, but now she is busy giving birth to a child. In addition, John's whereabouts are erratic, and she only knows that he left the New World and went to the first half. If Kaido finds the other party, she can help if the reward is appropriate, but since Kaido rejected her, there is no need to take the initiative to approach. Okay, now it is certain that John is not in the New World but in paradise, and the woman's words are still credible. Not only the Navy is paying attention to the movements of those big pirates, but other pirates will also pay attention to their movements. Some of the pirates do go to sea for exploration or because of life, but these pirates are only a very small number. There are also parasites in the Navy, but most people are more willing to believe in the Navy than in pirates. In today's world without big secret treasures, pirates go to sea more for wealth, that is, their own interests. Only the lowest level pirates will leave after robbing. Big pirates have their own fixed territories. They will even act as umbrellas for the residents in the territories, and of course they will also collect protection fees. They are like alternative lords. Few people would do such a stupid thing as exhausting all resources. Even rabbits don't eat grass near their nests. They won't rob residents in their own territories, at least the big pirates who are getting bigger and stronger won't do that. Charlotte Linlin is a brutal pirate. According to the normal timeline, the future Wanguo will rent out the world with life, but even so, there are a large number of ordinary people willing to live in Wanguo. Ordinary people need shelter. The Navy only protects the member states of the world government. For those who don't have enough power outside the member states, they need to find a suitable umbrella. They need a safe land to live on, and the big pirates need to use this land to support themselves and their men. In order to prevent others from snatching their territory, of course, they have to pay attention to the movements of those powerful pirates. There are countless powerful people on the sea today, and Charlotte Linlin, Shiki the Golden Lion, Whitebeard, Captain John, these former members of the Rock's Pirates, are undoubtedly the best among them. The greater the reputation, the more people will know about him, and his personality and hobbies will be known to the world. For example, Captain John likes money and has been pursuing money all his life. A man is innocent but he is guilty of possessing a treasure. At some point, rumors began to spread on the sea that Captain John had a large amount of treasure in his hands, and more people were eyeing his treasure. He is not invincible. There are too many people in the New World who can threaten him, so after careful consideration, he decided to return to the first half of the Grand Line, which is the area called Paradise, and hide the treasure first, which is the safest way. Let's enter the Grand Line first, then recruit a group of people, and slowly find out John's whereabouts. The scope you gave is too general, so we can only find it slowly this way. Kaido doesn't want to go the elite route completely. He wants high-end combat power and a large number of subordinates. When he was young, he was a warrior of the Kingdom of Woka, and he knew that numbers are also needed in war. But the people of the Four Seas are too weak, so he decided to go directly to the Grand Line to recruit subordinates. Chapter 15, Newsbird. The power device made by Quinn is not inefficient, but the power source is charged by the pedal. If you step on it for a period of time, you can accumulate enough energy. Although it is not physical, it is very reasonable. In this world where coke can be used as a power source, Newton's coffin lid has long been unable to hold it down. Well, Tesla and others probably can't hold it down either. Arceus has stepped on that pedal before, mainly because he is bored and has nothing to do. Because Arceus can't think of any suitable adjective for the days of sailing except the word boring. For several days in a row, he hasn't seen any islands. There is nothing but sea water around him. In this situation, he can't even be a fisherman. If the days are longer, he will choose to enter a dormant state. Since Kaido finished the phone call with Big Mom, he drank all the remaining wine and slept for several days in a row. The sky showed no sign of rising. Except when he was scouting the situation, Quinn was studying himself, mainly modifying his mechanical arm. Sometimes Jin and Shana would practice against each other, and sometimes they would aimlessly look at the distant coastline, not knowing what they were thinking. Quinn, how long will it take to enter the doldrums? It will probably take 7 days, but we have to go to the nearby islands to replenish our supplies. There is not much food left. Thanks to Brother Kaido who has been sleeping, otherwise it would not be enough. It would be best to change his ship. The food that Quinn mentioned mainly refers to fruits, vegetables and staple foods. There are too many fish and meat in this sea. Although Arceus can't fish, Quinn has a way to electrofish. Ever since he ate the bananas of the tropical dragon, Quinn has been particularly keen on fruits. Most of the fruit reserves on this ship went into his stomach. Food is not a steel need for Arceus. He can use the stone slabs to absorb the energy in the air to replenish his physical strength. Eating and drinking water are more of a habit or to satisfy a certain appetite. Kaido is not an ordinary race, not to mention that he has been sleeping soundly. It's no joke that the Lunaria people can survive in all kinds of environments. Even if there is only water, they can persist for countless times longer than normal people. Quinn is the most ordinary person on this ship, but he is a cyborg. The diseases such as scurvy that ordinary people have to worry about when going out to sea have basically nothing to do with them. For this small group, supplies are not a big deal, but who wants to be an ascetic when they can sail comfortably? Are there any islands nearby? Of course, this is the South China Sea, not the Grand Line, and the sea chart is still useful. As he was talking, a newsbird flew over. Look, the newsbirds have appeared. The flying distance of these guys is limited. The place where the newsbirds appear must be within the range of a certain island. The newsbirds are also a group of diligent workers, and they have not been rising for a long time. The world has been changing. Not only are pirates and the navy being updated, but the news industry is also booming. A few years ago, the teenage Morgans poured into the news industry, and with him came the newsbirds that spread all over the world. Morgans, the ability holder of the animal bird fruit albatross form, originally unknown, he always appears in front of everyone in the form of a human hand. Although he is a bird fruit, he cannot fly, and news is his favorite thing. The World Economic News Agency has grown rapidly in his hands, and one of the reasons for its growth is these newsbirds. Morgan seems to have a special ability to communicate with birds, and this race called newsbirds is very intelligent. Under Morgan's control, these newsbirds have become his most important employees. Every morning, they pick up newspapers at a fixed place, fly in their respective areas with newspapers, and when they see a ship, they will approach to see if anyone needs a newspaper. In the past few years, newspapers were still 40 baileys per copy, but now it is 1 bailey per copy, and in a few decades it will reach 100 baileys per copy. Newsbirds have their own uniforms and special money bags hanging on their bodies. Even pirates will pay honestly when facing newsbirds. This is an important source of information for them. Although the report is not 100% true, it can at least let them know the situation outside. Otherwise, after sailing on the sea for several months, the changes that occur may lead to serious consequences. As for not paying, it is not impossible, but the consequence is that they will be completely blocked by the newsbirds, and all the newsbirds will never approach the people on this pirate ship again. Moreover, the newsbirds seem to have the ability to sense the death of their companions. If a pirate kills a newsbird, their ship may always have a group of newsbirds flying around. Birds have special body structures to reduce weight. This means that these people will always face the baptism of bird droppings in the navy led by the newsbirds. In order to avoid trouble, the pirates will not be stingy on these dozens of baileys. In fact, there are not a few pirates who pay for things, so as to avoid trouble. After all, the group of pirates is more scum and assholes. This fact is that for most pirates, not killing and robbing is considered kind, not to mention paying for things. Therefore, those who dare to do business with pirates usually have a certain amount of force to prevent the other party from not being able to pay. Pirates will pay honestly if they don't want to get into trouble. For example, if there is a naval base nearby, a powerful bounty hunter, or a fellow pirate, these factors can change the pirates' minds. Earning money is for spending. If everything depends on robbing, then pirates don't need to look for treasure. Not to mention the member countries of the world government, the navy's base or kingdom has a strong garrison. Even if it is hung with a big pirate flag, it can make many people settle down. In the end, the ones who suffer are ordinary people who have no strength, no backing, and bad luck and are born in non-member countries. Even if it is a member country, you have to see how good your reincarnation level is. The definition of pirates here is very broad. Arceus, who has reached a cooperation with Kaido, will inevitably be regarded as a pirate, but identity is not the most important. There are also naval forces that do evil. He will not become a villain who burns, kills, and robs because of cooperation with Kaido. It is only himself who determines a person's behavior. The conflict between the world government and the Lunaria tribe is impossible to reconcile. The once glorious tribe of God is now on the verge of extinction, and they have also used him as a test subject and research object. This feud has already been formed, even if there is no the same is true with the body of Arceus fused to it. Brother Kaido, it's on the news, but they didn't mention anything else. Chapter 16, Let's take advantage of Kaido. Quinn said, looking at the newspaper. The newspaper said that the laboratory was hit by a meteorite, causing a pipeline leak and eventually an explosion, but the space occupied was not large. It seems that you two don't have to worry about it for the time being. Quinn took a rough look and handed the newspaper to Shayna. At this time, Shayna and Jin were both ordinary people. There were only 2 people on the ship, so there was no need to worry about their identities being exposed. Drug production laboratory? These people are really bold. Looking at the description in the newspaper, Shayna was furious. The Red Earth continent was a research institute that was razed to the ground. This kind of thing naturally could not be concealed, but the essence of that research institute became an important place for drug research under their description. There was no mention of the Lunaria tribe, but the characteristics of the Lunaria tribe were reiterated on the front page headline, and it was stated that providing information would be rewarded with a high salary after the news was confirmed. In fact, there is indeed a drug research institute there, which has the world's top analytical institutions and equipment. Quinn only said half of his words before retreating in front of Shayna's murderous gaze. But what he said was also true, and the drugs developed by this institute are all very effective, because their test subjects are all humans, and drug experiments are conducted directly on people of various races. As for human rights? Are people from non-member countries considered human? Are slaves considered human? Those people are just consumables there. The Lunaria people are indeed special and have extremely high resistance, but they are very similar to humans. They are simply perfect experimental subjects, and can better observe drug reactions. The newspaper emphasized the importance of the institute and stated that it will be rebuilt in a short time. Let them repair it. At worst, they can destroy it again. Arceus' tone was flat, and he didn't care about the impact of destroying it. After Flying Squirrel transformed into the undead, his humanity became thinner and thinner, and his way of doing things became closer and closer to the undead. Arceus was similar to him, but completely different. He is the leader, but he is influenced by Arceus in the way he does things, such as his extreme disgust for deception. In his heyday, Arceus could not only create a few Pokémon, but also create the god of creation of a world. Not to mention destroying a research institute. If someone really touches his bottom line, he can also destroy the country. Searching for the stone slab, regaining his own power, and then overturning the throne, this is what he will do in the future. The roots of a big tree are already rotten, and it is useless to cut off the dead branches and rotten leaves. The problem can only be solved from the root. Or, change a new tree. Master Holy Beast, you don't have to do it. I will use the power you give me to burn them all into slag. Then Shayna continued to look through the newspaper to see what happened during this period. She and Jin have been out of touch with the world for a while. It is worth mentioning that not only did the world government not mention the Lunarians, but even Kaido's length was somewhat different from the facts. It only said that he escaped from prison again and described the fact that he was a capable person. Looking at the information in the newspaper, Arceus even felt a little regretful that the opportunity to make money was gone. Kaido's identity as a capable person has been exposed. I originally wanted him to get some money. Get some money. Yet, now you are not wanted, only Kaido has a bounty. You pretend to be a bounty hunter and send Kaido to the naval base. After getting the bounty, let him pay it out himself. What a good opportunity. By the way, is the Navy's bounty settled immediately? If the base has enough funds, it will be settled immediately. If not, it will be sent over after a while. With the bounty offered by Kaido, the Nenhai branch may not be able to pay this money. Most pirates have bounties, and the profession of bounty hunter came into being. The corruption in the branch is indeed much more serious than that in the headquarters, but they generally don't touch this part of the money. The higher the bounty, the less likely it is to do so. Even the Navy who are just messing around want their jurisdiction to be more stable and peaceful. If they can send pirates to the naval base, it means that they are stronger than this pirate. Forcing a stronger pirate to come out for a little Bailey is something that only a fool would do. But sometimes you can encounter such a fool. 1.273 billion Bailey, it's a pity. If we can do it twice, the funds will be enough. After listening to Arceus' plan, Quinn was moved. 1.273 billion is the current bounty of Kaido. The purchasing power of Bailey is much higher now than it will be in 30 years. Even if he can succeed once, he won't have to worry about his research funds. As one of the elders of the Beast Pirates, Quinn made a considerable contribution at that time. Now everything in this pirate group is thanks to Quinn's great contribution. He prepared the ship, set the route, and even the money spent is his. You can't expect 3 people who escaped from the institute to have money on a person who just hatched from an egg. Kaido was still a bit righteous when he was young. He ate from the kingdom at first, and from the navy after being wanted. When he was hungry, he gave himself to the navy, and then escaped when he was full. That's why Arceus wanted to take advantage of Kaido. He was used to it. In the past, he went to the prison ship to eat buffet. This time, he should not refuse to eat and take. But the premise is that Kaido's identity as a capable person has not been exposed, otherwise a large amount of sea stone will lock him up, and Kaido will become a muggle. At that time, with the navy guarding him, I'm afraid it will be a waste of human resources. He rescued him. Although according to the description in the memory, Kaido was arrested dozens of times and was still alive, but who knows how he did it. He really messed up and his number 1 worker was gone. By the way, Quinn, how much money do you have on you? A few million, but it doesn't matter. Just rob a ship. Isn't Kaido going to recruit subordinates? They will have ships. No, I just want to buy something when I replenish supplies. Kaido. Don't sleep. Wake up. Arceus was chatting with Quinn while reading the news in the newspaper, but he stopped halfway because he saw some special news in the newspaper. The John pirates appeared in the South China Sea, and the 277th Navy branch was attacked. None of the pirates in the 4 seas would blatantly attack the naval base, and they don't have the ability to do so. Moreover, it is clearly written in the newspaper that the John pirates came from the Grand Line. He now needs Kaido to confirm whether this John is the John they are looking for. Chapter 17, Real John or Fake John? You can never wake up a person who pretends to sleep. If this person can be woken up, then he is probably really asleep. Kaido sat up in a daze, and then there was a newspaper that was already in his face. John? This guy went to the South China Sea and attacked the naval base. Looking at the news in the newspaper, Kaido's face was full of disbelief. With his understanding of John, he couldn't do such a thing. So the John in the newspaper is the John you know. Look at the photo. It's him, Kakula Island. Quinn, where is this island? Near the doldrums, not much different from the direction we were originally heading, but why does this thing look so strange? Is this person a lunatic? Comparing the direction with the compass, Quinn modified the route and then continued to flip through the newspaper. Although the above news may not be all true, it is more or less of a reference value. As for Quinn saying that the other party is a lunatic, it is because their behavior is completely provocative to the dignity of the Navy. Later, it was detailed what John had done. He actually spread the news at the naval base and recruited pirates to form the John fleet. There are people who dare to attack the naval base, but those who dare not flee immediately after taking down the naval base, but occupy the island to recruit their men must be crazy. If it was Rox Quinn who did this, he could understand it. He had also heard about Rox's crazy behavior, but although Captain John has been notorious in recent years, their notoriety is mostly plundering, and there is little news of direct confrontation with the Navy. Even Kaido, who was once on the same ship with John, felt puzzled. The Navy or the world government will certainly not publish the news of pirates recruiting crew members in the newspaper, but Morgans, the current leader of the World Economic News, has never been afraid of big things. Big news is what he likes. The more sensational things he wants to report, the more he wants to report them. Although he will use exaggeration to attract people's attention and even make up some things, no one can stop him from reporting what he wants to report. A pirate actually dared to do such a thing. This is a rare big news. Of course, he would not let go of such news. A whole article was about this matter. Madman? I think he is an idiot. Even if this is the South China Sea, he did such a blatant provocation. Does he treat the Navy as a decoration? Shayna made a new conclusion about it. The Lunaria clan and the world government have had a grudge for hundreds of years, and the Navy belongs to the world government's subordinate institutions. Of course, she had intersections with the Navy during her escape. The biggest force on the sea is the Navy. Even decades later, the 4 emperors, the 7 warlords, the Revolutionary Army and many other forces are standing on the sea, and the Navy is still the biggest overlord. Due to many restrictions and the policies of the world government, the sea maintains a relatively chaotic state. Pirates can be domineering in a certain territory, but they are still no match for the giant Navy. This is still the case decades later, let alone today. Although the new generation of Navy has not grown up yet, the old generation of Navy is still fighting on the front line. Not to mention the birth of Hero Garp after the Battle of God Valley, the morale of the Navy is unprecedentedly high. Roger has not shouted out that classic sentence yet. The sea is relatively peaceful overall. Although the Navy of the 4 seas is not very strong, if there is still a living person in the Navy headquarters, it is impossible to sit idly by. You are right. Only idiots will do such a thing. Even Rox can't do it. John knows what kind of strength Rox has. And that guy knows how to seek benefits and avoid harm. Although he is greedy, he is not stupid. He will not do such a stupid thing. Although Kaido often does some seemingly reckless things, it is because his strength allows him to omit the use of his brain at this time. Why should he consider so much when he can rush through it directly? The word cunning is not an exaggeration to describe him. When he was still a trainee, John was already a cotter on the ship. The pirates of the 4 seas are too weak in his eyes. Even if there are good seedlings, they have not grown up. John went all the way from the Grand Line to the 4 seas to recruit his men, unless his brain was kicked by a donkey. It might be okay to fool people who don't know John, but for him, this news is full of loopholes. So this is a liar? But do the pirates of the 4 seas have this ability? Hearing Kaido say this, Arceus was a little disappointed looking, but also a little skeptical. There are many face-blind monsters and face-blind monsters in this world, plus the crooked technology tree, and information is not convenient in some places. People can only judge the identity of the other party from the bounty order, and may never have seen the other party in their life. According to the bounty order, wearing iconic clothes and drawing the pirate flag, it is not difficult to pretend. But according to Quinn, the naval base on Kakula Island is also relatively strong in the South China Sea, not to mention that there are warships and coastal artillery in the base. It is impossible to capture it without some strength. Not necessarily, that is indeed John's appearance, and the traces left by the destruction are similar to John, but the personality is not very similar to his. Maybe that guy has changed his nature. Go and take a look and you will know everything. Kaido can't be sure what happened just by relying on this newspaper. Going there to take a look is the best way. But we can't just sail slowly over there. The news in the newspaper is from yesterday. It won't take more than a few days to transfer troops from the Grand Line to here. We have to find out what's going on with John before the navy arrives. Kaido's body began to swell, blue scales surged onto his body, and the flames under his claws lifted the boat below and flew towards Kakura Island. At the same time, on the Red Earth continent, a team of elite navy was changing ships and heading to the South China Sea. At this time, Vegapunk had just joined the world government, and the technology of integrating sea stone into the bottom of the warship to shield the perception of the Sea King class had not yet been implemented. Even if the Navy fleet directly passed through the doldrums, it might cause unnecessary casualties. Although the specifications of the Four Seas warships were slightly worse than those of the headquarters, it didn't matter. The combat effectiveness of the soldiers and the leading generals was the elite. Although changing ships from the Red Earth continent would waste some time, it was more stable. Near Kachura Island, there are also large and small pirate ships approaching. There are many smart people on the sea, but there are also many stupid people. Pirates and the navy are naturally opposing camps, and in most cases, pirates are avoiding the pursuit of the navy. As a pirate, he attacked the navy base. This alone can attract many pirates. Chapter 18, Turbulent South China Sea. Hey, have you heard? The naval base on Kachura Island was actually captured by pirates. Oh, I heard it. I plan to go out and avoid the limelight. This place is too close to Kachura Island. I'm worried about something happening. On the island near Kachura Island, the residents of the town are discussing this matter. In the Four Seas, this is already a big news. The naval base was actually captured by pirates. This is something no one expected. Where do you want to go? The naval base has been captured. Now we are on land after all. If you encounter those pirates at sea, you will have nowhere to run. But if they come to rob here, I want to go to the Kingdom of Fedri. It is a member of the world government after all, so it should be safer. This kind of thing happened in the originally peaceful Four Seas, which made people panic. Moreover, other naval branches in the South China Sea did not choose to support, but chose to shrink their defense. The naval branch of Kakula Island is the strongest branch in the South China Sea. Just like Smoker's garrison in Rogue Town, the garrison here is also a colonel of the headquarters, and the navy under its jurisdiction is also elite. Such a branch has been defeated, and the contracted branch can't help at all. In addition, most of the base facilities on Kakula Island are intact. It is not realistic to complete revenge with the strength of the South China Sea Navy. The nearby branches have to choose to protect themselves, which has also led to the recent rampant pirates in the South China Sea. This is also the reason why that person wants to hide in the Kingdom of Federally. As a member of the world government, their country also has a large number of navies stationed, and their own king is also strong, and the domestic environment is not bad. It takes at least 3 days to sail from here to the Kingdom of Federally, and such ships have either run away long ago or dare not go out to sea. Do you want to row your fishing boat? Or go with me to hide in the mountains? Those pirates are just for money, they will never run to the deep mountains and old forests. Char Island, which is a distance away from Kakula Island, and on the sea here, 3 ships launched a gun battle, 2 of which belong to pirates and 1 belongs to the navy. Whether it is the tonnage or firepower of the ship, the navy's ships are at an advantage. Although the recent order from the South China Sea is that the navy near Kakula Island is not allowed to attack at will, shrink defense and wait for reinforcements from the headquarters, not all navy can tolerate this order. There are fallen vampires in the navy, and as navy, they do the same things as pirates, but there are also people who truly follow the justice in their hearts and fight to protect the safety of the people. Despite the order, some branches are still carrying out activities to combat pirates. Major. We are running out of ammunition. All the previous supplies are stranded on Kachura Island, and we have no shells. Come over and prepare for a boarding battle. Where did these damn pirates come from, everyone? We can't retreat. If we retreat, what should the residents of the nearby islands do? Get ready, we're going to board. Yes. In the end, one of the 2 ships escaped, 1 was captured, and all the remaining pirates on the ship were captured. Major, the colonel called and asked us to return to the base immediately. Other pirate groups have appeared near the base, and the base is short of manpower. Recently, the number of pirates in the South China Sea has entered a period of rapid growth. Under such circumstances, some of those who were hesitant before have also joined the ranks of pirates. When the desire in their hearts is aroused, people's depravity is only a moment. These surging numbers of pirates plus the orders from the headquarters have led to a shortage of manpower in the Navy. The Navy that is still on duty is still understaffed. The branch became short of manpower. They did not continue to pursue the escaping pirate ship, because that direction was Kachura Island. The major was upright, but not stupid. The number of pirates gathered there was not enough for a medium-sized warship like him that had run out of ammunition to deal with. And the order of the headquarters was to let those pirates go and wait for the arrival of the headquarters reinforcements to annihilate them in one fell swoop. While those pirates were rampant, a huge encirclement was also set up by the Navy. However, the pirates did not know about the actions of the Navy. These pirates living in the four seas did not know how terrible the monsters on the Grand Line were. Their behavior had touched the bottom line of the Navy, and even the world government felt ashamed. So in terms of mobilization, the annihilation force led by the Admiral of the Navy was already on the way. It's just that the Admiral of the Navy usually performs tasks in more important places, so it takes a while to rush over. And those pirates were still immersed in their own carnival at this time, and more pirates began to gather on Kachura Island. "Captain, are we really going to Kachura Island? We will only be cannon fodder there." On a pirate ship, the first mate's tone was a little hesitant. The bounty for him and the captain was only 3 million berries. He didn't think he was qualified to participate in such things. When some people were blinded by desire, there were sober people in the world, but he couldn't change the captain's order. "Don't be afraid, the navy of the 277th branch was defeated." That was the legendary pirate from the Grand Line, Captain John, with a bounty of 2.1 billion berries. How can we miss such an opportunity? As long as we get in touch with this person, we can also go to the Grand Line. The bounty issued by the Navy for the wanted pirates was used as a capital for the pirates to show off. This kind of thing is not common in the New World. People there understand that the bounty is at most a reference, and strength is the key. But in the Four Seas and even Paradise, many pirates regard the bounty as an alternative manifestation of strength. However, the bounty is set based on their strength and the degree of harm. Some people's bounties have nothing to do with their strength, but their crimes are too serious, or they know too much. Then he pulled the first mate to his side and whispered, "Besides, even if they are cannon fodder, they are those idiots who don't even have a bounty. Little ones. Speed up," Captain John said. "He wants to share the world's largest treasure with us. That must be a wealth that you can't spend in your lifetime. That is, Kaido is not here." If he heard this, he would probably laugh until cramps. One of the biggest jokes in the Rocks Pirates, John is willing to share his treasure. If the marks on the photo were not very similar to those caused by John, Kaido could conclude that this John was a fake based on the words of sharing treasure. At this time, in the room of the former base commander of the 277th Navy branch, a man in a red coat with a western knife and a long sword hanging on his waist on both sides was sitting on a chair with his legs crossed. In front of him was a Den Mushi that had not yet closed the receiver, but the other party seemed to have hung up, and there was still a strange smile on the corner of his mouth. Chapter 19, Peeper in the Sky. Although the Den Mushi had hung up, its expression had not yet completely recovered. From the Den Mushi's eyes that had just closed, it could be seen that its expression was exactly the same as John on the chair. This was in terms of attire. The shell of this Den Mushi had a mask-like attire. The Den Mushi looked similar to its owner, and its expression would imitate the person on the other end of the phone. The Den Mushi on the table was somewhat different from Captain John's attire at this time, but it was somewhat similar. He picked up a bottle of wine from the table next to him, pulled out the cork and drank directly from the bottle mouth, with an expression of enjoyment on his face. The base commander's collection, these days of the Navy, are really moist. He walked to the window and looked through the window at the training ground that originally belonged to the Navy, but there was no longer a Navy in training here, but instead a group of messy pirates. Fighting, brawling, gambling, doing all kinds of things without rules. Different pirate groups divided their own gangs. It seems that a large-scale fight will break out at any time. "Captain John, another pirate group has come to join us. Now we have more than 70 ships and more than 6,000 pirates. John's fleet has almost assembled. There are 7 people with a bounty of more than 10 million. When will we go to find the legendary treasure?" John's expression did not change much. Whether it was more than 70 ships or more than 6,000 pirates, or the pirate with a bounty of more than 10 million, it did not arouse his interest. The firepower of the pirate ship is naturally different from that of the Navy's warships. Among the more than 70 ships, many are small boats that can only carry dozens of people. Compared with the warships that originally existed in this base, there is a world of difference. Now their main firepower also relies on the 2 captured warships and the arms stored in Kakula Island. Those were the supplies that the Navy had not distributed some time ago, and now they all fell into the hands of this group of pirates. Don't worry, this is the world's largest treasure, enough for everyone to share. More people will help us get it faster. But Captain John, there are more and more people, and the supplies in the base are only enough for us to use for 3 days. Then go and rob. Do I need to teach you this? It's all robbed. Kakula Island is not a commercial island, there are not many supplies on it, and we have more and more people. The 277th branch has only 1,000 navy stationed. It's just a large warship with a few more troops in the headquarters, but this is the 4 seas after all, and a branch with 1,000 people stationed is already a lot. Originally, there were enough supplies for the branch to use for 2 months, but with the influx of a large number of pirates and the pirates' extravagance and waste, these foods are being consumed at a very fast rate. Moreover, the changes here have cut off all merchant ships, and they haven't seen fresh vegetables and fruits for a long time. This is also one of the reasons why those pirates often fight to vent their emotions. Captain John, you should go and comfort everyone. Those newcomers are worried when they don't see you. These pirates who gathered temporarily had no cohesion. They came here completely for John's reputation. After coming here, they just waited blindly, which made many people's patience worn out. Every time at this time, John needs to go out to comfort them. It's really troublesome. So, you go and tell them that we will set off within 7 days. Those who don't want to wait can leave. I'll be out soon. At this time, a fight was happening on the training ground that originally belonged to the Navy. No one knew what the cause was. The people around were making a fuss, wanting to see them fight to the death. Captain, should we continue to wait? Captain John has been waiting here for too long. What is he waiting for? Waiting for the Navy to surround him. Not everyone is a fool. The capture of the naval base will inevitably attract the Navy's encirclement and suppression. They thought John would take the opportunity to recruit some troops and then pour into the Grand Line, but they didn't expect him to stay here. It's been delayed for so long. It's a pity to leave now. Besides, he is also a pirate. It's impossible for him to reach a deal with the Navy. You all saw it that day. He chopped off the colonel's head. There is no possibility of reconciliation at all. In a corner where no one was around, an inconspicuous pirate picked up the den mushi and made a call. John still hasn't taken any action. He seems to be waiting for something. It's still unclear whether the treasure he mentioned is Locke's treasure. After saying this, he didn't wait for the other side to respond. He put away the den mushi and left here. He was a spy from CP7. Because his activity range was closest to here, he was sent here directly by the CP leader. After the Rock's pirates were wiped out, the world government did not find Rock's treasure. The huge wealth was also exciting for the world government, so it would naturally send people to pay attention to the situation here. If John took action in advance, he would be responsible for passing on information to the upper level. If John tried to leave alone, he would also send information so that the government could make new countermeasures. At this time, John also left his room and took the Navy's loudspeaker to paint a pie for the pirates below. His words seemed to resonate. Every time he spoke a paragraph, the pirate group would cheer. The scorching sun made the temperature on the school field not low, but the excitement of these pirates was not affected by the scorching sun. Treasures have a huge attraction for them, which is also the purpose of most pirates going to sea. Then a gust of wind blew over, and the clouds that came with it cast a shadow on the training ground, which made many pirates feel a lot more comfortable, but they didn't notice that the cloud was a little lower. And the shape of the cloud was not right. Arceus and his party also arrived at Kakura Island at this time. At this time, they were observing the situation below on Kaido's flame cloud. They also saw John standing in the center and giving a speech. This guy's voice and tone are the same as John's, but what he said is completely different from what John would say. He is really a strange guy. In the sky, Kaido was also listening to John's speech and made his own comments. Although they were still in the sky, the sound of ordinary people at this distance could not be transmitted, but the enhanced hearing and sight of the observation color allowed him to hear what John said, and John's previous words fell into his ears without missing a word. Compared with the armed color domineering, the ability of the observation color domineering is more diverse. Depending on the user, the observation color also has different abilities, and some special people have unique observation color that is born with. Chapter 20, The Wrong Person. Listen to the voice of all things, perceive in a large range, use the ability to read minds, predict the future, and the things that can be done are different according to the mastery of observation haki and one's own strength. Some of these abilities rely on development, and some rely on talent. Compared to the above abilities, observation haki has more terrifying abilities. This kind of observation haki can feel the psychological changes and emotional thinking of the target, experience the joys and sorrows of others, and can also convey one's own consciousness to the other party. It can let one's own ideas affect the mind of the target, can produce a strong resonance in thought, and subtly change the other party's values like brainwashing. However, this highest level of observation haki is innate and cannot be improved through future training. People who have this highest level of observation haki are rarer than those who have conqueror haki. Except for Princess Otohim of Fishman Island in the future, there is no second person who has similar abilities. Kaido's observation haki does not have so many special abilities, but the most basic enhanced perception is still very proficient. In that case, let's find a place to land first. In Arceus's opinion, although this John has many doubts, even if he is a fake, he is probably connected to the real John, and he should be able to get something he wants from him, but Kaido did not choose this method. He thinks it is meaningless to waste time with a fake. No, Toot Ruble, there is a simple way to know if this guy is the real John. Kaido opened his mouth wide, and the hot energy began to condense. Hot breath. The hot dragon flame spewed out, aiming directly at John in the center below. John was a coder on Rock's ship back then. If the John below was real, then his attack would not be so easy to work, and he must have a way to deal with it. If it was fake and couldn't take his attack, then he could only say that he deserved it. The price to pay for pretending to be someone else is very high. Kaido is not a person who will take care of others. Even his own people will sometimes be affected by him, not to mention those who have nothing to do with him. The hot dragon breath swept down, and the pirates who were close to John suffered an unexpected disaster for a while, and turned into charred slag under the burning of the flames. No one stopped Kaido's behavior. Quinn had no ability to stop it, and didn't want to stop it. He didn't take these people's lives seriously. Jin and Shayna also had an indifferent attitude. During their escape, their enemies were not only the world government. The navy, pirates, bounty hunters, and even ordinary people could be their enemies. Their hearts had long become indifferent under the baptism of the world, and things that had nothing to do with the Lunaria clan were not worth their attention. Arceus had the ability to stop Kaido, but he had no reason to do so. Arceus' influence allowed him to look at such things indifferently, and even the human heart did not mean to stop Kaido. The situation in the naval base was not very good. The people of Kakura Island were the ones who suffered the most from this change. At this time, his identity was an ally of the pirates, but it did not mean that he would also degenerate into that kind of scum. What is that? Kaido's hot breath attracted everyone's attention. The clouds dispersed, and Kaido's huge figure appeared in the sky. The main target of the hot breath just now was John, but it also took the lives of nearly 100 people nearby. The burning corpse undoubtedly spread fear among the crowd. Originally, they wanted to get closer to John to see if they could get familiar with him, but now they just want to stay away from this place of right and wrong. The crowd became chaotic, and then a roar calmed them down. Damn it, who dares to attack me? John was still alive, and the flames had not yet gone out, but John's voice came from the smoke. Yes, we have Captain John. Captain John is still alive. We still have Captain John. That's a big pirate with a bounty of 2.1 billion Baileys. Captain John, let that monster dragon see how powerful you are. In the Grand Line, Devil Fruit ability users are not uncommon, and most people who are mixed in the Grand Line know the power of Devil Fruit. But this is the South China Sea, and some pirates who are mixed here may never leave the vicinity of the island where they were born in their lives, and they have never heard of the legendary things like Devil Fruit. To some people, Kaido's dragon is just a monster, and their Captain John is naturally their dragon-slaying hero. Some people are still running away, but more people have stopped and started shouting John's name. John also saw the launcher of the attack, Kaido, who was flying in the sky. His eyes shrank and beads of sweat dripped from his forehead. You are so annoying. Ants should have some ant cognition. The shouts of the crowd seemed to anger Kaido. The domineering aura swept the entire navy branch with him as the center. Whether it was those small fry or the person with a bounty of over 10 million mentioned by the pirate before, they fell in groups like wheat being cut under the baptism of Kaido's domineering aura. The pirates with foam at the mouth and rolling eyes almost covered most of the training ground. Only those who never stopped running were still sober, but those people were also confused and puzzled. They didn't know what happened at all. Arceus jumped down from Kaido's flame cloud. His physical fitness was pretty good. Kaido lowered his height while releasing his domineering aura. Except for a big pit on the ground, he was not affected by anything else. Where is the real Captain John? He could smell the fear on the other person, and based on this, he couldn't be the notorious John. Although John's high bounty was related to his own style of doing things, his strength was also very strong, and he was a cotter on the rocks pirates. Kaido's attack just now was just a playful attack. He couldn't even stop such an attack. This couldn't be John. He just wanted to know what the relationship was between this John and the real John. What are you talking about? I am John. Just a person with special abilities. Don't be so arrogant. The strange creature that can talk, in John's view, is just an animal-type person with special abilities. At this time, Kaido has also turned into a human and landed on the ground. Do you still remember me, John? Kaido. Isn't this an old friend? Long time no see. Why do you appear in this way? This old friend made Kaido's face completely gloomy. There are indeed people on the rocks pirates who have a good relationship, but his relationship with John is definitely not an exception. This means that they have found the wrong person. Chapter 21, Another World Where Quinn is Hurt. Old friend? Then feel the care from an old friend. Kaido's face almost turned black. He is easily emotional and has always been moody. For Arceus, if he finds the wrong one, he can find it again. The stone tablets will not be lost, and no one can destroy them. Although he finds the wrong one, his emotions will not fluctuate too much. But Kaido is different. When he was on the ship before, when he was in the dream, he dreamed that he led a group of mythical beasts to launch a massive war. In the end, he turned out to be a fake. If he couldn't find the real John, he couldn't find Rock's treasure. If he couldn't find the treasure, he wouldn't know the whereabouts of the stone tablet. Without the stone tablet, his deal couldn't be completed, and his dream would be far away from him. For a pirate, what could be more serious than destroying the realization of his dream? Kaido picked up his mace, which was always hanging on his belt when he was in dragon form. This shows that the quality of his belt is quite good. You are John, right? Then you can definitely take this, Thunder Bagua. The strangest thing is that the people on Rock's ship didn't fight each other. If Rocks didn't have absolute crushing strength, those monsters would never be able to gather together. The consequence of this is that this pirate group has no cohesion at all. In the face of a big crisis, most people chose to go their separate ways, otherwise Rocks would not be so easy to defeat. Although there is no big conflict between Kaido and John, their relationship is not very good. Now even the former John can take this blow. The domineering mace hit John's head. No matter how John tried to dodge, the mace always locked his head. He had no choice but to raise his knife and swing it at Kaido, trying to block the attack. But at the moment when the western knife and the mace came into contact, unimaginable strange power was transmitted from the blade to his wrist. The blade was made of something unknown, but it was not broken by Kaido's attack, but he failed to hold his knife firmly, and it slipped out of his hand under Kaido's huge force. This guy can't use a knife at all. The posture of holding the knife is weird, and the difference between the strength of his left hand and his right hand is too big, and he doesn't look like a two-sword flow. Quinn and Jin commented on John. They were not considered swordsmen. Although Quinn had two knives hanging beside him, he had more weapons in his body. He might take out all kinds of strange weapons when fighting. As for Jin, the knife was just his weapon. He didn't have the so-called fixed moves. His knife only existed for fighting. But in their eyes, John was completely an amateur who couldn't use weapons. No, don't you think he's a little strange? Compared to normal people, his movements are a little stiff. Quinn and Jin were concerned about the collision of weapons, while Shayna saw the incoordination of the body structure. This feeling was not like a living person, but more like a puppet. And Kaido also had strange changes. After John's weapon was released, the mace hit John's head, and then smashed directly to the ground, but Kaido felt that the feel was a little wrong. What he hit was more like a piece of wood than a human. When the smoke and dust were dispersed, there was no blood on the ground, only fragments of unknown materials, mixed with white objects like bones, and a mask that was broken into several pieces. Stand? Ability user. Looking at the puppet that was beaten back to its original form, Kaido didn't understand what happened, but the clues he had finally found seemed to be broken. Quinn came over and picked up the things on the ground without hesitation and observed them. This should be a humerus. It seems to have been dried and spliced by special means, but this thing can actually speak. Kaido ignored Quinn's analysis and walked towards the base in front. Although the puppet in front of him disappeared, he noticed that there was still a special breath in the base in front of him. At this time, the pirates who fainted due to the influence of his domineering color stood up one by one, but their eyes were still white and they were not awake, as if they were controlled by something. A large number of pirates blocked the door of the base building, and had no intention of letting Kaido in. The broadcast in the base also sounded at the same time. Kaido. Why would a pirate like you be in such a place? Ah? Do I need you, a clown, to take care of me? I'm just here to find John. What's your relationship with him? Let him come out, or tell me where he is. I'm not interested in you. If he was just pretending to be John, it would be impossible to leave similar attack marks here. Moreover, the man's clothes were exactly the same as John's, and he seemed to have some understanding of his interpersonal relationships. These must have been premeditated. Kaido's voice was not very loud, but he got a response from the other party. He seemed to have a unique way. He, do you want to find John? Wait until you can find me. The pirates in the Four Seas are really a bunch of trash. It's better to play their value this way. There were crowds of people around, and those people and zombies surrounded Kaido and his group. Quinn, Jin, Shayna, and even Arceus were surrounded by many pirates. However, before Arceus could make a move, the pirates who were close to him were knocked away by two figures, one red and one grey. The flames and rocks formed an impenetrable defense line. I'm not that weak. Sir, if anyone can get close to you, it would be a real shame for us. You don't have to do anything. Jin and I will deal with them. At this time, an inappropriate voice sounded behind. Hey, can you two say something? You suddenly disappeared, and it's hard for me to deal with it. Quinn turned into a huge tropical dragon, and some of those fearless pirates had already climbed onto his legs. The sudden departure of Jin and Shayna caused Quinn was facing more pirates at the same time. Although they were all miscellaneous soldiers, it was troublesome. He didn't carry those heavy weapons, and the weapons in his body had not been replenished with ammunition. The ability of the tropical dragon itself had not been developed. At this time, he could only use his huge body to fight with brute force. On the other side, the other party's voice was still heard on the radio. Kaido, you are just an apprentice, don't be so arrogant there, you are already at an absolute disadvantage in terms of manpower. Manpower? What's the use of having more of these useless things? How can you be so naive? Chapter 22, The Fruit of Play Puppet Play. Kaido jumped into the air with his legs, and then activated his ability to become a form. Descending the third world, inducing Naraku. Waving an iron rod, he fell from the sky, but his target was not those pirates, but the buildings in the naval base. Those pirates looked aggressive and fearless, but they were very weak and could not stop Kaido at all. So Kaido completely ignored those guys, directly smashed the building down, and smashed a hole in the ground. And below that was the basement of the naval base, where a man was sitting cross-legged, carving a mask in his hand, looking at Kaido who appeared in front of him, with an incomprehensible shock on his face. I found you, your breath is as obvious as a torch in the dark night among this group of small fish. Everyone's breath is slightly different, and Fujitora can find the subtle difference with his super-wide perception. Although he doesn't know everyone's face, he can distinguish everyone even if he is blind. Kaido's observation color has not been developed in this direction, but perceiving the strength of an individual is also one of the basic abilities of observation color. After development, it can make a rough judgment of the enemy's strength. Although there is more than one breath in the building, how could Kaido not perceive a relatively strong breath mixed in such a group of small fish pirates? You know so many things, but you don't know the most basic common sense. Where did you run from? I'll ask you one last time. Where is John? The knife marks outside are obviously the work of John. He must have been here. Where is he now? The man didn't speak, but raised the mask in his hand and put it on his face. The mask had a pair of demon horns. Although the mask was a little abstract, it still looked like Kaido overall. Hehe, I am a person who has eaten the superhuman play fruit. The power of you guys will eventually be used by me. He suddenly changed his figure with the mask on, and turned into Kaido, but not in the form of a human, but in the form of a human. The play fruit, the person with the ability will have the ability of drama. The unconscious pirates before were like zombies because of the effect of his fruit ability, puppet show. Within his stage range, he can control other people to perform a drama as puppets, but the stronger the individual's strength, the harder it is for him to control. Even people with the strength of Quinn can't be easily controlled by him. However, puppetry originally focuses more on numbers. He originally wanted to make the Navy fall into chaos due to internal strife when the Navy arrived, but he didn't expect to use it on the pirates first. Kaido also indirectly helped him a little. If those people were not unconscious, it would be basically impossible for him to control such a number of puppets. And puppets can only be manipulated within the stage. He has not left here these days, just using his ability to transform this base into his own stage. John in the center of the field is his drama clone. With the mask he portrayed as a carrier, he can make a clone that is the same as the person portrayed by the mask and control it, but this requires some blood or body parts of the imitator to be similar. The mask he wears on his face at this time is another application of his ability, drama plus body. The drama clone can feel the enemy's power, and the main body can make the enemy's mask based on the feedback of the clone. When the main body wears the mask, he will gain the power felt by the clone, but the power must be felt within a few hours to make the mask. And he can only get physical strength. If the opponent is a person with special abilities, then he cannot possess the opponent's abilities. In other words, he is now using the mask to imitate Kaido's power and use Kaido to fight Kaido. Props. As he said these two words, a mace of the same model as Kaido appeared in his hand. On his stage, he can get the props he needs for his performance, including weapons. And Kaido's behavior also surprised him. Seeing that he could not replicate the ability of the fruit, Kaido actually released his form. Disguise? No wonder you can pretend to be John. Just let me see how far you, a fake, can imitate. Not only did he disguise himself as John, he seemed to have only a vague understanding of some things that John should know, such as he knew about trainees, but he didn't know the relationship between John and Kaido. This shows that he has seen John, and Kaido wants to pry open his mouth to get information about John, and he also wants to see what it feels like to fight with him. After a brief fight, the smile on Kaido's face faded, replaced by a sense of loss. What? You only imitated the force of being hit. This is too disappointing. The fake Kaido can also swing the Thunder Bagua, but the force is the same as the force Kaido used to attack the fake John. No matter what, he can feel the situation after a few rounds of competition. The most important thing is that this person's haki training is too poor. The shallow-armed color is not worthy of his Thunder Bagua at all. It is more appropriate to call him Thunder Yugua. His ability seems strange, but his combat power is very weak. This is the evaluation Kaido gave him. In the end, Kaido also lost interest in this boring drama. Let's feel what Thunder Bagua is. A huge human-shaped imprint was left on the ruins of the base building, and the other pirates collapsed to the ground again. When the ability users lose consciousness, their abilities will also be invalid. When the ability users of the play fruit fall into a coma, the drama will also end. Is this guy not dead? No, I held back. He should know John's whereabouts. Kaido has extremely rich experience in beating people to the point of near death, and he can do it very well. Arceus and his men did not stay in this base, but took the knocked out man away from the 277th branch, and took away a patrol boat, leaving only the unconscious pirates. The pirates who ran fast before had already sailed away. They came here for the sake of profit. It would be strange if they didn't run away when the situation was not good. The sky gradually darkened, and Quinn sailed on the wide sea. Although this ship was not as large as the large warship with more than 800 people like the admiral of the headquarters, it was much more spacious than Quinn's small boat before. Such a ship is also easy to operate, and 2 or 3 people can barely operate it. Even if they were given a large warship, they didn't have enough manpower to drive it. There was also a prison for pirates in the patrol ship. The man had been handcuffed with sea stone handcuffs. Because Kaido held back, he gradually regained consciousness at this time. Chapter 23, I just let him experience what I have experienced. Master Holy Beast, Brother Kaido, the identity of that guy has been found. He is this year's supernova, with a bounty of 200 million Baileys, and the drama of death, Prilt. The easiest way to determine the identity of a pirate is to look through the Navy's wanted order. There is usually a booklet on the warship that records the wanted order information, which contains bounty criminals in recent years. This information was provided by Kaido. When they boarded the ship, they were not very familiar with the Navy's patrol ships. While Quinn was still exploring the structure, Kaido had accurately stated the location of each cabin on the ship. The location of the detention room, ammunition depot, and especially the kitchen, he knew it clearly. As for the reason, he had been on this kind of ship several times and was familiar with the structure. This kind of ship was Kaido's favorite back then. The food was sufficient, the people were not strong, and they could pretend to be arrested and leave after eating. It was a good buffet restaurant. He also saw the booklet by chance when he was arrested before, so he blew it out directly. Prilt's ability is not simple, and he has a superficial domineering power. He doesn't look like an ordinary person, so Jin has been flipping through the wanted posters, and he has found the target. At this time, Quinn was steering outside, Shayna was making food in the kitchen of the ship, and Jin and Arceus were outside the detention room. The sound of Prilt's chains pulling when he woke up and struggled reached their ears. This guy is awake, he should know a lot of things. Kaido kicked open the door of the detention room, and the sunset on the sea level shot the last ray of light into the cabin, shining on his face, revealing a face wrapped in bandages. Kaido did not hold back, and then directly dragged him to the ship. The disfigurement was the result of his tenacious vitality. Tell me, where is John? Kaido's mace hit the floor, directly smashing a deep pit, and the flying wood chips even hit Jin's face. Kaido, be careful not to damage the ship. Don't worry, there are as many ships as you want. At worst, we can just rob a new one. Faced with Kaido's questioning, Prilt did not answer, but threatened Kaido instead. Assholes, you assholes! I'm a newcomer that Captain John values. Captain John will not let you go if you wait like this. Kaido, I know you, you're just an apprentice. You can't be Captain John's opponent. You don't seem to understand the situation. Looking at Prilt, who was still rampant after waking up, Kaido decided to let him understand the situation first. Just when he was about to let him experience the touch of the mace, Jin stopped Kaido. Jin, what are you going to do? Brother Kaido, leave him to me. I have a way to make him speak. For some reason, Arceus saw something wrong in Jin's eyes, and then at his request, Kaido and Arceus left the detention room first. The setting sun sank into the sea, and the sun's light returned to silence. Quinn also dropped the anchor and stopped the boat. There was a reef area nearby, and it was easy to damage the boat at night. When he left the cabin to find something to eat, he noticed the screams coming from the deck. He also saw Kaido with an interesting look on his face. Is this the scream of that guy? What happened? Jin is interrogating him. Kaido replied calmly. In his opinion, this was nothing. After a while, the voice inside went from tragic to weak, and finally became distant, and Jin opened the door and walked out. Master Holy Beast, he is willing to speak. You can ask anything you want to ask. I have to leave first. Jin wiped the blood on his hands, then left the cabin and walked to the deck. But before leaving, there was a hint of murder in his eyes when he looked at Quinn. Wow, is Jin a pervert? Brother Kaido, I think you should be more careful next time. Quinn looked inside. Even he, who was used to all kinds of experiments, could only describe Prilt as miserable. Broken and deformed arms, charred face, the stone that pierced his shoulder blade, and the bloodstains all over the ground described what happened before. But this kid's technique is really good. He avoided the fatal places. They were all terrible wounds that were not fatal. Human body modification requires familiarity with every part, so Quinn saw at a glance what Jin had done. Quinn, treat him. You and Kaido ask first. I'll come back later to see if you have missed anything. What are you going to do? Lord Arceus. Quinn is not a Lunarian. He feels very strange about the title of Holy Beast Lord. In fact, Arceus told Jin and Shayna that they could call him by his name, but they refused it. But Quinn is different. He originally wanted to call him Big Brother like Kaido. But in that case, Shayna and Jin would cast dangerous eyes on him, so he added a respectful title such as Lord or Mr. to his name. I'll go see Jin, he's a little bit off. Anyone can do this kind of thing, but it's more convenient to let Kaido ask, he knows John's information better. But Jin and Shayna are his closest subordinates at present, and he cares more about their conditions. If it weren't for the incomplete power now and the problem of consumption, he could give them better abilities, but that's for later. On the deck, Jin leaned on the side of the ship with both hands and looked into the distance, wondering what he was thinking. Abel, you're worried. I'm not, Lord Saint Beast, you worry too much. Your mood is already written on your face, there are no outsiders here, some things are not good to keep in your heart, but it will be more comfortable to say them out, if you really don't want to say it, forget it. Jin fell into silence, and after a long time, he still spoke. Master Holy Beast, you know I don't know how to torture. What about you just now? I just repeated what those people in the institute did to me on him. Breaking bones to test the speed of body recovery, emptying blood to test the speed of blood regeneration, injecting unknown drugs to test the effect and body's resistance to poison. The degree of tolerance to cold, heat, lack of water and other harsh environments, these are what Jin experienced in the institute. Some words were buried in his heart, and he would only think silently by himself, but when the topic was brought up, he could no longer stop. For Jin at this time, Arceus was not only a sacred object worshipped by the Lunaria tribe, but also an elder to whom he could tell his heart. These words were like complaints, and he also felt that it was not appropriate to tell such things to the holy beast, but on the sea, he could no longer find any familiar elders. Chapter 24, Promise. Uncle Ludo disappeared to lure the navy away, Brother Avanessa died with a group of pirates, Aunt Emile died at the hands of those CPS of the world government. What did we do wrong? From the day we were born, we were members of the Lunaria tribe. We did nothing, but ordinary people wanted to exchange us for bounties, and the world government wanted to use us for research and gain more power. That pirate only lasted less than a quarter of an hour, but Shayna and I went through that for a full 6 months. Jin told the things he had experienced. The disappearance of those names represented the departure of relatives, including his and Shayna's parents. The torture brought by the endurance experiment was very painful. The unknown drugs flowed from the blood to every corner of the body, and every skin could feel the pain. He even forgot how he persisted. He had only one thought in his heart, that he wanted to survive. He wanted revenge, he wanted to find a land where the Lunaria people could live freely. These are the things he buried in his heart. He was usually under a lot of pressure. He could always see familiar smiles and hateful faces in his dreams. This was why he looked at Quinn with a fierce look in his eyes. He had no good feelings towards all the researchers in that institute, even though Quinn's project had little to do with them. The flames behind him were burning, and several cracks appeared on the side of the ship under the pressure of his palms. Under the influence of the sea breeze, the waves stirred up by the waves were carried into the air, and unknown water marks fell at Jin's feet, wetting the deck. He had seen countless betrayals and conspiracies, the horror of greed, and countless battles and escapes. These combined made it easy for people to ignore a problem, age. Jin was only 14 years old at this time, and Shayna was a few months younger than him. She had just celebrated her 14th birthday not long ago, and spent it lying on the cold test bench in the institute with only walls. They were just 2 half-grown children, but they were carrying things they shouldn't have in advance. I'm sorry, Master Beast, I made you listen to too much nonsense. I shouldn't complain about it. Nothing, it's not good to worry too much, but Shayna, come here, you've been listening there for a long time. Arceus didn't look back, but said to the person behind him in a very affirmative tone. Even if he lost most of the stone slabs, his body's perception was very sharp. No, Master Beast, I just wanted to call Jin to eat. Do I need to cry? And Abel, your tears have already flowed. I didn't have much ingredients, so I cooked some curry. It was spicy when I cut onions. That's seawater, Master Beast. Both of them had their own reasons to reject all this, but at the age of 14, they lost all their relatives. How could they not feel sad when they recalled it? Shayna, Abel, listen carefully, blood debts must be paid with blood, and everything they owe to the Lunaria tribe must be paid back with interest. I guarantee in the name of Arceus that you will witness the glory of Lunaria burning on the Red Earth continent again. The people worshipped the gods, and the gods responded. At the beginning, he had his own purpose to give the Lunaria tribe power, and the Lunaria tribe also protected him until the last person, Even if only Jin and Shayna were left, they did not give up. This effort is worth a promise. The flames behind the two illuminated the deck. At this moment, the flames of Lunaria, with hope as the nutrient, added new fire. Arceus was a psychologist and helped the two to express their emotions, but the matter was not over yet. Jin's state made him feel something was wrong. The shadow of childhood sometimes cannot be cured in a lifetime. They are not considered shadows. They have seen the darkness of the world at the age when they should be full of youth. If they are not careful, it will be the reason for their blackening in the future. Abel, what was that expression on your face after the interrogation? Sir, I can't really describe that feeling, but I felt very comfortable afterwards. Psychological stress disorder syndrome. It is obvious that Jin has left some psychological shadows after experiencing these things, and he can relieve his inner pressure by imposing his own pain on others through interrogation. This can explain why Quinn in the normal timeline called Jin a pervert who loves to torture others. Without Arceus's assistance, Shayna would also die in the institute. It is not particularly strange that Jin, who lost all his people, has a twisted heart. Jin used this behavior as a way to vent his emotions. It's okay to vent appropriately, but don't immerse yourself in that feeling. You have to control your body, not let your body control your consciousness. This is a tragic world, and the Great Virgin can't survive here. In other words, it doesn't matter how miserable the enemy who is caught ends up. If Jin can vent his emotions in this way, it will maximize the value, as long as he doesn't develop to the point where he feels uncomfortable without interrogating others. Go and have a rest. You can tell me anything you want to say. It's almost time. I'll go see how Kaido and the others are doing. After experiencing Jin's tricks, Prill told everything he knew clearly. The South Sea Naval Branch was indeed destroyed by John, and he did go to the South Sea, but he left long ago. In fact, the Navy branch fell earlier than the newspaper reported, but his fruit ability staged a stage play, which delayed the time. I met Captain John in the Sabayati archipelago. He valued my strength, invited me to join his John pirates, and gave me this order. He asked me to pretend to be him to recruit crew members here to attract the attention of the Navy and other pirates, while he went to find the real treasure. Hey, drama bastard, we are not interested in your experience with John. What we want to ask is, where is John, do you understand? Quinn looked at him for a long time, but he didn't say a useful word, and couldn't help but feel impatient. Do you want me to find that perverted kid and come back to talk to you? No, don't. By the way, Captain John gave me something. You can definitely find him with it. It's in the interlayer of my hat. It's a small piece of paper. Quinn tore open his hat, and inside was a piece of paper floating to the north. Is this John's life card? Brother Kaido, it will be much easier to find John with this. Brew brew brew. Brew brew brew. At this time, the Den Mushi that was searched from him earlier also rang. Chapter 25, You are still a double agent. Answer the phone, you'd better know what to say and what not to say. Quinn picked up the Den Mushi and put it in front of Prilt, showing the same dangerous smile, but when the voice from the other side of the Den Mushi came, no one expected that Prilt was quite thoughtful. Prillet, this is Spandine. Zephyr's fleet will arrive at the 277th branch in 2 days. You should hurry up and leave there. Got it. Yes, I understand. Why are you talking so strangely? And what happened there? Why didn't anyone else send back any information? Those pirates had a fight. Maybe the people you arranged were also injured. Prillet, you'd better be honest. Rock's treasure is not something that someone like you can get. Zephyr is coming soon. Don't let it fall into his hands. After the voice fell, Spandine cut off the Den Mushi, and Quinn showed a more dangerous smile on his face. Oh, it seems that you are not telling the truth completely. No, wait. I just haven't finished yet. You haven't asked such a thing yet. Then you can tell the truth now. Why are you connected with Spandine, a CP9 person? Spandine, the father of Spondum, is the current head of CP9. Although the world government only has CP1 to CP8 to the outside world, CP9 and CP0 are not secrets to powerful people. People like Quinn who have senior experience in illegal research groups certainly have enough knowledge about this, and when Vegapunk was forcibly recruited by the government, it was Spandine who led the team. A pirate who has just gone to sea, even if he is a supernova, but he is related to the world government and a big pirate at the same time, which is really not right. In the terror brought to him by Jin in the shadow of terror, Prilt finally told everything. He had been arrested once before arriving at the Sabayati archipelago. He was originally going to be sent to the underwater prison Impelton, but he met Spondam. After the Rocks pirates were destroyed, the sea did not return to peace. With the current policy of the world government, pirates cannot be eradicated. The current situation in the sea is the result of their indulgence. Rocks was originally a huge chain. He forcibly locked the monsters on the sea together. Rock's defeat also meant that this bondage disappeared completely. Now most of the monsters in the New World were once Rock's crew members: Whitebeard Edward Newgate, Golden Lion Ski, Big Mom Charlotte Lingling, Captain John, Wang Ji, Silver Axe. They almost occupied most of the New World. They are not afraid of pirates, nor are they afraid of pirates being too strong. What they are worried about is that these pirates suddenly have brain spasms and do something incomprehensible, just like Rock's back then. Rock's ambitions are well known, but no one thought that he would actually attack the celestial dragons directly. In order to prevent encountering a madman like Rock's again, the CPS of the world government also began to try to insert undercover agents into the pirates to report these situations in a timely manner. This was Prilt's original mission: to enter the New World and join a certain pirate, and to send back intelligence regularly. Part of his bounty was deliberately promoted by Spandine. Spandin's ability is not too outstanding, but his relationship in the world government is very strong. After all, he can push Spondam, his useless son, to the position of CP9 chief. Later, Prilt met John in the Sabayati archipelago and was crushed again. In the first half of the Grand Line, he could basically dominate the world by relying on the power of the Devil Fruit, and the natural system had a very transcendent status. In the eyes of those who have just set sail, the natural system means invincibility, but in the New World where competition is more intense, with the popularity of domineering, people who rely solely on fruit abilities can easily suffer. The play fruit made Prilt's physical skills not strong. After all, he can use the mask to simulate abilities, and he can also obtain a puppet army. With these abilities and Spandin's arrangement, he had smooth sailing in the first half of the Grand Line. John gave him a head-on blow, making him realize the cruelty of the pirate world. At this moment, he regretted going to sea. However, his mask ability was valued by John, so he was recruited by John again. At this time, he was already afraid, so he told Spandine that he didn't want to enter the New World, and also told him about John. Unexpectedly, Spandine put forward a new condition for him. As long as he can go undercover in John's pirate group and find clues to the treasure, the world government can cancel his bounty and make him a legal citizen again. There are many people who are attracted to Rock's treasure, including the world government. It is the treasure of the entire Rock's pirates. What Rock's likes cannot be different gold and silver coins. At the very least, it must be a treasure of great value. However, in addition to rescuing the celestial dragons, defeating Rock's and destroying many of Rock's crew members, the Battle of God Valley did not yield any other gains. Rock's treasure disappeared, and the world government could not figure out where the treasure was. However, according to the confession of the surviving pirates, this wealth is likely related to John. But even so, they did not go looking for it in a big way. One reason is that John's traces are difficult to find, and that Guy's ability is very difficult to target. Searching for him is too wasteful. He is the only pirate in the New World who does not have a fixed territory and is searching for treasures or robbing treasures every day. Moreover, many of Rock's treasures were robbed from the treasuries of member countries. If the discovery of his treasure is made known to everyone, then the treasure belonging to the kingdom must be returned. But if it is found secretly, not only will the treasure belong to the world government, but Spandine himself will also get a lot of benefits, so he made this request to Prilt. In order to be an ordinary person again, Prilt accepted John's invitation. Then John personally attacked the Navy branch in the South China Sea, and then made Prilt look like him, and released information to recruit John's fleet. John also knew that many people were watching him. Rox's treasure was a fortune that was enough to make anyone crazy, and wealth was just the most ordinary thing among them. The purpose was to attract everyone's attention, and he took advantage of this gap to find those things. Rox was a pirate, not a mobile bank. He did not bring all the treasures with him when he sailed, just like the green peppers in the Flower Kingdom hid all the treasures in the permafrost ice continent. Rox only brought a small part on the ship. Chapter 26, What if he has fishman blood? He hid more treasures in places only he knew. He also knew that there were few people under his command who could confide in him. They all had their own ambitions. As long as they lost their suppression, these ambitions would inevitably burst out. It took John a long time to find the clue of Rock's treasure. He went to Hachino's to search for a crucial clue. That's all Prilt knew. He only knew that John got a clue, because John explained to Prilt a lot of knowledge that he knew in order to make Prilt disguise himself better. Prilt copied his own abilities. Ordinary pirates were not his opponents. The powerful monsters were basically in the New World. If he wanted to return to the South China Sea from the New World, he would have to go to the South China Sea to find a clue. Even if he could fly, it would take a lot of time. And the general pirates would be cautious and would not fight him directly. It would be a good thing for him if he was lured by Prilt. Only those who were on Rock's ship at the time could find this disadvantage, but those people were in the New World, and some were right next to him. He never thought that there would be an anomaly like Kaido in the South China Sea. Well, the information is almost right, Quinn, get rid of him. Wait, I didn't lie, I told you everything. Why do you want to do this? Didn't I say you would let me go? When did you have this illusion? Even when Jin tortured you, he didn't say this. Kaido said disdainfully. Although there was a door between them, this kind of door could not block the hearing enhanced by the observation color. Wait, I can be your undercover. Forget it, you are not trustworthy at all, and you are too weak. I am not interested in people like you, Quinn, throw him into the sea. Sinking into the sea is basically a death sentence for fruit ability users. Ordinary people have to tie a stone to restrain their hands and feet when they sink into the sea, but for ability users, even this step can be skipped directly. After sinking into the sea, they will automatically enter a weak state and will not be able to swim. However, when Quinn was about to throw him into the sea, he happened to meet Arceus, who was going to check on the situation. What are you going to do? He is useless. All the information he knows has been revealed. Brother Kaido asked me to get rid of him. So you are going to throw him directly into the sea? Ah, he is an ability user, isn't this simple? How can you do this? Arceus' words gave Prilt a glimmer of hope, but Arceus' next words broke his hope. What if he has the blood of a fishman and can breathe underwater? What if he is swallowed by a big fish and then caught by someone? Since we have to deal with him, we should deal with him cleanly and make sure he is dead before throwing him down. It is a taboo to silence him without finishing him off, not to mention that he is a senior. What happened on Kakula Island is inconsistent with his values. He is not interested in Prilt's life and death at all, just asking Quinn to do it cleanly. The result did not change, but some steps were added, such as chopping off the head before throwing it into the sea. After that, Arceus also went to see the few fruits in the kitchen. After the fruit ability user dies, the fruit will be randomly reborn in a corner of the world. If you are lucky enough, then the fruit is likely to be reborn nearby. Maybe he can also get a randomly generated magical backpack, but it turns out that no one on this ship has such luck. The fruit is still the same as before, but looking at these fruits, Arceus suddenly has a question. Just then Quinn came over and picked up an apple. In order to make a more delicious banana in a while, he increased his intake of fruit. Quinn, the devil fruit will randomly attach to other fruits, right? That's right, is there any problem? What do you think will happen if a person with special abilities eats a fruit and the fruit mutates and he accidentally bites it and the juice flows into his mouth? It's no secret that eating 2 devil fruits will make people explode, and it's no secret that the fruit will randomly regenerate, but when these two things are put together, it's a bit scary. Although the probability is slim, it's not impossible. Looking at the fruit in his hand, Quinn suddenly hesitated. Then he picked up a knife and cut the fruit first. Even if the fruit regenerates, it will only regenerate on a complete fruit, so it's safe. From then on, even if he eats grapes, Quinn will cut the grapes and never eat a whole bunch directly. Now they have a direction to sail, but a new problem has arisen. The life card can indicate the direction and even show the owner's life status, but it cannot show the distance. They don't know how long it will take to find John. Prilt only said that John is now in the first half of the Grand Line, and John didn't tell him the specific location. But after all, there is a direction, and the patrol ship continues to sail towards the Grand Line. 2 days later, the team sent by the Navy headquarters completely blocked the waters near Kachura Island and gradually reduced the encirclement. The reason for wasting so much time is to expand this encirclement. These pirates gathered together had no power to fight back against the elite fleet of the headquarters, and were completely wiped out in a very short time. Due to Kaido's domineering color at the time, most people didn't know what happened. A few people couldn't explain the situation clearly. They only saw a giant dragon, and the culprit John was nowhere to be found. However, the news sent out by the Navy was that the Navy won a great victory and John fled. Today, when the Navy's face was challenged, they must have a news of victory. A large number of pirates were escorted to various prisons. Many of them were not even qualified to enter Impelton. Zephyr was still the no-kill general. The one who caused the most damage to these pirates was Kaido. Spandine was the first to know the news, and Pulit's loss of contact made him think that he had followed John. Under his operation, a group of agents began to look for his whereabouts. At this time, Arceus and his party were staying near an island. Quinn dismantled the original small boat and modified the Navy's patrol ship. They were about to reach the doldrums. It was impossible to sail in the doldrums by sail, so he added an outer wheel to the ship. Waiting for a new power device. Arceus looked at the vast sea area of the calm belt, where he felt a throbbing sensation, and it was still moving. Chapter 27, Kaido, am not good at water. The only thing that could make him feel this way was the stone slab, but at this moment his emotions were mixed with anger, because the breath he sensed was moving, that is, something had stolen his stone slab. His control over the stone slab had a range, and now the stone slab appeared within his perception range, but it was not yet within his control range. Kaido, get up and work. What's wrong? I feel the breath of the stone slab, it's on the sea, and that guy is wandering in the nearby sea. Kaido, who had fully opened his observation color, did not detect any breath, and his observation color did not focus on the range, and the perception range could only be said to be average. At this time, he had a new understanding of Arceus's perception. However, this did not affect his actions. He turned into a giant dragon and took Arceus straight into the sky, flying in the direction indicated by Arceus. Shayna and the others had not even figured out what was going on. Kaido and Arceus had long disappeared, while Quinn was still busy remodeling the ship, and the power plant was about to be installed. His need for a younger brother was now higher than Kaido's, and he urgently needed someone of lower status to do odd jobs. He could not order anyone around the entire ship, and due to technical problems, he was also the ship's doctor, shipwright, helmsman, researcher, fighter, odd job, and musician, but the kitchen was taken over by Shayna. At first, the kitchen was under Quinn's control, but he was a pure sweet party, and the large amount of rice cake and red bean soup was so sweet that people felt sick, so he was replaced by Shayna. Shayna and Jin were installing the outer wheel outside the ship, and heard Arceus' voice and saw Kaido taking off directly. We are still too weak. If Jin's psychology was slightly distorted, so he would vent his emotions through torture, then Shayna was better than him, but the object of her pressure was herself. Weakness is the original sin, this is her new understanding. As long as she is strong enough, she will not only be able to escape, but also pull down all the guys sitting on the throne. But now she is too weak, so weak that she can't help Arceus more, and can only watch them do it themselves. We will become stronger. We have time and we have the support of the Holy Beast. When the Holy Beast was not hatched, it could bring strength to the tribesmen, let alone today. That's because of the Holy Beast's stone tablet. By the way, where is the stone tablet we lost that year? The stone tablet was lost when we were born, but if I remember correctly, Brother Avanisha said that the stone tablet was not lost, but was hidden on an island, but everyone who knew about it died. I only know that it seems to be an island with a lot of gold. Yes, but Brother Avanisha also heard it from Grandpa, an island with a lot of gold. This range is too large. Due to the world government, they have no fixed place to live. The escape track of the Lunalia tribe at that time was all over the Four Seas and the Grand Line. No place was safe, and transfer was the most common thing. The most peculiar thing about the Grand Line is the changeable climate and island culture. The previous island may be a future island with advanced technology, and the next island may be an ancient island full of dinosaurs. There is no regularity in the changes of spring, summer, autumn, and winter, and there is a lot of gold. What is this more relative to? It is also a question. Let's transform the ship first. Finding that John is the most important thing. Yes. The two lifted the huge outer wheel and began to reinforce the outer hull. At this time, Kaido was also flying around in the sea area of the doldrums under the guidance of Arceus. East about 2 kilometers, no, that guy turned and is now in the south. Bastard, he ran to the north again, don't let me catch this damn thief. The target he was chasing had been running around aimlessly, and the speed was not slow. Kaido chased for a long time before catching up, but the target still did not stop. After a while of chasing, the thing stopped, and Arceus and Kaido also came to the top of the thing. The sky has completely darkened, and the sea surface of the calm belt is even darker. When Kaido lowered his altitude, the sea surface was still empty. You didn't sense it wrongly, did you? Impossible, it's right below, but it's underwater. Underwater this is the calm belt, and below can only be the calm belt's nest. Could the thing you are looking for be eaten by the Sea King? The unique product of the Sea King, is a supergiant monster under the sea. It is common to have a body size of tens of meters. Super large sea kings of thousands of meters also exist. They have a huge body and they are not low in wisdom. The ability of Poseidon, the Sea King among the three ancient weapons, is to control these super large sea kings. Although for the strong, sea kings are not difficult to deal with, their huge bodies are just a target. But for ordinary people and fleets, these sea kings can bring devastating disasters. Super large sea kings can even feed on islands directly and swallow an entire island directly. It is true that those people are not afraid of the sea kings, but only if the sea kings float to the surface. No one dares to fight against the super large sea kings in the deep sea. The ships they are proud of are just toys in the eyes of the giant beasts. Not everyone has Jack's courage, and dares to attack the huge size of the target. Although his vitality is extremely tenacious, the sea is his forbidden zone. As a person with special abilities, he still has no way to deal with it if he sinks to the bottom. As for the sea kings who have been hiding in their nests, he has no way to deal with them. It doesn't matter. This thing has entered my control range. Let's land there first. There is no wind in the calm belt, not that there are no islands. Some islands in the calm belt are rich in resources, but it is very dangerous to enter and exit. There are always more solutions than difficulties. The 9-snake island can enter and exit the calm belt with the help of poisonous snakes. But there is no one living on the island where Kaido landed now. It is just an ordinary deserted island. Entering his control range, Arceus began to call his stone tablet back to its place. The depth of the sea is not uniform. The seabed is uneven. There is the Fishman Island located at a depth of 10,000 meters, and there is also a sea area that will touch the bottom at a depth of 1,000 meters. At this time, about 3,000 meters below, the sea water began to become turbid, and something was floating up. And in the dim deep sea, a bright golden light also lit up. Chapter 28, The Spear of Elbaf and the New Slate. The light gradually grew larger, and the entire deep sea was illuminated by this golden light. It seemed that a new sun appeared on the bottom of the sea. As the vision gradually became clearer, the figure of this giant beast was fully revealed. It was a super large sea king of the anglerfish type. The light was not the sun, but the bait on the top of the anglerfish's head. Another name for anglerfish is lanternfish, which is because of the lantern-like hunting tool on the top of their heads. In the deep sea, they can use the small lantern on their heads to attract phototactic creatures. They are the fishermen in the depths of the sea. It's just that the size of this anglerfish is a bit too big, and the size of some islands is not as big as its body. Sea kings can be of any type. Even if they have the head of a giraffe or a rhino, it is not strange. Sea kings of the anglerfish type are already normal. And the reason why it floated up was because of a pain in the body. The shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line. Arceus's way of moving the stone slab is to let it fly directly to him. He doesn't know where the stone slab is, and it may be stuck by something during the flight. For example, the stone slab is now stuck on the stomach wall of the Sea King, and it is still forcibly flying upwards. Although the 3-meter-long stone slab is not even a toothpick for the Sea King, the stinging pain from the stomach wall still makes it irritable. Floating up will reduce this pain, so it also starts to swim upward under the guidance of the stone slab. The IQ of sea kings is indeed much higher than that of ordinary sea beasts. It can be said that they are smart, but this is only from the perspective of sea beasts. Kaido, that thing is coming out, get ready. Ah, I saw it, and I just happened to have a trick to deal with the big guy. Even if Arceus didn't say it, the rolling sea surface and the light in the deep sea had already entered Kaido's field of vision. The giant sea king emerged from the sea, and the light from the bait on its head even covered the light of the moon. Even in the night, its red skin could be seen. At this point, Arceus had a stronger control over his slate. Under Arceus's guidance, the slate broke out of the giant anglerfish's body. Although the size of the wound was only about the size of a pinhole for the giant sea king, it could be healed quickly with the sea king's self-healing speed. However, the slate that came out of the body also made it feel severe pain. After being summoned, the slate burst out with a more dazzling light, which cleared the dirt on its body surface, and then flew towards Arceus and merged into his body. The traces left by the slate in the night sky were also captured by the giant Sea King. Its wisdom told it that its pain was inseparable from the two little things in front of it. A terrifying roar came from the anglerfish. It just looked like an anglerfish, but its structure was already very different from that of an anglerfish. They were marine monsters, not fish. The huge mouth opened, and the sharp fangs were as big as the patrol ship they were on before. Judging from the extent of the mouth, it wanted to swallow the island they were on in one gulp. Isn't this guy a bit too big? Kaido couldn't help but sigh at the size of this thing, and raised his mace towards the anglerfish with his legs apart. Just try this move, the move of the giants. The muscles in his arms bulged, and he swung the mace down heavily, and then a huge shock wave came out of his hand. Elbaf's spear, Waigyuo. Elbaf, the kingdom where the giants live, is naturally huge. They are very powerful even if they don't exercise much, and almost every giant is a natural warrior. The spear of Elbaf is a move of the giants. Outsiders usually don't know the skills of the giants. Kaido is not familiar with the giants, but he is very familiar with Big Mom. Big Mom not only gave him the mythical beast species of the fish fruit, but also taught Kaido this very powerful skill. The giants also have a combined attack skill. The hegemony released by the blue ghost Turai and the red ghost Broki can directly penetrate an island-eating monster, which is a giant sea king like this anglerfish. Kaido can also release the hegemony with Big Mom. As a prerequisite for the combined attack, the single-person release of the Waigyuo is even more basic, so Kaido has mastered this move of the giants. Whether it is moves or abilities, Big Mom has given Kaido a lot of help. With Big Mom's personality, these two people may really have an affair. However, Kaido has not reached his peak at this time, and he released the Waigyuo himself, so the power is inevitably a little insufficient, and it cannot be like the combined attack of the giants, directly destroy the Sea King. It only opened a big hole in the body of this anglerfish, but in terms of the vitality of the Sea King, this thing is still alive. And it also understands that these little things in front of it are very dangerous, and even have the ability to kill itself. The huge body began to sink. The anglerfish wanted to escape from this dangerous environment, but its huge body caused it to sink very slowly, and it took a long time to dive back into the water. In this gap, it was attacked by Arceus's destructive death light again, and there was another penetrating wound on its huge body. In the wailing, a lot of things were spit out from its big mouth comparable to an island, and even fragments of the island could be seen, and blood gushed out of the holes in its body. It seems that it did not eat the stone slab, but when it was eating a certain island, it happened to swallow the stone slab that fell on the island. The light above its head was still bright, but this huge anglerfish had sunk into the deep sea. The stone slab was completely integrated into the body, and the lost power returned again. However, Kaido sensed a change from Arceus. When he just absorbed the stone tablet, a dark and ferocious aura came from him. Although it has dissipated now, Kaido is sure that his perception is correct. That aura just now. It's part of my power. Although it's not what I want most now, it's still pretty good. What he wants most is psychic power. In reality, psychic power is widely used. Whether it is changing the form or telekinesis, it is very practical. However, the stone tablet in this anglerfish is the evil-faced stone tablet of the evil system, so Kaido can sense that kind of fierce aura. Strength returns to 3/8. Every additional stone tablet means that he has mastered a series of skills. The practicality of evil skills is also not low, but it is not as convenient as psychic skills in life. With the stone tablet in hand, Kaido and Arceus returned to the original island. At this time, there was a running lizard on the sea. Chapter 29, Girl, you are so brave. On an unknown island, Kaido drank up the little alcohol left in the patrol ship. He was also very happy that Arceus found the slate. He liked to drink when he was happy, and he would easily black out when he drank. But to be honest, whether Kaido was drunk or not did not depend on the amount of alcohol, but on whether he wanted to get drunk. If he didn't want to get drunk, it would be very difficult to completely paralyze his nerves with alcohol. If he wanted to get drunk, then drinking a little would be enough. Now was the time when Kaido wanted to experience the feeling of being drunk. The creatures living on the island were in trouble at this time. The island environment formed a closed-loop food chain, but the food that was originally at the top of the food chain had also become food at this time. Roasting is the most primitive cooking method of human beings. With the right heat and sufficient seasoning, the taste of the roasted food would not be too bad. The common sense of outdoor accommodation had nothing to do with them. Except for being careful not to burn the entire island accidentally, the danger had nothing to do with them. It was quiet in the night, with only the occasional sound of burning and crackling of firewood. At this time, a figure on the sea was approaching the island quickly. It was not swimming or flying, but running completely on its legs. It had a green body and was more than 1 person tall. Overall, it looked like a creature that was a combination of a snake and a lizard. It had a long neck and moved upright, which made it somewhat similar to a dinosaur. It had wide webbed feet and a long tail behind it to keep its balance, which was why it could run fast on the sea. This was a basilisk lizard, and it was a strange creature that should have been extinct long ago. However, it had a simple saddle on its back, and a little girl was sitting on it. It had long golden hair, a purple skirt, and a simple red hairband on its head. The Sea King would occasionally swallow a lot of things, which was the source of her supplies. "Elizabeth, go to the light, I smell the aroma of food, it's the smell of meat, I don't know how long I haven't eaten meat." While speaking, saliva has already flowed from the corners of her mouth, and the lizard called Elizabeth is the same. This lizard has a gentle personality, is easy to tame, has a long lifespan, and is omnivorous, but its own combat power is weak. On weekdays, it mostly eats vegetarian food or catches some small animals. But where it used to live, you can't find birds or other things, because it used to live in the stomach of the giant anglerfish. The super large Sea King swallowing the island is no joke. The giant anglerfish has 3 stomachs in its body, each of which has a small island, and this girl is the survivor on an island. The previous attack by Arceus and Kaido caused the stomach of the Sea King to be pierced, and it vomited a lot of things. She and the lizard took this opportunity to escape from it. Because Elizabeth could run on the water and had great durability, they successfully left the doldrums. The basilisk lizard made very little noise on the sea, and the Sea Kings living below did not notice it at all. Or rather, the Sea Kings that woke up went to besiege the severely injured anglerfish Sea King. After running on the sea for a long time, 1 person and 1 lizard accidentally ran to the island where Kaido and his group stayed temporarily, and were then attracted by the fire and the faint smell of meat. At the edge of the island, the girl and the lizard thought that no one had discovered them, but they did not know that when they just came up, Jin, who was on guard on the boat, discovered them. He originally wanted to catch the little guy directly, but was stopped by Shayna, who came to take over. "Why are you stopping me?" Jin asked in a low voice on the boat. The girl who was crawling below did not notice that the 2 people on the boat behind her were already staring at her. After the boat docked, the big some people will not sleep on the boat. No matter how well the boat is built, it will shake slightly under the waves. For sailors, being able to rest on land is a rare and stable place. For people on the sea, this is basically a default common sense, and she is just a child of a few years old, and she has never thought about so many things. She seems to be going for the remaining barbecue. Let her go. It's not good to be hungry. Only after experiencing that feeling, you know how painful it is, which cannot be expressed in words. The Lunaria people are tenacious, but it does not mean that they will not be hungry. It's just that they have a stronger tolerance. In their escape life and life in the laboratory, they have experienced almost all kinds of suffering. Looking at the little girl, Shayna felt a little sympathetic, but sympathy was sympathy. She still put away the flame, spread her wings and flew over. "You continue to keep watch, I'll go and see what she wants to do. She will help those she wants to help to the best of her ability, and will not hesitate to break the other person's neck when she finds a problem." Arceus is not here now. He is using some beasts on the island to experiment with the specific effects of skills, such as the evil provocation. Some skills have effects similar to the rule-based abilities in reality, which is very difficult to solve. For example, provocation will make the opponent angry in the game. The opponent can only use skills that inflict damage within 3 rounds, but reality is not a turn-based game, and the effects of provocation are more diverse. At this time, he let some beasts start fighting. When we find the green slate with grass attributes, we should try to make a grass knot. If it is the size of ounce, I don't know what effect it will cause. The higher the weight, the higher the damage of the grass knot. However, the principle of this skill is to trip the opponent. The giants should not fall and faint, probably. Practice is the only criterion for testing the truth. Without specific practice, he is not sure of the specific effect, just like the effect of provocation is far beyond expectations. On the other side, the little girl and Elizabeth touched the remaining barbecue and had eaten their stomachs. The stomach tolerance of people in this world is obviously higher than that of ordinary people, and there are also many people with big hearts. For example, Kaido was sleeping soundly beside him, one was still sleeping, and the other was still eating. Are you full? I'm full who? Faced with this sudden question, the little girl hesitated for 3 seconds, and then suddenly felt something was wrong, and Quinn, who was out looking for a midnight snack, just happened to be here. In order to modify the power device as soon as possible, he had been modifying the ship before, and now that the work was done, he wanted to find something to eat. Shayna originally wanted her to leave quickly after she was full, but her appearance and the sudden appearance of Quinn seemed to scare her, so she did something unimaginable. She hijacked Kaido, who was still sleeping. Chapter 30, Kaido's Awakening Heart of the Kindergarten Principal. She took out a small knife that looked like an antique from her waist, and then rolled over to Kaido. Don't come over. If you come over, I'll kill this guy. Shayna's expression twitched a few times, and Quinn was so shocked that he dropped his cigar. They didn't know what to say for a while. If Morgans were here, tomorrow's news headlines would probably have all been there, so his exaggerated descriptions would probably result in similar headlines. Mysterious little girl, rising star of the new era, Kaido was kidnapped. The size difference was huge, and her action of holding a knife across Kaido's neck looked a bit funny in this gap, and neither Quinn nor Shayna took it seriously, as this knife couldn't even pierce Kaido's skin. It was the same even when he was sleeping. Aren't you and that pervert Jin on night watch? How did she get here? Just a little thief who stole food. I'm watching her. How could such a little girl be in any danger? So now, who do you think is in danger? Quinn picked up his cigar and threw it out again. The scene was too shocking, and he held the cigar upside down, burning his mouth. Shayna was right. In this case, the dangerous one was definitely not Kaido. This was a monster known as the strongest creature. Even the guillotine couldn't hurt him, let alone this little dagger. This is also what shocked Quinn. Although not everyone can recognize Kaido's identity, even if you look at his size, he is not a good target. How can this kid be so brave? Hey, don't ignore me, I will really do it. What's going on? I grew taller. She was waving the dagger in her hand at Quinn and Shayna, but suddenly she felt that she had become a lot taller. Of course, she would not grow taller out of thin air, but Kaido woke up. Kaido sat up and picked her up directly, which is why she felt that she had grown taller. Kid, do you want to kidnap me? That's right, brother Kaido, this little girl actually took you as a hostage, why not kill her? Quinn is the one who cares least about the lives of outsiders. In his eyes, the life of a little kid doesn't matter at all. This also scared the little girl. She waved the dagger in her hand and stabbed Kaido's arm, and then the knife broke. Looking at the broken dagger in her hand, she was confused for a moment. Why can someone's skin be harder than steel? What kind of monster is this? Is it going to die? No, I'm just escaped from Lantern Master's belly. However, Kaido did not make a move. The little girl's behavior seemed to arouse his interest. Hehe, it's a very interesting kid, but it's a pity that she is too weak. Hey, how about coming to my ship as an apprentice? Your courage will definitely be useful in the future. As we all know, Kaido has many hobbies, one of which is to recruit various subordinates, and these subordinates are not only the strong men he likes, but also the children he recognizes. Whether it is talent, identity, or personality, the new generation of the Beast Pirates is almost all brought back by Kaido. Although he has always been generous to those who are willing to join him, he is not stupid. Looking at the future Beast Pirates, the 3 calamities plus the Flying 6, except for the veterans Quinn and Jin, most of them were brought back by him since childhood and raised. Such people are the real core of the Beast group. There are many children brought back by him from various places. Compared with Big Mom who gave birth to all of them and Whitebeard's personality of liking to accept sons, Kaido can be called the head of the first kindergarten in the New World. The little girl was very weak and couldn't even hurt his skin, but he liked this kind of daring spirit. She dared to take him hostage, then stabbed him with a knife, and dared to bite him with her teeth after the knife broke. This desire to survive made him very satisfied. Without a strong heart, it is impossible to become a strong person. You can be cowardly and timid at ordinary times, but only those who dare to stand up at critical moments can be considered real strong people. If you have luck and domineering, it's another matter. Buggy the Clown is the only guy on the sea who doesn't give face to red hair, but his career is smooth sailing. Okay, I'll join you. Tisk, who wants to join you? I hate pirates the most. I'll ride Elizabeth and run away when you're not paying attention. This is what she said in her heart, but the problem is that she said it out loud. She looks like a child, but she is actually over 150 years old. The ring on her hand is inlaid with a small piece of rare metal called pure gold, which is known as a precious metal that can buy the whole world. Its effect is to stop the growth of the human body, which is why she has lived for so long. She has been living in the belly of a sea king for more than 100 years and has not seen other living people. She has only a lizard to accompany her, so she has developed this bad habit of talking to herself. She thought Kaido would be furious, but Kaido did not. Instead, he continued to laugh. If you have the ability, try to escape, but if I catch you, it will be very painful. What's your name, kid? Olga, Miskina Olga. My name is Kaido. Remember your captain's name in the future. When Arceus's experimental skills ended and he returned here, he saw that there was an extra person and a lizard here inexplicably. Then Shayna briefly explained to Arceus what happened last night, and then pulled Olga's ear to tell her something. As the only woman on the ship, Kaido handed Olga to Shayna. However, Olga still had some resistance to being pulled on board by Kaido. She had a happy family back then, but because of pure gold, a large number of pirates rushed to the island and killed her mother. This is why she hates pirates. Pure gold had long disappeared from the world, but her father remade pure gold based on the remaining documents, with the purpose of delaying the development of the virus in her body so that she could survive. Unexpectedly, it attracted pirates and caused his wife's death. Then pure gold attracted a huge sea king and swallowed the entire island. Her father did not tell her about this, so she has hated her father for more than 100 years. If he hadn't made pure gold, none of this would have happened. She wanted to find a chance to escape, but Elizabeth fell behind at this time. After seeing Arceus, it lay on the ground to show its submission and didn't want to leave here at all. Leaning against the side of the ship, Olga's eyes were roaming, thinking about how to escape. Quinn had also sorted out his power system and was ready to set sail to find John. But just before the ship set sail, a man in a tattered dinosaur doll costume floated over from the sea. Chapter 31, A Genius from More than 100 Years Ago. Same smell? Are you sure? Ah. It is normal for all kinds of strange things to float on the sea. Pirates will only pick up things they are interested in. No one will take this strange-looking unknown creature aboard. But Elizabeth told Arceus that she smelled a familiar smell on the thing below. The genetic composition of basilisk lizards is very complex. As reptiles, they have an unusually developed sense of smell and can capture odor molecules in the air. It just smelled a smell similar to Olga's. But others just thought he was yelling, only Arceus understood what Elizabeth was saying. Jin, pick up the thing below. Yes. Jin spread his wings and jumped off the side of the ship, picking up the unknown creature floating on the sea. Under the dinosaur coat was a ragged blonde man with stubble on his face, a fat body, and he seemed to have been in the water for too long, causing some swelling. Olga, Elizabeth said that this unknown creature smells like you, do you know him? Eh? But I don't know him, Lord Saint Beast, can you understand what Elizabeth said? In the past few hours, Shayna had given Olga a simple ideological indoctrination. In general, Kaido's words should be listened to, but he doesn't care about his attitude towards him. Just treat her and Jin as brothers and sisters, they are not difficult to get along with, Quinn that fat guy can be ignored. If he dares to cause trouble, he can come to her. Arceus is the holy beast, and the attitude must be respected. If you dare to disrespect Arceus, you will definitely not have a good result. The last sentence should be emphasized. She has no problem with intelligence. She can live alone with a lizard in a lonely environment for more than 100 years without being driven crazy. This mentality is already very good. Adults stranded on a deserted island may not be able to endure this loneliness after more than 10 years. It's just that because there is no one, she has no one to learn or refer to, so her mind stays in that time period, still the mentality of a child. As women, they get along well, and Olga's problem of not being able to hide her inner thoughts will not change for a while, which also makes it easier for Shayna to understand each other. It's not difficult to understand what it says. Elizabeth must be right when she says it smells. Arceus looked at the unknown creature and confirmed Elizabeth's words again. In terms of smell and perception, he is many times stronger than this kind of basilisk lizard, but he is not interested in unidentified floating objects on the sea. This is just a supporting role in the movie. Arceus slept in the egg longer than she lived in the stomach of the Sea King. It is normal that he can't remember this. Could it be that this guy is my bastard father? I haven't seen him for more than 100 years. Although he is still alive in the body of Lantern Master due to the irradiation of pure gold light, his image has changed a lot. Olga didn't recognize him. He won't die, right? She has complicated feelings for her father. He is her only relative, but he killed her mother and attracted Lantern Master. At this time, the unidentified creature also opened his eyes. After finding that he was still alive, he was inevitably a little excited. He was also swallowed into the stomach of the Sea King, but he went to another island in the stomach, where countless dinosaurs lived. In order to protect himself, he disguised himself as a dinosaur cub. For more than 100 years, he could only eat meat every day and could not see any vegetables and fruits. This is exactly the opposite of Olga, who can only eat vegetables and fruits every day and can't see any meat. After the Sea King was defeated, he also ran out of the hole punched in the Sea King's body, and fortunately he did not drown and successfully floated here. I say, can't you start the outer ship? Do I have to do everything on this ship? Kid, as an apprentice, at least do something. After such a long time, the outer ship has not started, and Quinn walked out with an unhappy face. After all, there is one more person on this ship that he can order, he thought so, and then he saw another person on the deck. Finding that he left the dinosaur nest, he naturally took off his dinosaur coat. Olga carried pure gold with her, so the clothes also remained the same as they were back then, but he was only affected by the pure gold light, so the clothes had become tattered. The favorite food of the Sea King is pure gold, and the bait is also all pure gold evolved substances. The strong light even illuminates his body. The best thing on him is the belt, and the words on the belt and the pattern on Olga's skirt have attracted Quinn's attention. It was still dark when Olga first appeared, and he didn't notice the details on the dark skirt, but now he found something crucial. This pattern alchemy, are you from Alchemy Island? But that island is a legendary island that disappeared more than 100 years ago. Don't look at me, I don't know much about this, and this matter is also related to you, Mr. Arceus. At that time, Vegapunk couldn't analyze the composition elements of your stone slab. In this regard, Alchemy's technology is top-notch, so the research institute was full of documents about alchemy at that time, so I could recognize it. Ah, I am indeed from Alchemy, my name is Athi, Miskina Athi. You are still alive, unbelievable. Am I famous? Of course, Vegapunk admires your talent in materials and mineralogy, you are a genius who made pure gold. The people in the Mads Institute were not convinced by each other. They all thought they were geniuses, and they were not much inferior to Vegapunk. There was only one type of person in their industry that they would brag about in public, dead people. It was okay to praise the dead seniors. Athi belonged to this type. In the eyes of everyone who knew him, he was a dead man. After all, even Alchemy Island disappeared. Otherwise, he would have been taken away by the world government long ago. Pure gold was known as the metal that could buy the world because the celestial dragons were willing to get it at all costs. Pure gold can greatly slow down the growth process of organisms. In other words, it is a treasure that can make people immortal. Olga has not changed at all after more than 100 years, which makes those people at the top of power crazy. But pure gold will attract attacks from super large sea kings, causing the entire island to be eaten, so this substance has always been just a legend. What kind of genius scientist is he? He's just a bastard. Pure gold shouldn't exist in this world. Chapter 32, Children are afraid of injections. Quinn's praise for Athi angered Olga. In her eyes, pure gold was the source of misfortune. Olga. You are Olga, right? Great, you're still alive. Athi was very excited to see Olga, but Olga didn't think so. More than 100 years had passed, and she had too many questions to ask. Asking her father, this was something that she didn't get an answer at the beginning. Why did you make such a thing? It was this that attracted those pirates. Tell me. Why didn't you tell me? I don't want to see pure gold again. She took off the ring on her hand and was about to throw it into the sea. This action made the silent Athi react. No, stop it. Olga, stop it. Olga really didn't dare to do this before, because the pure gold ring would attract the super large Sea King called Lantern Master, but now, the Sea King can no longer keenly capture the movement of pure gold. And this ring used to be her only souvenir. Now Athi is still alive, the result is different. With a fat body and no exercise for many years, Athi's movements were a little slow. He could only watch the ring fly farther and farther, but in mid-air, Quinn's mechanical flying claw flew out and caught the ring again in his hand. Olga said she never wanted to see pure gold again, and then threw the ring away. Doesn't this mean that the ring contains pure gold? Don't waste it. This is a good thing, Mr. Arceus. Vegapunk once proposed a hypothesis. What? If we can find the elemental composition of your stone tablet, plus a sufficiently special core metal, then it is possible to make a machine that analyzes the power of the stone tablet. The principle of that machine is not complicated. If the equipment is sufficient, I can also make it. With a little modification, perhaps the signal of the stone tablet can be detected. And this stone tablet is originally yours. You must know its composition very well. If everything goes well, we should be able to make a related device. Pure gold is that special metal. Maybe, maybe not. Vegapunk has experimented with most substances, but none of them work. This legendary pure gold may work. Vegapunk is a genius, and his technology is even ahead of the past, but future technology may not be able to replicate ancient things. Everyone has their own areas of expertise. Vegapunk can't do it in terms of pure gold manufacturing. He is a genius, but he is not omniscient and there are things he can't do or is not good at. Quinn is not sure whether he can do it or not. He just said an idea at that time. But Arceus will not let go of any possibility. If the idea Quinn said can be realized, he can split his forces to find the stone tablets in the future to speed up the collection process of the stone tablets. The reason why Quinn is so active is mainly to see if Arceus has any way to accelerate the growth of bananas. It is too torturous to have 2 ripe bananas a year. Quinn has been hinting at this matter for a while, and Arceus also sees what he wants. When you get the thing out, I will improve this aspect of power. If you want to accelerate the growth of tropical dragon bananas, then there is only the harvest feature, and this aspect of the feature needs to be activated a little. After all, Quinn is the product of eating the devil fruit a long time ago and then undergoing random mutations, which is different from the way Shayna and Jin obtain their abilities. Their abilities are more complete, but they still need to be developed. Well, if you need pure gold, I can help you make it, but can you give me back the ring first? His tone looked very nervous, and anyone would think that he was problematic. Hey? Your bastard father actually wanted to make that kind of thing. Without the equipment of the entire island and the help of your mother, you can't woo. Aci blocked her mouth, but it was a little too late. To be honest, I hate people lying to me the most. I can really make pure gold again, but I need time, manpower, equipment, materials, and the original data are all destroyed. Everything has to start from scratch. He hasn't touched the equipment for more than 100 years. Although the knowledge is still there, it has become a lot less rusty. As for the ring, Aci looked at Olga and told the truth. Olga suffers from an incurable disease. The reason why I studied the manufacture of pure gold is to use the power of pure gold to suppress the development of her disease. Without the pure gold on the ring, Olga's body can't last too long. This made Olga, who was still struggling, stop her movements. She had never thought of this. Aci studied pure gold for her. When his wife passed away, Aci was sadder than anyone else, but he had to pretend to be calm in front of his daughter and not let her know the truth, so as not to put pressure on himself. The next development was a link of deep affection between father and daughter. After that, even Olga was a little nervous. These people were pirates. For ordinary people, pirates were not a good word. Even if she was treated as an apprentice on the ship, it was the same. Her goal was to find an opportunity to escape. Will pirates consider other things when they see something they like? What disease does she have? Since it is to alleviate the disease, then solve the disease first. According to Quinn's meaning, pure gold is just a core. Other problems can be solved before installing the core components. At present, even John has not been found. He can accept waiting for a while. The most important thing is that Kaido fell in love with this little girl because of Olga's bravery, and Arceus fell in love with Arceus' technology. Science and technology are the primary productive forces. He can even make things like pure gold, so making some simple things should not be a problem. South Sea Emperor Fever, originated in the South China Sea, is a serious disease that the king of a country has and has no cure. South Sea Emperor Fever. Yes, that's why I said. That's not a terminal illness. It was conquered many years ago. Hearing this disease, Quinn said with disdain, he was originally a virus expert, and the South China Sea Emperor Fever virus was not a disease in his opinion. After all, it was conquered many years ago, and the treatment plan has been announced. It can be seen that living a long life is still beneficial. The terminal illness 100 years ago has become curable 100 years later. Then he returned to the cabin and made a dose of injection with the medicine in the patrol ship. Okay, this injection will cure the disease. I am a professional in this area. Then, he saw that the little girl who was brave enough to hijack Kaido ran away without hesitation when facing the syringe. No, I am most afraid of injections. Chapter 33, Mistaken. Everyone has their own weaknesses. The brave girl who dared to hijack Kaido was scared by a syringe and ran around the ship. Of course, in such a small environment, she could not run away. She was grabbed by Shayna before she ran 3 steps away. Come back to me. Although the South China Sea Emperor Fever has been conquered, it will still kill people if it is not treated in time. Quinn, give her an injection. Don't worry, I'm a professional in this area. After holding Olga's arm, his mechanical hand automatically completed a series of disinfection work, and then the syringe was directly inserted into the shoulder. Little ghost, you are the one who dared to hijack Brother Kaido. It's just a syringe. What's so scary about it? Looking at Olga with tears in her eyes, Quinn really couldn't figure out where she got the courage yesterday. Although she probably didn't know Kaido, the size difference was enough to deter most people. Then he handed her Kaido's bounty order. There was such a thing on the patrol ship. Pirates generally didn't panic when they saw the bounty order, but instead regarded it as a capital for showing off. 1, 10, 100, 1000, 10,000, 100,000, 1 million. 1200 million. Counting the long string of zeros on Kaido's bounty order, Olga's expression was a little distorted. Bailey has been depreciating over the years, and its purchasing power is constantly declining. 1.2 billion Baileys more than 100 years ago are much more valuable than 1.2 billion Baileys today, not to mention that there are still fractions behind it. The higher the bounty, the stronger the pirates are usually. This is common sense on the sea. Although the bounty of this pirate is based on its strength and the degree of danger considered by the government, the strength and the amount of bounty are basically proportional. The father and daughter who lived in the stomach of the Sea King for more than 100 years were completely on the pirate ship less than a day after escaping. But strictly speaking, they were rescued twice by the beast pirates. Arceus and Kaido let them escape from the stomach of the Sea King, and Quinn solved the South China Sea Emperor Fever. Of course, the latter is not a difficult thing to do. As long as you find an island with not too backward medical level, you can find the corresponding vaccine. It was very difficult for her to escape from the pirate with a bounty of 1.2 billion. The most important thing was that Elizabeth had rebelled and was completely submissive to Arceus. She couldn't be pulled away, which directly cut off her possibility of escape, especially since her father also appeared here. But compared with Olga, Archie was not so opposed to pirates. The thinking of an adult made him think more. He made pure gold not for fame and fortune, but to solve Olga's physical problems. So after successfully making pure gold, he didn't spread it everywhere. He knew what would happen to pure gold, although pure gold also had its side effects, such as restricting the body's slow development and hindering the progress of strength. But the long life it brought was enough to drive people crazy, especially the celestial dragons at the top of the world. They had everything in the world, and what they wanted most was time. The high price of the operation fruit was inseparable from the secret of its ability to perform immortality surgery. Even the people on the island didn't know what he was doing. The production of pure gold was completely completed by him and his wife independently. Although the people on the island helped him transport materials, it was impossible to guess what these materials were used for. Different materials were purchased in batches, such as charcoal for barbecue, sulfur for soap, and saltpeter for ice, but these things can be mixed together to make gunpowder. The specific ratio is don't ask. The materials for his pure gold are the same. At the beginning, he didn't know whether these things could be made into pure gold. So the question is, who leaked the news that he made pure gold to those pirates? The only one who can infer his purpose from the materials he bought and find that he succeeded is most likely the world government. This is his guess. The world government wants to keep pure gold in its own hands, but doesn't want other ambitious people to know about it. So the news was leaked. They hope to let the pirates deal with this matter first, and then the government will intervene, eliminate the extra insiders, take away Aci, and let him make pure gold for them as a savior. The higher the status, the more you know, and the more you can feel the darkness hidden under the order of the world government. Of course, this is just his speculation. It is not impossible for the world government to destroy Alchemy with the demon-killing order, but in that case, you need to find an excuse and the impact after the pacification. The cost is too high, so it is better to use pirates. But they did not guess that the destruction caused by pure gold refers to the super-large sea kings. Those pirates are murderous jackals, and the person who passed the message behind is the real murderer. More than 100 years have passed, and those people at that time may have died of old age. Now he just wants to live a good life with his daughter. The position is not very important. With his technology, he can always find a foothold. This is near the calm belt, and now he can only follow Kaido and others, but he is still very opposed to his daughter becoming a pirate. He wants to use the need for research as an excuse to let Olga assist him. Research. But that was all for the future. Now Arceus and his team followed the life card provided by Prilt and continued to track John. On the other side, Spandine was slamming the table in the office. The South China Sea incident had been settled by the Navy, and Zifa had another record, but it had nothing to do with Spandine, because the people he left in the 277th branch were dead. Those pirates did not surrender directly to Zifa's fleet, and Spandine's undercover was knocked into the corner of the window when he was unconscious due to Kaido's domineering power, so he didn't wake up at all, and then died in the unknown AoE firepower of the Navy. The caliber of the warships from the headquarters is very different from that of the Four Seas, and there is a huge gap in firepower intensity. Although Zifa is called the non-killing admiral of the Navy, that means he will not kill people he has captured. He is not pedantic and will not let soldiers pay huge casualties in order to capture the other party alive. Then Spandine sent people to various prisons to interrogate the pirates, but no one knew what happened. The only news he knew was that Prilt had fought with a big pirate. After a while, Spandine made another call. "Flat, have you found that bastard?" "Not yet, Chief Spandine, but the reaction of the life card is getting stronger and stronger. Catch that bastard, I want him to know what will happen if he dares to betray me." Looking at the half-life card in his hand, Spandine was very angry, but he didn't know that this life card was not Prilt's life card at all. Chapter 34, Teach You to Dance. When Prilt was arrested and released as an undercover, Spandine naturally couldn't have no backup plan, so he made a life card before he set off. If it was someone else, it wouldn't matter, and they would definitely be able to make the corresponding life card. But Prilt is the user of the play fruit, and he has various materials such as hair from various people on his body to make puppets. The materials that Spandine got were not Prilt's, but other people's materials. The life card made with the materials of outsiders is of course not Prilt's, which is why Prilt has died, but the life card in Spandine's hand has not changed at all. The agent he called Flet has entered the Grand Line according to the fluctuation of the life card, but by accident, he found the right place, because the person that Prilt used to make the life card material joined the real John's fleet by accident. So Flet failed to find Prilt, but found John by accident, which made him make a judgment. Prilt did betray the agreement with Spandine and completely joined the John pirates. "Captain Spandine, I'm in the first half of the Grand Line, in the Kingdom of Nathho. I haven't found Prilt, but the life card reacts very strongly. He should be nearby. At the same time, I found John here. That guy's fruit ability can disguise others. It's normal that you can't see him, but are you sure it's John? I'm sure that there is another big pirate traveling with him, who was also a member of Rock's ship at the time. His identity is temporarily confirmed as Silver Axe." In a hotel in the Kingdom of Nathho, Flet carefully reported what he found. The remnants of the two rocks gathered together, which was not good news for him. According to his investigation, they have stayed in the Kingdom of Nathho for a long time. If Prilt's previous news is true, then Rock's treasure may have a lot to do with this place. The areas of the countries on the Grand Line are not the same. The unique geography has formed an island culture. Smaller countries can travel all over the country in one day, and there are also large countries with vast land and population. The Kingdom of Nathho is a big country in the Grand Line, with a total area of about half that of Alabasta. It has a mild climate and spring weather all year round. It is also one of the member states of the world government, and Flit has to take the local conditions into consideration when doing things here. Captain Spandine, do you want to ask for help from the nearby branches? Idiot, if the Navy knows about this, won't all this be exposed? But the threat of this group of people, the Kingdom of Natio is a member state of the government, and it will be difficult to explain if something really happens. They haven't done anything yet, keep observing, I will apply for manpower to help you, with this treasure, my future in the world government will be fine, and you will definitely benefit from it. Yes, I understand. As a CP agent, it is quite dangerous to be on the front line every day. His ideal is to become the head of the office and only need to give orders. The achievements brought by Rock's treasure are enough to do this, and according to his investigation, John has been waiting all this time, and he doesn't look like a pirate at all. Although the Kingdom of Natio is a member of the world government does not care much about the affairs of the member states, and may not help them when they are in trouble. However, when this country cannot pay the Sky Gold, they will be expelled from the membership. At that time, this country will be completely abandoned by the Navy and become a lawless place, so the member states will try their best to maintain this status. The status of a member state may not make the citizens safe, but non-member states must be more dangerous. The world government only wants Sky Gold, but does not care where the Sky Gold comes from. The Kingdom of Woka, where Kaido was born, relies on foreign wars to obtain Sky Gold. The Kingdom of Natio is similar. The fleet of our country even has the status of legal pirates, which is why the Kingdom of Natho does not prohibit pirates from entering. This country is called the Grey Kingdom, and many pirates will sell stolen goods here. In order to protect their own interests, there are even unspoken rules in the pirate world. Flet pretended to be an ordinary smuggler and settled down, and Arceus and his men followed the guidance of the lifeguard and began to gradually approach here. John's previous position was also constantly changing, and Arceus and his men had to change directions from time to time. From the departure to now, the sailing time has exceeded 3 months. The doldrums are not an obstacle for them. The power device made by Quinn plus the outer wheel can also move at high speed in the doldrums, and the Sea Kings are not a threat to them, which saves a considerable amount of time. At this time, they are still using the patrol boat. During this period, Azier and Quinn get along very well. This is a pleasant exchange between the two sweet parties. Because Azier can only eat meat for more than 100 years, he has an extraordinary love for fruits and vegetables. This is his first contact with Quinn. Moreover, his talent in materials science and chemistry is world-class, even Quinn can't compare with him. The two top scientists had a very friendly exchange here. The most important thing is that Archie does not fight or compete, and brags about business with Quinn every day, which satisfies his vanity. Of course, there is another more critical reason, that is, someone finally works on the ship with him. Compared with Archie, Olga's life is not so happy. More than 100 years have passed, and she has not studied for more than 100 years. As a scientist, Archie knows the importance of learning very well, so he starts to make up lessons for her. And Kaido really wants Olga to be an apprentice on the ship. He is more serious and responsible than Rox in this regard. Rox is completely free, while he will focus on teaching and stare at Olga for physical training every day. Jin and Shayna are practicing on their own. Their domineering aura has already entered the door. The rest is to hone it. After mastering the current domineering aura, they will learn a higher level of domineering aura. According to the reaction of the life card, they are getting closer and closer to the goal, and Arceus, who has completely absorbed the evil slate, also called Shayna out. Sacred beast, what's the matter? Can you dance? Shayna didn't quite understand why Arceus asked such a question, but she still answered. I can dance a little bit. It's the sacrificial dance of the Lunaria tribe in the past. If you want to see other dances, I can learn them. No, I just want to teach you a special dance, the battle dance, sword dance. Chapter 35, The Future Style of the Beasts. After the Pokémon is transformed into abilities, the original skills will gradually awaken as the user's fruit development progresses, and Arceus can speed up this process, or let them learn some skills that they cannot learn by themselves and need to master through the move machine. Sword dance is this type. Compared with those original damage skills, in this real world, the battle is neither a turn-based game nor a specific damage value. The inherent enhancement of one's own attack power is the most effective thing. If the sword dance type of skills can be taught on a large scale, then the future style of the beasts may change dramatically. The codders of other pirate groups are talking tough before the battle, while the people of the beasts are dancing collectively. Of course, this is an exaggeration. Teaching sword dance is not like teaching the other person to dance ballroom dance. The clear stone slab emerged, and a force belonging to Arceus entered Shayna's mind. Then her thoughts entered a special space, and a phantom like herself appeared in front of her. The phantom mechanically repeated an action, and the way the power worked was also displayed in front of her. This is a special learning space. Everything here has nothing to do with the outside world. When Arceus teaches a skill alone, his thoughts will be pulled into this space. This is the power he regained after the evil stone slab recovered some of its power. Otherwise, he should have taught them some new skills long ago. This way of teaching will also consume some of his own power, but the loss is lower than directly transforming the devil fruit. It can only be used when teaching skills, and cannot be used as a training space. The power of time and space is something he mastered in his prime. Shayna didn't know how long she had studied. When she opened her eyes again, the sun had climbed to the horizon and the morning sun was shining on the deck. It was night when Arceus called her out. It looked like at least 7 hours had passed, but she seemed to have learned it for 7 days in her memory. How is it? Let me see the effect of the sword dance. The learning process will only end in 2 cases, learning this skill, or automatically leaving the body when the external body reaches the limit. With the physique of the Lunaria people, 7 hours will never reach the limit, so Shayna must have mastered this skill. Yes. The body followed the actions in memory, and several sword-shaped phantoms appeared around the body surface, and then merged into the body again. The whole stage took about 7 seconds. Do you feel anything? During the sword dance, the body cannot make other movements, otherwise it will be interrupted, but I feel that it is because I am not skilled enough. If I am more familiar with it, I can solve this problem. These are some minor problems she noticed during use. It can be said that it has the same effect as an iron block. When ordinary people use an iron block, their bodies cannot move, but those who are skilled enough can move while maintaining the state of an iron block. The shadow that appears outside the body when the sword dance is released is also a kind of chi. If it is done properly, this kind of chi should be able to combine with the external armed color domineering to form a special defense method. The combination of real ability and domineering is a very reasonable way to develop moves. The learning space is only responsible for letting them learn, and mastering the skills can only rely on themselves. What's the effect? Sword dance, physical attack level increases by 2, but it is not clear what this increase by 2 means, and Shayna herself can't explain it clearly. This Lord Holy Beast, I don't know either, otherwise, let Quinn help. She can feel the increase in strength, but she doesn't know the specific effect. The Navy and the world government do have a way to test the power of Taoism, but no one in the pirates knows that. Why look for Quinn? Because Quinn and Shayna, who had not been strengthened, fought once, and he could feel this change more. You go find him, Jin should be almost finished. Jin next to him is also in this state, obviously learning other skills. Quinn, who just woke up, ushered in his first bad news this morning. Because he mastered a new skill, he had to let him judge the increase ratio. At first, he protested. As a ship doctor, scientist, helmsman, navigator, and combatant, he demanded equal status. Arceus felt that what he said made sense. They were all on the same ship and should not be treated differently. So he used the reason that the induced harvesting property accelerated the growth of his bananas and made Quinn agree to this matter voluntarily. Come on, I'm ready. Don't hit my face or destroy my handsome face. Brother Quinn, pay attention to your smile. A handsome face should smile. This is Arceus, who is familiar with Quinn. The two have reached a consensus that they think they are handsome. Although Arceus and Olga are older in body age, they both choose to ignore the more than 100 years in the belly of the Sea King, otherwise Kaido will have to call Olga an old woman. Lord Holy Beast, can I kick both of them into the sea? Calm down, pay attention to your strength, Archie can't take your kick, and Quinn can't swim. If he really falls, you have to rescue him. Half of the people on this ship are capable people. Although Archie and Olga can swim, they obviously can't drag Quinn's body. The same is true for Elizabeth. If Quinn falls into the sea, if Arceus doesn't help, Shayna can only rescue him by herself. Hey! Don't kick me, woman! Kick here, my hand is made of special metal. You kicked it here last time. The changes on it can compare the results. Do you want to use me as a dynamometer? Quinn clearly felt that Shayna wanted to take revenge. After a few months of sailing, Jin was still okay. Although he would squeeze him verbally, his actions were different. But Shayna obviously holds a grudge, and this is simply an opportunity to take revenge. At the moment, she stipulated her attack range on the grounds of better testing. Although his ability was enhanced, Shayna's damage to him was higher. He thought it was because the wings made of plants were afraid of fire, and he was planning to make a new round of transformation on himself. Shayna didn't kick wrong, but even so, Quinn still felt that his shoulder was almost dislocated. According to the degree of deformation of metal, the power of your kick is about 65% stronger than before. Such a strong increase, how long can you last in this state? About half an hour, but the consumption is not very large, so the duration has no effect. At this time, Jin also finished his learning process, and continued to experiment with skills on the ship, but the new skills Jin mastered were obviously different from those of Shayna. Chapter 36, Weather Hand. The flames behind Jin burned more vigorously. In this case, the sunlight changed. It was originally the rising sun, and the sunlight was not very hot, but after Jin used his skills, the sunlight became more dazzling. On a sunny day, Flame Chicken and Tropical Dragon can benefit from the sunny environment. The battle with John will inevitably be a melee. In order to achieve better results in the battle, team battles become more important. And Jin took on the role of Weather Hand. Under sunny days, the power of fire skills will be enhanced, and the process of charging will be omitted for Sunshine Flame. Jin's own flames can also be enhanced to a certain extent under the blessing of sunny days. The ability of the fossil pterosaur gives Jin more high-altitude advantages. He is currently the most suitable person to be a Weather Hand. The consumption of changing the weather is much greater than the consumption of the blessing of sword dance on himself. Therefore, it is necessary to control the scope of the battle. Shayna is more impulsive, so the job of Weather Hand is handed over to the more rational Jin. The next step is a new attempt, that is, whether the skills taught by Arceus can be learned by others through indirect teaching. The specific behavior is that Jin teaches Quinn to learn sunny days, and Shayna teaches Kaido to learn sword dance. Even if the opponent can touch a little fur, it means the possibility of indirect learning. Moreover, the bonus of sword dance is calculated according to the user's own strength. With Kaido's current military power, although it has not yet reached its peak, stacking more buffs can still pose enough threat to the enemy in terms of attack power. This process lasted for 7 days. Quinn found a little bit of the way to the sunny day, but Kaido had no idea about the sword dance. This confirmed one thing: people whose abilities are related to Arceus can master more skills through indirect learning. But if their own abilities are not related to Arceus, they can't learn this kind of skills at all. Then Arceus tried to instill the use of sword dance into Kaido, and this time it succeeded, but unlike Shayna, the sword dance released by Kaido has the same effect, but consumes more energy. The duration is shorter. This is caused by physical differences. Forcing an unmodified body to use this skill is like wearing a shoe that doesn't fit well, but when walking on a gravel road, it's better to have a shoe that doesn't fit than to have no shoe. However, this is not a big problem for Kaido, as he can afford this consumption with his physical strength. It's still the same old problem. The current Kaido consumes too much energy to transform, and he can only make do with it at this stage. After this period of sailing, Arceus and his team have entered the waters of the Kingdom of Natho, and have also seen how tough the folk customs here are. At this time, in the sea area next to them, the ship flying the flag of the Kingdom of Natho had a fierce battle with a group of pirates on the sea. The cause of the battle was that these pirates sold the stolen property they hijacked in the Kingdom of Natho, but did not want to give it to the kingdom for a share, which triggered this battle. Arceus and his team, who passed by, ignored those people at all, but used the speed of the modified ship to move towards the main island of the Kingdom of Natho. I haven't seen John. He is a two-sword man. He was the weakest among the cotters at that time. He was not a match for Lingling, but he was also a strong man. He was definitely not the same as the John imitated by Prilt. Kaido was doing popular science work, talking about his impression of John's abilities. You are not his opponent. No, after I have the ability of the fruit, I should be about the same as him in a head-on battle. Kaido has always been very smart. When facing a situation where he is not an opponent for the time being, he has to find a way to achieve his goal. He doesn't mind using some means. He was much stronger before. If nothing unexpected happens, John is not his opponent. But he won't stand still. With his subordinates, our troops are not enough. The stone slab is the main purpose, but I can't sense the breath of the stone slab. Either this place is too big and the stone slab has not entered my perception range, or there is no stone slab here at all. So we still have to solve John's problem. There is no possibility of negotiation. John values money as his life. He will not let go of any treasure, even if it is meaningless to him. But the treasure is probably here. John's position has not changed for a long time. Looking at the jumping life card in his hand, Kaido Liu roughly guessed that the frequency of the life card's fluttering indicates the distance between the holder and the target. When the distance is very far, the life card will only move slightly in that direction, and when the distance is close, the frequency of the life card's shaking will also increase. According to the frequency of the life card changes during this period, it can be inferred that John has been wandering around not long ago, but for more than a month, he has stayed on this island without moving. When they were about to dock, Kaido made the decision to abandon the ship. The Kingdom of Natho had strict inspections on entry, and the ships could not escape their sight if they approached, which was not what Kaido wanted. Moreover, this ship could no longer meet their needs. Due to the gray area, the shipbuilding industry in the Kingdom of Natho was also very developed. Kaido also planned to directly change his own ship here. It was not a long-term solution to always use the patrol ship of the Navy. At first, Asi and Olga wanted to stay on the ship, not because they wanted to take the opportunity to escape or something. The danger of the Grand Line was not something they could deal with, but for safety. But Quinn gave them a blow. Don't joke, this is the Kingdom of Natho, a gray area on the Grand Line. If you park the ship in the port, the people here will help watch the ship because of the care fee, but the Navy patrol ship parked on the sea, are you afraid that there are not enough pirates attracted? If you see a large warship, ordinary pirates will naturally take the initiative to escape, but such a small boat, in the eyes of many pirates, is a revenge opportunity delivered to the door. The fighting power of this father and daughter is just a meal for the pirates. Even if Kaido is in Olga, it will not produce results so quickly. So their best result is to follow Kaido and others to the island, and then stay in the city of the kingdom. Kaido brought Arceus and others into the Kingdom of Natho, and Flit continued his surveillance career. During this period, John did not take any action, like a person on vacation. He also saw the target of the life card. Although his face was different from Prilt, with Prilt's ability, the other party was very likely to be disguised, so he did not doubt it. According to his recent intelligence collection, the unique sea phenomenon of the Kingdom of Natho will appear in 3 days, the big ebb tide. He thinks John has been waiting for this for so long. Chapter 37, Flit's Ambition. Natho is the name of the kingdom, but the island has another name. Just like Alabasta is located on Saint Ting Island, the land of the Kingdom of Natho is called Donut Island. The specific reason is that the island looks like a huge donut from a high altitude. The island is circular, and inside is a huge inland lake, with a total area exceeding 1/3 of the country's land area. The so-called low tide is not the change of the sea area in the outer sea, but refers to the inland lake in the kingdom. Every 3 years, on the full moon night, the water in the inner lake will strangely disappear for 3 days, revealing the lake bottom below. John and his party stayed here for too long. In addition to waiting for this, Flet could not think of any other reason, but what happened next was not very relevant to him. He was still aware of his own strength. Although he was a member of CP9 and was proficient in the 6 styles, he was good at dealing with the pirates in the first half of the Grand Line. Facing a monster like John with a bounty of 10 figures, he had no ability to intervene at all. Monitoring from a distance was his job. Limit. At this time, he had completed the handover of the task, and 2 CP0 members from Mary Joa took over his task. This is the base of John and his people. His people will come here to purchase supplies at 2 p.m. every day. Their movements can be observed from the top floor of the hotel where I live. Flet explained the intelligence he had collected these days to 2 ordinary middle-aged men. They looked ordinary and would disappear directly if thrown into the crowd. Not all CP0s wear white suits and various masks when they are in action. Their main goal is to complete their tasks. In order to complete this task, they usually have many identities and choose suitable clothes. At this point, the next work has nothing to do with him. No matter what the result is, Flet's task has been completed. If the task is successful, he will naturally get his own credit. Spandine is different from Spondum. In addition to knowing how to flatter, he is also capable, otherwise he would not be so popular in various institutions, and he will not take the credit of the frontline agents. He knows very well what he should not touch. After handing over what he thought was Prilt's life card to the 2 CP0s, Fled planned to leave this place of trouble. John's goal of pursuing money in life was well known to everyone. The process of moving this treasure could not be too peaceful, and it would not be a good thing for him to stay on this island. Then he packed up and planned to leave, but in the process of leaving, he met Kaido and others. Olga was still wearing the purple dress she wore at the beginning, but it was not the same one as before. That dress had a special meaning to her and had been put away. When they passed by an island for supplies, she asked a tailor to make more than a dozen identical clothes. Even the patterns on it were the same. Those patterns came from the ancient texts of alchemy. In the eyes of most people, it was just an ordinary pattern, but those who knew the business could see that these words were related to alchemy. Fled was not a person who studied ancient texts, and the government did not allow people to study that kind of thing. Only people in a special department of the government were allowed to study that kind of text. It's just that the current ban is not too strict, and O'Hara still exists. Before they touch the taboo, nothing will happen there. But Fled knew about alchemy. Every year, new celestial dragons would issue orders to them to find pure gold after knowing the news about pure gold. Now, this has become a good way to cheat funds. But it takes some effort to fool those celestial dragons. There are idiots among the celestial dragons, but not all of them are idiots. Everyone has ambitions, and no one will let a group of pure trash sit on their heads. At least a satisfactory report should be submitted. In this process, they also have enough understanding of alchemy. A pattern can be a coincidence, but a whole set of words can never be a coincidence. Watching Arceus and the others pass by, he took out his den mushi again and found a secluded place. Captain Spandine. What's wrong, Fled? CP0 has contacted you, right? Yes, Captain Spandine, we have completed the task handover. May I ask if there are any other tasks? He hesitated at the moment the phone was dialed. Spandin's success in the world government has a lot to do with his network of relationships. If he can get in touch with the celestial dragons, his future will definitely be much better than it is now. Why should such a credit be shared with Spandine? So he did not tell the truth, but thought of eating alone. No, you take care of the rest yourself. It's up to you to assist them or return early. Yes, I understand. Hanging up the den mushi, he returned along the original route again. This road has only one direction. He didn't lose anyone during this period of time, and the population flow in the kingdom of Natio was already quite a lot, so he didn't attract too much attention. It's just that Ford made a very low-level mistake for an agent. Because he was attracted by the words of alchemy on Olga, he didn't realize that the tall man in a cloak beside him was Kaido. The central hotel of the kingdom of Natio, which consumed a lot of the kingdom's finances, is a place that integrates food, accommodation, and transactions. It is said that even giants can stay here. As long as you pay, you can stay. No one cares about the identity of the people here. The only rule is that fighting is not allowed in the hotel. So no one stopped inhuman creatures like Arceus and Elizabeth from entering the hotel room. You two just wait here. We will leave here after the matter is over. Quinn, go to the dock to find a new ship. The feature here is that there is always a stock of stock. By the way, didn't you sense your slate? Olga and Asi are not capable of participating in a battle of this scale. Although according to Kaido's understanding, only fighting is the fastest way to improve, he will not let an apprentice experience life in this level of battle. It is safest to leave them here, and then arrange Quinn to buy ships. Although Arceus' plan to use Kaido to fleece the wool failed, the dedication of many colleagues along the way still allowed them to gain a lot of funds. The bounty distribution of the Navy is not far from the real name system. Anyone who is not wanted can exchange for the bounty. Chapter 38, Pirates' Internal Strife. In addition, in the battle between pirates, neither side will waste such resources. There are such middlemen in the black market in some places. They are responsible for sending the defeated pirates to the Navy and putting them in the bounty. Getting commissions is almost an unspoken rule. Even the big pirates in the New World will do similar things after capturing or killing the pirates who make trouble in their territory. This is even an important source of income for some pirates. No, it seems that we still have to deal with John, but there are more people here. I think many of them are locals, and why do these people stop their ships in the open space? There are many large ships in the open space outside, stranded in the open space, and it seems that they have not experienced sailing for a long time. And the ships are fixed to the ground with very thick and long iron chains, and it seems that they cannot move too far. This is the unique low tide in the kingdom of Natho. When the inland lake in the middle dries up, the surrounding sea level will rise instead, flooding all the low-lying areas until the low tide phenomenon ends. Except for the highlands where the royal family and nobles live, the rest of the area will be like this, so there are those large ships for refuge. But it is safe here. This hotel can be said to be the dividing line of the flooded area, so many people come here. At this time, Quinn has another job as a tour guide, explaining the unique phenomenon of the Kingdom of Natho. It is precisely because of this special phenomenon that the Kingdom of Natho has a mild climate, but it cannot develop the planting industry for a long time. Every 3 years when the low tide occurs, it is a devastating blow to the planting industry here. Time is slowly passing. Quinn has solved the problem of the ship, and Kaido has also found John's trace. His people are stationed near the inland lake, and it seems that they are also waiting for the occurrence of the high tide. As time reaches the night of the third day, the alarm sounded in the Kingdom of Natho, and the people began to take refuge with their assets, and various forces also launched their own actions. John, are you sure Rock's treasure is here? At the John pirate's base, a short man wearing heavy medieval armor, a shield hanging on his armor, and a bright silver axe in his left hand asked. Codenamed Silver Axe, his real name is unknown even to the people on Rock's ship. They only know that he has never taken off his armor. Of course, this is a clue found on Hachino's island. When the moon is full, the big low tide will occur. At that time, the true appearance of the treasure will naturally appear in front of us. It belongs to our treasure. John's tone is full of confidence. He has absolute confidence in treasure hunting, and this is also the last treasure hunt in his plan. The treasure left by Rox is enough for him to hide his identity and start a new life. It's just that there are too many people. The treasure belongs to him alone. He doesn't want to share the treasure with these people. If it weren't for their strength to find the treasure, he would not join forces with these people. However, John only told half the truth. The treasure is indeed here, but the environment here is also extremely dangerous. As long as he takes advantage of it, these guys will be buried here forever. At the same time, they will also send a signal to the world that the John pirates have completely disappeared and Captain John has died. Only in this way can he start a new era of life. As for his crew, what does it have to do with him? At this time, the corner of Silver Axe's mouth under the helmet also showed a unique smile. Coincidentally, he didn't want to share the treasure with John. His hand has pressed a button of a Den Mushi. As he pressed his Den Mushi, a pirate ship in the sea off Donut Island also revealed its true appearance. On the ramming corner of the bow, there stood a man wearing heavy golden armor and a long beard. Although the people on the Rox ship would fight each other, there were also some who had a good personal relationship, such as Big Mom and Kaido, such as Silver Axe and the owner of the ship, the former Rox pirates Cotter Wang Ji. Trust is a joke on Rox ship, so Silver Axe had contacted Wang Ji long ago and planned to get rid of John with Wang Ji. After understanding the situation in the sea area here, Wang Ji's ship has been hovering nearby for half a month, intending to rush directly over when the big low tide occurs, taking advantage of the rising sea level outside. At the same time, 2 of John's men were lying in the dark alley, replaced by 2 members of CP0, and in the clouds high in the sky, Kaido in the form of a blue dragon was ready to go. The full moon was in the sky, and the big low tide ended as expected. The water in the central lake began to recede, revealing the slippery lake bottom below, and the original creatures in the lake did not know where they ran to. The sea water outside began to spread, and most of the land in the Kingdom of Nathu began to be submerged by the influx of sea water. The large ships on the plains began to float up, and the citizens of the Kingdom of Nathu began to live on the water for a period of time. The shape of the lake bottom is like a skull. The high-altitude instructor can see more clearly. Although this inland lake is just an irregular circle when there is water, when the water recedes, the rocks on the lake shore and the bottom of the lake just form the shape of a skull. Maybe Old Rocks has a preference for this shape. It is also the same shape on Hachino's. This is more accurate. Then John took out an armband with 2 semicircular spheres on it. He folded it in half to form a sphere and raised it high. The reflected moonlight shone on a rock, and a spherical hole appeared on it. There is no doubt that this is the switch of the treasure, and at this time, a gunshot broke the silence here. One of Silver Axe's men fell down, and the man who fired the gun was a member of John's pirate group disguised as CP0. They didn't want anyone to be more people know the specific details of the treasure. They are only 2 people, and it is not realistic to restrict hundreds of pirates. Not to mention that there are cotters with a bounty of over 100 million. It was their plan to stir up civil strife among the pirates. Silver Axe and John were already wary of each other. This shot can be said to have detonated a powder keg, and the situation suddenly became tense. "John, you guys acted early enough. Tisk, do you believe me when I said this is not what I meant?" This was really not John's plan. His plan was to make Silver Axe and his crew disappear. How could he act directly before opening the door to the treasure? And he never gave such an order. There is no doubt that someone was instigating this, and other people got in. But Silver Axe didn't know about this. Seeing John act, he gave up the idea of waiting for Wang Ji to take office before acting. Little ones, act. Chapter 39, John's Ability. The people around him were allies a few minutes ago, but a few minutes later, they were already facing each other. Betrayal is not uncommon among pirates. Most pirates are ready for internal fighting at the moment of forming an alliance. They can unite for the sake of interests, or they can fight for the sake of interests. Whether the object of the alliance is trustworthy and to what extent it can be carried out depends on one's own judgment. Arceus can offer temptations that Kaido cannot refuse. At least Kaido is much more reliable than John. They have no conflicts of interest. Arceus needs manpower to find stone tablets, and Kaido wants a legion of capable people and powerful companions. Unless someone runs to Kaido with a devil fruit tree, or comes to Arceus with a dozen stone tablets, this alliance is quite solid. Besides, what Arceus hates most is betrayal and deception. He can't control others, at least he won't do such things. Silver Axe and John's subordinates started fighting, and gunshots sounded from time to time below. As a hot weapon, the musket is still one of the important weapons. Compared with cold weapons that need to be trained day by day to form combat effectiveness, the musket only needs simple operation to get started. The weaker the strength, the more important role the gun can play. Even when facing an enemy with strong defense, a powerful sniper can still cause fatal damage with a gun, but such people are still a minority. Cold weapons are still the mainstream. Swords, axes, and even shovels and pickaxes used to dig treasures have become weapons at this time. They are all great pirates in the New World, but their subordinates are also strong and weak, and not all of them are proficient in domineering. More than 100 of the hundreds of pirates fell in the first battle, and the battle between John and Silver Axe has just begun. Silver Axe is relatively short, but he has a strange strength. The country he came from is proficient in forging. The armor on his body is made of special metal. Although it is heavy, it has excellent defense and reflects bright silver light under the moonlight. The big axe swung and flew towards John with a series of slashes, but John, holding two knives, did not confront Silver Axe head-on. He evaded his attacks with agility and rushed towards Silver Axe. Silver Axe is a powerful heavy-armored warrior, and it is not a wise choice to confront him head-on. Looking at John rushing over, Silver Axe did not dodge, but held the axe handle with both hands. With his understanding of John, he did not need to pick up his shield because John was unable to break his defense. Except for an observation port between his eyes, his armor was seamless. Only the joints had relatively weak defense, but with the blessing of domineering, he was confident that he could block John's attack. So he raised the axe high and planned to kill John while enduring his attack with his body, but John just made a feint, and while approaching, he slid to avoid Silver Axe's axe blade, and stabbed Silver Axe's ribs with his backhand. Silver Axe sneered at this, and one side of the armor was wrapped with a thick armed color domineering, and then turned around and smashed John. The axe was a heavy weapon, and even without the axe blade, just a simple swing could cause effective damage. But the next moment, his figure paused. When did you eat the devil fruit? John's long sword sank into the armor, but the armor was intact, but Silver Axe could feel that the long sword pierced his body. Because he was used to wearing heavy armor, Silver Axe's domineering aura was always attached to the surface of the armor, and there was rarely any domineering aura attached to the body inside, so when John's attack ignored the armor, his body would naturally be pierced. This was not the effect caused by the internal destruction of the armed color. He felt the blade in his body. Only those strange abilities could do this. How could I tell you about this? John rotated the blade in his hand and planned to deal a fatal blow to Silver Axe, but this scar was still a little short of killing a monster of this level. Facing the axe swung by Silver Axe, he could only temporarily avoid the edge. It was a pity that he could not take down Silver Axe in one blow. There were not many such opportunities. Having learned his lesson, Silver Axe will inevitably attach his domineering power to his body, but from the blood flowing from the connection of the armor, it can be seen that John's attack has achieved a good effect. After the Battle of God Valley, John found a devil fruit and secretly became a capable person. Even among his crew members, only a few confidants knew about this. Para-human system, door fruit. Just now, he opened a corridor door in space, allowing his blade to ignore the armor attached with domineering power and directly open a passage on the inside of the armor. However, the door fruit can only open the door in the opposite direction of the line, otherwise he can open the door directly to John's neck. I really underestimated you, but I still have a backup plan. Then after fighting with John, the two gradually came to the middle of the lake. The ground became muddy, which was not a good thing for Silver Axe. Then he took out a flare from somewhere and shot it into the air. This was the signal he and Wang Ji agreed on. As the flare exploded in the air, Wang Ji's pirate ship seemed to have received the signal. Although the ship was still some distance away from here, the shells had already flown over. The target was exactly him. The large-scale artillery fire completely covered this place. This was the original plan of Silver Axe and Wang Ji. They forced John's people to a position and then annihilated them with heavy artillery. Silver Axe was safe and sound in the artillery fire with his armor and domineering defense, but a few minutes later, when the artillery fire stopped, John was not affected at all, and even his clothes were not stained with any dust. Door fruit space gate, he just entered another space directly, completely avoiding the attack of the artillery. What fruit did you eat? Only an idiot would tell you that the knife should have pierced your kidney. I want to see how long you can hold on. At this time, he just regarded the person who fired the cannon as Silver Axe's subordinate. When Wang Ji brought more people to surround the other members of John's pirate group in the lake area, he realized the seriousness of the problem. Wang Ji. John, open the door to the treasure. Even if you are a capable person, you have no chance of winning against the two of us. Well, that's right. It's not strange that you two guys are mixed together, but you'd better wait for the next life to get my treasure. When it comes to treasure, John has no intention of compromising. A strange force is introduced from his body to the ground. This is the cemetery he has chosen for these people. Chapter 40, I didn't say you can leave. Wang Ji clenched the giant sword in his hand, and it seemed that he was ready to chop off John's head at any time. However, the treasure has not really appeared yet, and CP0's behavior has made Silver Axe take action in advance. Many people who were tempted by Rock's treasure have been safe and sound in the past because no one could find it. If they directly attack John, they may not be able to get the treasure. Just when they were stiff, the two people of CP0 could no longer sit still. Their plan was to let John and Silver Axe fight each other, but the appearance of Wang Ji disrupted the original balance. CP0 is known as the strongest shield of the Celestial Dragons and is the world's strongest intelligence agency. The selection of CP0 members is also very strict. The mastery of the 6 styles is only the most basic requirement. In terms of ideology, they must unreasonably protect the Celestial Dragons and obey the orders of the Celestial Dragons and the world government. The number of CP0 is unknown. They usually carry out secret activities, investigate smuggled arms around the world, secretly assassinate, and reach secret deals with non-world government member countries or some pirates. The strength of the members varies, but the weakest is enough to gain a place in the New World and serve as a cadre in those big pirate groups. Originally, they were just pretending to be under John's command, but the appearance of Wang Ji disrupted their plan. They wanted to face a seriously injured Silver Axe or John, not two pirates with bounties of more than 1 billion. Wang Ji and Silver Axe joining forces would not do them any good. CP0 is better at assassination. In this dim environment, and Silver Axe and Wang Ji's attention is more on John, not paying attention to these defeated soldiers, it may not be impossible to take the opportunity to balance the combat power, but someone is much faster than them. Thunder. The sky tonight is not bad. Although there are a few black clouds in the sky, they do not block the moon. The bright moonlight still sprinkles on the mud at the bottom of the lake. But this is just now. A large amount of lightning fell from the sky and launched an indiscriminate attack on the crowd below, but the thunder was more locked on Wang Ji and Silver Axe. Then a giant dragon rushed out of the clouds, and the flame cloud wrapped several figures standing in the night sky. Hee hee. There are so many old acquaintances, don't you think so, you bastard seniors? Kaido emphasized the word senior deliberately. He was interested in treasure, but it was only second. The first was Arceus's stone tablet. This was different from the people below. They were looking for all the treasures of rocks in the past, while Kaido was looking for the treasures that were on the ship. Arceus still didn't feel the breath of the stone tablet at this time, so Kaido needed to get information from John, not to look for treasure after John's death. The sudden appearance of Kaido changed the situation below again. His indiscriminate attack method didn't seem to be a greeting. Calling them bastard seniors meant that he had also been on Rock's ship. After the animal system changes, it will still retain its original characteristics to a certain extent. In addition, Kaido's voice, after comprehensive consideration, his identity is no longer a secret. Isn't this the trainee kid on the ship? Now that woman is not here to protect you. Hehe, stop kidding. Even without Lingling, I can still deal with you, bad wind. A large number of wind blades swept down. Kaido's AoE attack was not a big deal for Wang Ji and his men, as they all had ways to deal with it, but it was a completely devastating blow to their subordinates. The previous lightning and the current wind blades caused a large number of casualties to the pirates, especially the John pirates. They were already facing the combined attack of Silver Axe and Wang Ji, and Kaido's attack directly caused a large number of casualties to the John pirates. You really got a good ability, a mythical beast species? Are you allied with John? You are really brave. Don't talk nonsense, it's just that John has what I want. Kaido more. You and I will join hands to deal with these two guys. When the time comes, let alone that thing, we can share Rock's treasure equally. The conversation between Kaido and Wang Ji made John think of winning over Kaido, but he was met with ruthless ridicule. Don't be ridiculous. Captain John will share his treasure with others? Ugh, are you trying to make me laugh to death? Not only Kaido, but even Silver Axe and Wang Ji laughed. John, look at your credibility. Even the trainee doesn't want to believe you. You should hand over the treasure honestly. Can you two be trusted? Everyone is just the same, but since you all want the treasure, then go and take a look, the Earth Flip Gate. He has been using his fruit ability since the beginning, but this time the range is much larger. He originally wanted to delay some time, and Kaido's appearance just helped him. The entire lake bottom turned into a huge flip door, and began to turn upside down and rotate. For a moment, everyone here was lifted up by the rolling earth, and under the flip door, a special space could be vaguely seen. Ordinary people were powerless to resist in this environment and fell into the pit below, while Wang Ji, Silver Axe, and CP0 did take the initiative to rush over. They saw what they wanted below. Kaido. I know, hold on. Looking at the changes below, Kaido also rushed down with the flame cloud. For him who can fly, the underground environment is not that scary. And John, the leader of all this, also fell into the pit with a weird smile. Has this guy's fruit power awakened? The entire bottom of the inland lake has become a flip door under the influence of John's ability. This is already in the category of awakening. The superhuman devil fruit has the ability to affect the surrounding terrain after awakening, but at this time they still haven't figured out what fruit John ate. Under the inland lake is actually a huge underground cave, and there are strange luminous plants in it, which makes the underground, which should be dim, full of dim light. And their feet are not stones or soil, but all treasures. In other words, the entire inland lake is the total volume of treasures. The underground space is very large, Kaido can still fly in the air, and the others fell down and fell all over, leaving only the cotters who are still awake, and now these people's eyes are on John. This is the treasure you want, and also your burial place. Everyone present, including Captain John, died here. I'm going to start a new life. Goodbye, idiots. John was about to open the space door and leave here, but at this time, a strange energy enveloped him, and he inexplicably felt a ball of anger in his heart, and the idea of escaping was put behind his mind. Slate of Evil Provocation, launched successfully. Chapter 41, Die Together. Provocation makes the opponent angry, and for a period of time, the opponent can only use moves that cause damage. And the provocation at this time leaves a hint in the emotions and psychology. Compared to those powerful skills, rule-based skills such as provocation are sometimes more powerful and unsolvable. In the game, even Caterpillar and Magikarp can cause damage to the mythical beast, but in reality, they will not. The power of skills can be improved through training, and sparks can also produce the power of large character fire explosions. But this kind of rule-based skill can be called a magical skill. After the provocation took effect, John felt a surge of anger in his heart. Originally, he wanted to use the power of the door fruit to leave here, and then change the terrain so that this place would be flooded by the lake again, so that those who peeped at his treasure would die here. And no one knew that John had left here alive, and those who knew that he was a capable person would die here, so that he could live a new life with the treasure. But after the provocation took effect, he no longer wanted to do this. The anger in his heart told him that only by killing these people head-on could he calm his anger. And Arceus' provocation was not released to John alone, but to everyone except the beasts. "Captain, what do you mean by what you said just now? What do you mean that everyone will die here?" This is the question raised by John's subordinates. John's speech just now did not seem to mean that he wanted to take them away together, but to bury them here together and monopolize the treasure. Under the influence of provocation, the crew's anger surged in their hearts, and the eyes looking at their captain became unfriendly. A man who wants to take the treasure for himself and kill them here is no longer their captain. If it were normal, John would find a way to appease these men, but at this moment, the violent side of his heart was completely activated under the influence of provocation. "What do you mean? The treasure belongs to me alone, you guys, just die here honestly." The effect of provocation varies from person to person. Ordinary people will only give up running away and start fighting. If used properly, it can also be used as a stimulus to inspire people's fighting spirit, which can barely be regarded as a low-end version of the fruit of encouragement. But for those who are dark in their hearts, hide deep emotions, and lack self-control, provocation will make them go crazy. John is this type of person, and he is now completely red-eyed. The door panel falls off the rock. There is no weak, because it is common to kill each other on that ship. The weak would have been destroyed by their own people long ago, not to mention encountering other enemies. John's strength is obvious to be able to become a cotter on Rock's ship. He has developed it to the point of awakening in the few years since he ate the fruit. Now the entire treasure space is affected by his ability, and he can activate his ability even without contact. The door fruit opens the door, but the door panel is also part of the door. Under his control, the rock layer above his head cracked to form huge door panels that smashed down and began an indiscriminate attack. The pirates who originally started fighting internally because of Arceus' ability suffered heavy casualties under the influence of the falling boulders, and the remaining sober people all focused their attention on John. Although I don't know why he became like this, if this madman is not dealt with, everyone will die in this pit. The volume of the pit below the inland lake in the middle of Donut Island is also very large. It is in the shape of an hourglass as a whole, and the volume of the space below is larger than that above. The gap in the middle is made of heavy rocks. If it weren't for the door fruit, the only way to enter is through the secret passage. However, under the influence of John's ability, the passage has completely collapsed. The duration of the big low tide is 3 days. After 3 days, it will be filled with lake water again. If they break through the rock wall at that time, they will have no chance of survival under the impact of the water flow. Ordinary people can't break through the passage within 3 days, but they are different. These monsters in the New World have the power to make a gap, but they have to deal with this crazy John first. Although Yinfu was stabbed in the waist, his strength was not affected too much. He looked at Wang Ji and the two attacked John at the same time. At the same time, the cotters of both sides also took action. Even John's subordinates had abandoned the captain in the face of this situation. Countless attacks were launched at John, including the 2 CP0s. The treasure has appeared, and there is no point for John to continue to exist. The appearance of Kaido also made them see a new balance. As long as John died here, John's subordinates would be temporarily ignored. John only needed to cause enough damage to Silver Axe or Wang Ji, and Kaido in the sky would be able to form a new confrontation with them. At that time, with a little use, these pirates would be destroyed here. The treasure of rocks plus the fall of 4 big pirates was an indescribable achievement for them. Facing the siege of many strong men, John was quickly defeated and was eventually nailed to the ground by Wang Ji's giant sword and was almost divided into 2 sections. Until then, the impact of Arceus' provocation completely disappeared. Silver Axe was also seriously injured. Compared with Wang Ji in his prime, John's attack was more aimed at Silver Axe. Although there were many people attacking him, there was no coordination, and even accidental injuries occurred. Under the influence of provocation, a larger-scale internal fight broke out. At this point, there are not many people standing. "John, do you have any last words?" "Last words? Do you know that people who talk too much will eventually die?" Hearing this, Wang Ji had a bad feeling, but it was too late. The earth began to shake. He didn't expect that John in this state could still activate his fruit ability. No one can take my treasure away. It can only be mine. Earth Lift Gate. John regarded the entire lake as a door and manipulated the terrain to descend. This meant that the central area of the terrain that was originally higher than the surrounding area had become a depression, and the surrounding seawater would begin to roll back. And this area had cracks due to the previous battle, and the seawater from the outside began to seep in. You bastard! Wang Ji killed John, but the seawater was still seeping in. Although the death of the ability user meant that the ability would be invalid, the indirectly destroyed terrain would not be restored. John's ability had already caused the collapse of the terrain, and killing him could not stop what had already happened. Just as they were about to do something, John's body changed, and several exquisite treasure chests fell out of his body. Chapter 42, Slate, 4/18. This is his development of the Dordor fruit. The Dordor fruit not only represents a door, but also the space that appears after the door is opened. He used the fruit power to transform his body and formed a unique space in his body. The real treasures were placed in the space in his body. Br. Including the treasure that Rox brought on the ship and disappeared after the Battle of God Valley. Thunder Bagua. Wang Ji drew his sword to block behind him, and the collision between the giant sword and the mace sparked new sparks. Can't you bear it anymore, trainee? I thought you were going to hide there forever. Kaido's presence was very low from the beginning, and he didn't even participate in John and their fighting power. He and Silver Axe both noticed Kaido peeping from above, but still regarded John as the primary enemy. Compared with this trainee, John was more threatening in their eyes. They didn't think that this trainee would attack them by surprise. John had just offended the public. If Kaido helped John, he would be an enemy of all the pirates present. But when he and Kaido fought for the first time, he realized the problem. The power was too great, and even he was knocked back a distance before he could stabilize his body. Kaido did not do nothing during this period. He had been performing sword dances and superimposed them to the maximum number of layers. The power of Thunder Bagua after 3 sword dances was superimposed has reached the extreme. Because of his contempt for Kaido, Wang Ji was directly knocked out by this stick. Don't underestimate me, bastard senior, why do you think you are fighting among yourselves? Since we have no advantage in numbers, so we have to use our brains. John is pretty good, but now it's your turn. Compared to them who were consuming their physical strength in the melee, the members of the Sky Beasts were all in their prime. Compared to these pirates who had just gone through a hard battle, Jin and his men could exert stronger power. Flames, leaves, rocks, and all kinds of abilities appeared here. You really found a group of incredible subordinates. With so many mythical beasts, I'm afraid you have also obtained a lot of Rock's treasures. Shayna, Quinn, Jin, Kaido, their changes in appearance and their ability to manipulate elements, in Wang Ji's opinion, there is only one possibility, mythical beasts and more than one mythical beast fruit. The mythical beasts that are even rarer than the natural ones appeared in Kaido's hands. Apart from the unknown treasure in Rock's hands, he couldn't think of where to find so many mythical beasts. This has nothing to do with you, Congo Dyborg. The swordsman can make a flying slash, and he can also hit a columnar stick. Kaido didn't want to explain anything to Wang Ji at all. He thought it was better that only a few people knew Arceus's ability. If too many people knew it, it would attract unnecessary prying. Rock's treasure was just a good reason. Those old monsters who could cause him harm could use this reason to perfunctorily pass by. It really has nothing to do with me. After all, the fruit has been eaten by you, but this is under that lake. I don't know what John the bastard did, but I guess it's all water. You choose to fight with me at this time. When the water rises, do you want to be drowned? People with abilities can't swim. Thinking of this, he suddenly found that the silver axe had stopped moving. Although John's counterattack had caused him serious injuries, he shouldn't have died. At this time, a strong sense of sleepiness came over him, and Wang Ji actually felt that his eyelids were a little heavy. When he looked again, the surrounding environment had become extremely dim, as if it was shrouded in a dark space. Dark hole, depending on the version, enemies within the range will fall into a dozing or sleeping state. It was originally Darkray's exclusive skill, but Arceus who found the Slate of Evil Face can also use this skill. Sleep and dozing are 2 different states. Sleeping will cause complete drowsiness, while dozing is just occasional sleep. Silver Axe has entered a sleeping state due to his injury and inability to resist, and Wang Ji is just in a dozing state due to his good condition. However, in this state, he was hit hard by Kaido. This was not a single duel, but a team battle. Kaido, who has not yet grown to his peak, would not be stupid enough to fight the opponent alone. Arceus pulled the entire underground space into the influence range of the dark hole. Under his control, his own people would certainly not be affected. Wang Ji naturally realized that Arceus was the root of all this. This strange black space was released by the unknown creature. He wanted to deal with Arceus, but Kaido did not give him this opportunity at all. Where do you want to go? Thunder Bagua. Clang. I understand. The inexplicable anger before was also because of that guy, right? You have so many ability users under your command. Arceus was also regarded as a user of the mythical beast species. Although he was a four-legged beast, there were also ability users who liked to use the beast form. Anger and sleepiness, two strange states appeared on him inexplicably. If he couldn't react, he would not be worthy of hanging around in the new world. Kaido didn't say anything, but started a series of attacks close to him. Now he was not proficient in sword dance, and Wang Ji would not give him more than 10 seconds to dance sword dance. While the effect was still there, it was the hard truth to seize the world to solve him. However, at this time, several points that were originally only leaking water suddenly exploded, and a large amount of seawater began to pour into the cave. Just when Quinn saw the seawater and was shocked, he found that the seawater seemed to be controlled by someone and completely bypassed them. Kaido remembered correctly that there was indeed a stone slab in Rock's treasure, and it was also taken away by John. After he got the fruit power, he hid the treasures in another space in his body with the door-to-door fruit, which is why Arceus has not sensed the location of the stone tablet. After John died, his power was lifted, and the treasure fell out of that space, and naturally received Arceus's call. The dark hole covered the entire field, and he also took advantage of this gap to absorb his fourth stone tablet, the water-based water drop stone tablet. In this world dominated by water, the water drop stone tablet is undoubtedly a great enhancement of combat power. After getting the water drop stone tablet, he naturally has the power to control water, and because of John's previous behavior, seawater has begun to seep in, and Arceus just took advantage of this. Chapter 43, Quinn's luck is always a little bit off. Have you found what you want? After being suppressed by the surging torrent, Wang Ji was hit by Kaido's stick. The shoulder armor and the shoulder below were smashed to pieces. The thundering gossip blessed by the sword dance made Kaido's attack far beyond Wang Ji's tolerance at this time. Every time Arceus gets a new slate, he will gain all kinds of strange powers, such as the Sea of Fire released in the Research Institute, the strange ability to interfere with emotions before, and the control of water now. Kaido has also discovered this. After seeing that the seawater was controlled by Arceus, he knew that Arceus was almost successful. Yeah, this guy actually created a space in his body, no wonder he couldn't find it before. Then it's time to deal with other things. Let's get rid of the people here first. Solve? I thought you were going to recruit these people as your subordinates. They are all pirates from the New World, right? They should be much stronger than the pirates from the Four Seas and Paradise. Although Kaido said he wanted to recruit subordinates, the Beast's pirates were still the same basic group during this period. Quinn protested every day and asked to recruit people quickly. But Kaido refused them all on the grounds that there was nothing to look up to. In their opinion, those people's courage was not as good as that of Olga, the trainee. Now that John's subordinates are almost dead, he was not tempted by the remaining Wang Ji and Silver Axe. Well no, we just know what's going on here. There are too many treasures and we can't take them away. If the news leaks out, it will be too troublesome. Besides, these people are their confidants. It's not that easy to subdue them. Although it's a pity, we can only talk about it next time. Jin. Quinn. Shayna. Prepare to retreat. Speaking, Kaido once again transformed into a huge blue dragon body and looked at the rock wall above. If I blast open the top, you should be able to control the remaining seawater, right? Kaido didn't want to be drowned by the water after he dug a channel. Although he had horns, he didn't have the bloodline of a fighting fish. Don't worry, it's just seawater. It's not a whole sea above. But are we going to let these people fend for themselves? That makes sense. The vitality of these guys can't be ignored. At this time, Shayna and the others had already gotten rid of their opponents. Animal-type ability users had already defeated some already exhausted opponents in terms of physical strength. The biggest round thunder. The seawater pouring in from outside combined with the lightning released by Kaido, and the entire underground cave was filled with lightning. The armor on Wang Ji and Yin Fu was originally a protective gear to increase their defense, but it became a burden in this environment. Especially Yin Fu, who was already seriously injured, had just been submerged by the sea current. Under the influence of Kaido's lightning, he was completely integrated with the armor. It would probably be very difficult to take it off. Stop, 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 Kaido, big brother! After Kaido's thunder ended, the enemies in the cave generally had no ability to resist, but incidentally, they also had an innocent victim beside them, Quinn. The seawater that poured in later was indeed controlled by Arceus, but not before. Shayna and Jin could rely on the power of controlling fire to evaporate the moisture on their bodies and keep dry, but Quinn did not have this ability. So the braid behind his head was wet. Although they had just retreated under Kaido's body and were not in the main range of lightning attacks, Quinn was still affected. The resistance provided by the cyborg and the animal system made him fine, but he also became the one who was most seriously injured in this operation, from the accidental injury of his teammates. I think you look much better this way. Shayna squatted beside Quinn and poked the blackened Quinn, as if to see if he was intact. You woman, I've already said that it wasn't my decision, don't put it all on me. I also know a few members of MASD. How about I tell you their location and you go and settle accounts with them? Quinn needs to solve this problem. In his opinion, diverting the conflict is the best way. Since Shayna hates the people in the institute so much, let her go and find trouble with other people. For example, Vinsmoke Judge, he has been unhappy with that guy for a long time. But at this time, another voice sounded. You bastards! In the seawater filled with electric currents, Wang Ji stood up with a sword in one hand. His originally slender beard has turned into a fried octopus. His broken shoulder armor and bloody face make him look very miserable. Kaido, who was blessed by the sword dance, hit him on the head with 2 sticks in a row. He was already very tenacious in life for not dying. You have such a strong vitality, you bastard senior, but please die here. Kaido likes to recruit powerful fighters, but not everyone is welcome. The people on Rock's ship have their own ambitions, and they will not be content to be inferior to others. So he has no interest in Wang Ji. Just a trainee kid, don't think you can do whatever you want with such a powerful ability. Broken Fang Assault. The giant sword was wrapped with domineering aura, and the sword blade cut through the surrounding sea water. The entire underground cave was affected by Wang Ji's attack. But in terms of domineering aura, you are still not my opponent, Rising Dragon Flame Bagua. The dragon head burning with flames was wrapped with stronger domineering aura and crashed into Wang Ji. Wang Ji's last attack failed to stop Kaido, but sank into the rising sea water in a violent explosion. He agreed with Wang Ji's last words. He never relaxed in the practice of domineering aura. Although it requires hard work, talent is equally important. Some people may be able to reach a level that others cannot achieve in their lifetime in a few hours. We should prepare to rush out. Wait, brother Kaido, so many treasures, it will be wasted if the seawater rushes in. Looking at the mountains of treasures, Quinn was a little reluctant to give them up. He didn't know how expensive firewood and rice were until he ran a household. As the current part-time financial manager of the Beast's Pirates, his private treasury had long been exhausted. No matter which aspect, he urgently needed to replenish assets. It's just a treasure. Let them stay here for now and take them later. As for now, just take some of the more valuable ones first. They don't have the power of space like John. Now only they know the location of the treasures here. This place is simply a natural treasure house. These people came here to look for treasures. They brought a lot of sturdy bags with them. Quinn prepared 2 large bags. The treasures of the children were ready to evacuate. Then Arceus blasted the rock layer above with a destructive death ray, and the water flow poured into the cave below under the influence of gravity. Chapter 44, A braver person appeared. Treasures, stone slabs, and Kaido also settled some of the grievances of the past. This operation can be said to be a great harvest. Under the power of the water drop stone slab, a passage was separated in the middle of the inflowing water, and Kaido rolled up the flame cloud and took everyone away from here. With his ability, he could also take away a lot of treasures, but a giant dragon flying in the sky with treasures was too eye-catching, so he didn't do it. Is it dawn? It seems that we spent a lot of time. The people who returned to the ground looked at the rising sun. It was midnight when they went down, and now the sun has covered the sky again. After all, they are pirates in the new world. Our strength is still not enough. Jin looked at the scars left on his shoulders and was still a little dissatisfied. Such strength is not enough. A pirate can cause such damage to him. If it was just like this, he would not be worthy of talking about revenge. Although it doesn't look like the injury is serious, it is the result of the powerful recovery power generated by the combination of the three abilities of the animal, Lunaria, and Pokemon. Shayna is fine. The opponents are random. Those she encountered were much weaker and couldn't hurt her at all. The two CP0 members she met at the end were quite strong, but when they just started fighting, Arceus found his stone slab and used the sea current to deal with them. Those two people didn't have a strong body like Wang Ji. Under the dual effects of the sea current and lightning, they also became part of the treasure cave. You two are enough. I am the most seriously injured, okay. Ah. But you were accidentally injured by yourself, you are really a drag. This time it was not Shayna. Under Quinn's policy of selling teammates, Shayna decided not to whip him for the time being. However, this trick worked for Shayna, but not for Jin, so he was backstabbed again. Brother Kaido, Lord Arceus, can you consider your own people next time? Quinn, lying on the flame cloud, complained helplessly. This world was a little unfriendly to him. Why was he the only one who was electrocuted? Arceus did not speak. It was Kaido who was electrocuting, not him, but Kaido's thinking was obviously different from Quinn's. Hehe, Quinn, you are still too weak. If you notice the situation on your body and use Haki to block the current in advance, you will not be affected. I will train you well after sailing. You can practice with Jin and others. No need, brother Kaido. Kaido's training is a real training. Being beaten can be said to be a necessary training process for Haki. Even those self-awakened Haki cannot do without the process of being beaten in the subsequent training. Kaido's training is indeed beneficial for practice, but it hurts. Don't be polite, you are my crew member. Kaido will not change his decision easily, so Quinn was also pulled into the Haki crash course. Quinn lay on the flame cloud with no desire to live, looking at the lake and thinking about life. Due to the gap below, a large amount of water flowed into the lake, forming a huge vortex on the lake surface. John's awakened ability destroyed the surrounding terrain, causing the surrounding seawater to continuously flow here, but the water level did not drop. Unless a fisherman ran to dig here, no one could find the secret below. After all the insiders were either on Kaido's flame cloud or below. John's previous behavior caused a small-scale earthquake and tsunami, but the refugee ships were tied to the ground and were not affected. But now the situation has changed, and it may take longer for the tide to retreat. At this time, Quinn seemed to see something, rubbed his eyes, and took out a telescope. Hey, look over there, is that the little devil's basilisk lizard? In Quinn's sight, a green lizard was running on the sea, and there was a hole in its stomach. As it ran, blood kept dripping on the water. It seemed that the figure of Kaido was seen in the sky, roaring towards here. This is the strangest thing. Elizabeth usually tries to stay next to Arceus, and most of the time she is inseparable from Olga. Before they took action, they arranged Olga and Archie in that hotel. The terrain there was not affected by the previous small-scale tsunami. It was not right for them to appear here and get injured. Jin jumped down from the flame cloud and returned to the flame cloud with the injured Elizabeth. Although Elizabeth could understand what they said, only Arceus could understand what Elizabeth was saying. Ah. Don't move, you guy, I haven't treated the wound of the lizard, bear the pain, this wound will die if it is not sutured. Quinn was forced to act as a veterinarian. It's not that he hasn't treated wild beasts, but he hasn't treated the basilisk lizard, a race that has long been extinct in the outside world. But it was not crying out in pain, but asking for help. It said that Olga was taken away by someone, and Athi is now in the hotel, and it is unknown whether he is alive or dead. It was just before the moon disappeared and the sun was about to rise. It also said that it has memorized the smell of that person, and asked us to rescue Olga quickly. Human traffickers? They dare to kidnap people in the central hotel of the Kingdom of Nathu. Aren't they afraid of becoming the public enemy of the Grey World? The Kingdom of Nathu allows all kinds of grey transactions, but it is absolutely not allowed in the Central Hotel. Any behavior that endangers the safety of guests in the Central Hotel is one of the reasons why it can become a grey trading center. Quinn, go back and treat Asha first, and then sail to the place we agreed on. Really, the rare good mood is gone. Kaido's originally upturned mouth corners completely collapsed. His subordinates can fail, make mistakes, and have a little personality. It's okay, but the trainee he likes was kidnapped. This is a huge insult to him. Shayna, you go with Quinn too, and try to save Ashi. Arceus then asked Shayna to go with him. He still remembered the possibility that Quinn said. Ashi, a top material scientist, is not so easy to find. Due to the previous big low tide and John fruit, the surrounding seawater was pouring into the central area. It was impossible to sail away from here before dawn. The person who took Olga away had not gone far even if he went out to sea. Kaido wanted to let him know that not everyone can touch him casually. Chapter 45, Olga's Fury. In the central hotel of the Kingdom of Natho, a big hole was blasted out of the wall of Kaido's room, and there was Athi lying on the ground next to him. As Elizabeth said, there was also a bloody hole on Athi's chest, and a huge scar similar to a slash on his abdomen. Around him were the hotel security personnel and the doctors in the hotel. Hemostatic forceps. Bandage. Where is the blood bag? He has S-type blood, why hasn't it been delivered yet? No one is allowed to die in the hotel, this is the order of His Majesty. Hurry. Several doctors were busy dealing with Athi's wounds. Originally, the hotel staff's focus was on the sudden tsunami. The importance of this central hotel in the Kingdom of Natho is second only to the palace. In order to allow people who come here to trade to live in peace, the Kingdom of Natho has invested a lot of energy here. Although the price of staying is not low, after checking in, all consumption in the hotel is free, and it also has many auxiliary functions such as entertainment, identification, and medical treatment. After the incident in Kaido's room, the hotel security quickly surrounded the place, but they saw nothing except Athi, who was seriously injured and fell to the ground, and the broken window. Then emergency medical treatment was launched for Athi, and the hotel security personnel also began martial law. If it was not handled properly, this matter would be a credibility crisis for the Kingdom of Natho. So when Quinn and Shayna returned here, Athi's injuries had been simply treated. When they saw Shayna's house key, the hotel records immediately knew that they knew each other, so they took them to Athi. Guest, this is an accident. The king is arresting the murderer in the hotel. We will come up with a result that will satisfy you. How is he? Shayna didn't care about what this person said. Arceus and Kaido went to solve the matter. If he could still run away, it would be really weird. Arceus's request was for Quinn to rescue Athi. She was more concerned about Athi's condition now. After our rescue, the injured is not in danger of life for the time being. The main wounds are the puncture wound in the chest, the knife wound in the abdomen, and the impact of the head when falling and the problem of massive blood loss. Also, he is relatively fat, and the fat in the chest and abdomen protects the internal organs in the body, but we still have to be careful of infection. Hey, guest, please don't move, he is still in danger. Watching Quinn walk to Azir's side and take out an unknown syringe, the doctor of this hotel was shocked. It was not easy to save the person. If something else happened, it would be a big trouble. Don't worry about the rest. The emergency treatment is not bad. Next, it's up to me. Bring me more blood of the same blood type as him. He still needs blood transfusion. Are you a doctor, guest? That's no problem, but can you please cancel the room? We will refund all the fees this time. It's best for Azir's companions to have doctors. As long as they leave voluntarily, the rest has nothing to do with them. Then they took the unconscious Ashi away and came to the boat that Quinn had bought earlier. The fee had been paid, and they could sail away after opening the dock. However, Quinn seemed a little proud when he settled Ashi. Look, I said that being fat is good. If he wasn't fat, he would be in danger this time. You said before that you are all muscle. Can he be saved? What are you kidding? This kind of injury is nothing to me. He was cut into 2 pieces. As long as he has a breath left, I can save him. He injected the medicine he made into Ashi's body. The doctors here are pretty good. Ashi is fine. Go and put down the sail. I can't operate this boat alone. Quinn and Shayna steered the new boat towards the previously agreed place. At the edge of the island, Flet was planning to leave the island with Olga. He didn't know what happened to the CP0, but this matter didn't matter to him. What he cared about was Olga's matter about alchemy. He thought it was easy to take a child away, but when he took action, he found out that he was wrong. Olga was very different from ordinary children. After being trained by Kaido for several months, her physical strength had greatly improved. Degree of improvement. This made his abduction method completely fail, and he was discovered by Aci. Aci, a person who neglected exercise, was naturally no match for him, CP9. He was knocked to the ground by him in just 2 moves. The same was true for the lizard monster that tried to sneak attack him in the corner. But he knew that this behavior was also a taboo of the kingdom of Natho. I am afraid that the kingdom is now hunting him. It is easy to solve this matter with his CP9 identity, but he does not want to expose his CP9 identity at all. As long as the kingdom of Natho spreads this matter, Olga's identity will definitely not be concealed, and his idea of monopolizing this achievement will be completely lost. So he had to knock Olga unconscious and quietly leave the kingdom of Natho. As long as he returned to Marijoa to send the person up, his achievement would be enough. But first he had to confirm one thing, that is, what is the specific connection between this kid and alchemy? If he told the celestial dragons that he had found the news, but finally found out that the news was false, he could not bear the crime of teasing the celestial dragons. In the safe house he prepared in advance, Flet released Olga from the bag and woke her up. But she grabbed Flet's face as soon as she woke up. "You bastard! You killed Dad and Elizabeth, I won't let you go. I'm going to kill you, I must kill you. One is the father who just opened his heart after 100 years of absence, and the other is Elizabeth who has been with her for more than 100 years. When she saw the 2 of them fall in front of her one after another, her heart was desperate. Now he still wants to know other news from her mouth? She can only say that Flet is dreaming. Dad? That guy is actually your dad. The overweight Aci and Olga have nothing in common except hair color. He didn't see it at all, just treated it as a passerby. If he had known that the man might also be related to alchemy, he would not have taken action, but this emotion was not reflected in the change of his expression. Instead, he looked at Olga with a smile. Chapter 46, You dare to touch my apprentice. I didn't kill them. We were just playing a game. Uncle didn't use any weapons. How can someone break through the door with his hands? Don't you think so? This is what your uncle and your father have agreed on. I will take you away, and then they will come back to find you. As long as they can't find you, we will win. Unlike the overweight Aci, Olga, who only lives on fruits, is somewhat malnourished. In addition, girls grow faster than boys when they are young, so Flet mistook her for a 1-year-old child. In his opinion, such a child is easy to fool. He just thought that the other party was related to alchemy, and didn't think that she was the daughter of the pure gold maker, let alone that she was a little girl who had lived for more than 100 years. As for using such means just because of suspicion, and not caring about the lives of others, such things are not strange to the members of CP9. As long as they can complete the mission, the life and death of ordinary people will not be taken to heart by them. However, Olga smiled disdainfully at what Flet said. If she was a real kid, she would have been fooled by him, but she was different. Not to mention punching through the door with her hands, it was not strange for her to crush a stone with her bare hands. After several months of correction by Shayna, she had corrected her habit of speaking her mind, and just stared at Flet fiercely. You? A good person? Yes, Uncle is a good person. I work for the world government. How can I be a bad person if I work there? Only the pirates on the sea are bad people. There is nothing wrong with this sentence itself. Except for those children born in pirate families, for ordinary people, pirates are bad people. It's just that it's strange for Flet to say this, and Aci also told Olga not to tell anyone about alchemy and pure gold, whether it's pirates, the navy, or the world government. At present, the people of the beasts are pretty good to them. He dare not gamble with the possible future. He knows very well how tempting pure gold is, and he himself has some doubts about the world government. As for Shayna, she has an unresolvable hatred with the world government. Under the influence of her and Aci, Olga has no trust in the people of the world government. Not to mention that she saw what Flet did. She is not a fool. Aci's tone when he fell to the ground and Elizabeth's screams did not seem to be pretended. Bah! If you are a good person, there will be no pirates on the sea. Don't be so sure, Uncle is also from Alchemy Island. If you don't believe it, look at this, now you believe it. He pointed to the pattern on Olga's skirt and read out the meaning of the text. He wanted to gain Olga's trust in this way. However, he didn't know that alchemy had been in the belly of the lanternfish for more than 100 years, and there were no other living people on the island. His behavior made Olga believe that this was the person who coveted pure gold in Aci's mouth. But she turned her eyes and had a new idea. Uncle, are you really from alchemy? Are you just joking with Dad and the others? Of course, I never lie. If I do, I will swallow 1,000 needles and my heart will be burned by fire. But I left alchemy a long time ago. You were not born yet. When I went back, everyone was gone. Can you tell Uncle where everyone went? Okay, but this is a secret. I can only tell you quietly. Hearing this, Fled put his ear close to Olga. Compared with bringing news to the celestial dragons, it is of course more meritorious to go back with pure gold directly. But the next moment, Olga bit his ear. It hurts. Olga covered her teeth and fell to the side. She felt that she bit on an iron block, and even her tooth was broken. You are really naughty, but it doesn't matter. You are related to alchemy. Seeing that he couldn't fool him, Fled also put away his smile. Olga's reaction was much worse than his. As for why Olga felt toothache, the 6th style, iron block. It is a basic requirement for the official members of CP9 to be proficient in the 6th style. Although the skill of iron block is basically unlucky for anyone who uses it except the founder himself, no one who chooses to use iron block to take the attack has a good end. But facing a child will not overturn. If she doesn't use so much force, she won't break a tooth directly. Ordinary children will not have this kind of vigilance. It is so difficult to fool. Even if she has nothing to do with alchemy, she must have a lot of secrets. I didn't mean to be too unkind, but since you don't know what's good for you, don't blame me for using some tricks. Extorting information from the enemy is a compulsory course for them. Even adult men may not be able to withstand those tricks. He believes that within a few minutes, he can make Olga speak. But before he could do anything, there was a loud noise above the safe house, and a blue giant claw broke through the wall and pressed him down directly. What tricks do you want to use on my trainee? It's just a running dog of the world government. A dog should understand its position. Then Elizabeth slid down Kaido's arm. The wound that was temporarily sutured was still bleeding outside, but it still rubbed against Olga. Elizabeth. You're still alive. If you don't let go, it will really die. Arceus, who also walked down from the hole, said to Olga. She was almost hanging on Elizabeth, and if she was not careful, the line would be broken. Sacred beast. Kaido, Captain Kaido. How did you find me? Olga let go of Elizabeth, and this was the first time she called Kaido the captain. At this moment, she suddenly felt that there was nothing wrong with the identity of a pirate. It was Elizabeth who brought us here. If it weren't for her, we wouldn't have been so fast. Compared to Olga's awakening, Flit's head was buzzing. Why is Kaido here? Such a person should appear here for John's treasure. Kaido, why are you here? Hey? Didn't you hear the kids call? I'm her captain. Who do you think you are if you dare to take away the trainee I like? Kaido's dragon claws grabbed Flit in front of him, and then a fierce flame ignited on his claws. Under the double damage of strange power and flames, Flit screamed. Facing ordinary pirates, he can still show off his power, but facing a monster like Kaido, he has no right to resist at all. Then, with only one breath left, Kaido threw him back in front of Olga. Kill him, kid, let me see if you are ready today. Chapter 47, Target, New World. Kaido's goal is not to create an adventure team that plays house. The life of a pirate is cruel, and fighting is just the most basic point. When Olga had not made up her mind before, Kaido was just exercising her body, but when she shouted the word captain, it meant that everything was different. If you recognize the identity of a pirate, you must have the awareness of becoming a pirate. If she doesn't dare, nothing will happen, but she will get more care from Kaido in the future until she can adapt to this cruel pirate society. However, I don't know where the antique knife on Olga's body has been thrown away. Although she is a child, Flet did not relax too much and cleared the deadly weapon on the other party. Flet was made unable to resist by Kaido, but it was still too difficult for Olga to kill him with his bare hands. No weapons. Weapons? Kid, there's no time to find weapons on the battlefield. Stones, wooden boards, these external objects, teeth, nails, these will be your weapons. Even if you bite them, you can't show mercy to the enemy, otherwise you will die. However, there are broken objects everywhere here, so there is no need to be so primitive. Olga pulled out a broken table leg from the side and swung it at Flit's head. This also made Flit suffer for quite a while. If Kaido had done it, it would be easy to kill him, but it was different for Olga. Although Kaido beat him seriously, his physical strength was there, and the body trained by practicing the 6 styles had a very tenacious vitality. Olga's attack couldn't even make him lose consciousness in an instant, let alone kill him. The hammer on his head became a torture. Kaido almost crushed all the bones in his body, so now he could only watch the wooden stick in Olga's hand smash down one after another. Like a torture, until the table legs in Olga's hands were broken, Flit's life was over. Too weak, it seems that you still need a lot of time to grow up. But sticks are not suitable for you, you have no talent in this area. Kaido's proficiency in sticks is maxed out. From Olga's swinging state, it can be seen that she is not suitable for this kind of weapon at all. Everything is settled, Kaido. The Blue Dragon duo took everyone to the agreed location. Compared with the previous patrol ship, this ship was much larger. This was a steam ship, which was easier to operate than a traditional sailing ship. Dad. You're fine, too, great. It hurts so much, Olga, you go down first. He was more seriously injured than Elizabeth, and the self-healing ability of humans was much worse than that of basilisk lizards. He was not an animal-type ability user, so it was good enough that he could walk at this time. Many things came to an end, and Arceus temporarily lost the news about the new stone tablet. The world is very big, and with his current perception range, it is almost impossible to search for the stone tablet aimlessly. According to the known information, the world government may have it, but as the actual ruler of the sea, the Grand Line, the Red Earth continent, the 4 seas, and the huge scope make it impossible to start. Shayna and Jin can only roughly estimate where the island where the stone tablet was lost is based on the conversation of the tribe members, and there is still no news. So the focus is temporarily on the searcher that Quinn mentioned. I have a general understanding of the manufacturing process. Some details need experiments. It is impossible for me to do it alone, and the simple equipment on the ship is not enough. At least a research institute is needed. He needs more equipment. Although many things on him are DIY by hand, it does not mean that he can replace the machine with his bare hands. Whether it is experiment or anything else, more manpower is needed. Kaido's previous actions were on the way to find the stone slab. Next, he needs to turn to expanding the territory and manpower. Kaido has no intention of staying in paradise for a long time. His goal is the New World. Silver Axe, Wang Ji, John, these are all big pirates with fixed territories in the New World. Now their deaths mean that a large number of areas have become vacant. Pirates can be divided into 2 types. One is the pirates who rob and loot everywhere. Such pirates are also the level of trash in the pirate group. And the big pirates in the New World are no longer pirates in the ordinary sense. They are more like separatist warlords. In addition to their own strong strength and the cotters directly under the pirate group, they also have many pirate groups under their jurisdiction, with tens of thousands of troops, dominating the vast territorial waters. At this point, looting is already the least efficient means. They use tribute as the basis to maintain the operation of the great pirate group. Some businesses in their territorial waters need to pay taxes. As outside the jurisdiction of the world government, fists have become the only rule here. From serious work such as cargo trade, port berthing, catering industry, and entertainment industry, to underground places such as casinos, bodyguard work for all facilities, and weapons smuggling, black, white, grey, and all kinds of industries have their participation. All economic activities in the territorial waters are closely related to the actual controllers here. Even if there is nothing else, the cost of hanging the flag alone is extremely high. It takes hundreds of millions of baileys to exchange for this flag. If you don't have enough self-protection ability, borrowing a flag is the best way. However, this expense is generally worth it. In the chaotic new world, new pirates enter here every year, every day, and even every moment. Compared with the pirates who have been in the new world for a while, the residents of the new world are more afraid of these newcomers. These people who don't know what a strong man is often behave irrationally. However, not all pirates are young and inexperienced. There are also many pirates who join a big pirate to seek shelter after entering the new world. Kaido is not a newcomer, and naturally he is not like those pirates who just went to sea and plan to go step by step. Taking over John's original territory is the best idea now. It is a better choice to occupy this unowned land and develop troops than to compete with those pirates in the new world. This is a sea map. The territories of John and the other 3 are not adjacent. We can only occupy one piece at present. Just John's piece. If I remember correctly, that island seems to be called the Industrial Island. Looking at the map Kaido took out, Quinn made his own suggestions. Chapter 48, Thousand-Faced Evasion. This is the advantage of the new ship that Quinn has chosen. It has dual power of steam engine and outer wheel. As long as the furnace pressure and direction are controlled, it can enter the unmanned state for a short time. It is no secret who the territory of the New World belongs to. This is almost known to everyone. It is easy to find the distribution map of their forces in the underground world. This is even more true in the Kingdom of Natyo, known as the Grey Kingdom. Intelligence personnel in the underground world can sometimes even receive news before the world government. It is even easier to figure out the territory of the great pirates. Compared with the Four Emperors era many years later, the current situation in the New World is completely different. The former Rocks pirates were undoubtedly the strongest force. And today, after the disappearance of the Rocks pirates, the captain of the Flying Pirates, the admiral of the Golden Lion pirate fleet Flying Pirates Golden Lion Shiki controls the largest group of forces in the New World. The ability of the Floating Fruit gives the Golden Lion's fleet a huge advantage in naval battles, but he is only the largest in scale. In terms of strength, it is much worse than Whitebeard. At this time, the captains under him have not grown up. But Whitebeard was not troubled by injuries, and the Whitebeard pirates were also a top force in the New World. After that, there was the Roger pirates, who had no fixed territory and sailed around looking for the final destination. These three groups can be said to be the three strongest pirates in the New World today. Charlotte Linlin, John, Silver Axe, and other remnants of Rocks together formed the second echelon of the New World. Now there are such this huge power vacancy, when the news spreads, countless pirates will rush in like sharks smelling blood. But the place where John and his men died, it may take a long time for the news to ferment. This is Kaido and his men's opportunity. Then let's go here, but there is one more thing to do before departure. Kaido looked at the sail on the mast. Although this ship is a steam ship, it still retains two main masts and sails. Now it is blank, and there is no flag belonging to Kaido. Pirates have always attached great importance to their flags. Destroying the flag means declaring war, and pirates also rely on flags to indicate their territory. The previous small boats and patrol boats of the Navy are fine. At this time, this ship is a ship that truly belongs to the beasts, and the vacant flag also needs to be painted. Then, a new problem arose. Are any of you good at painting? Kaido worked hard in the King's Club when he was 10 years old. Although the King's Club at that time taught people to read, painting depends entirely on talent. It is a bit difficult for him to draw a regular pirate flag. Arceus is also not good at this kind of thing. After absorbing 4 stone tablets, his overall strength has been greatly improved, not just using attribute skills alone. After absorbing the 4 stone tablets, the power of the 1000 universe arms was also completely activated. He can manipulate a single element, such as water or fire, through the power of the stone tablets. Invisible water can replace his arms in his hands, which is much more convenient than arms. He is not a tutu dog. Some things cannot be drawn just by thinking about them, otherwise there would not be so many crazy parties in the world. As for Shayna and Jin, they have only one purpose for learning things from birth to now: survival, so almost all the people on this ship are drawing black holes. They have seen Olga's graffiti level, so there is no need to ask. As for Archie, it is too difficult for him to draw the pirate flag. So in the end, the matter fell on Quinn again. Recruit people, Boss Kaido, we need to recruit people, even if they are cannon fodder, at least let them do odd jobs. Quinn, holding a paint bucket, made his own accusation. Although Kaido has been saying that he wants to expand his military, the people he has met during this period either feel too weak or feel inappropriate, so that until now, Quinn is still at the bottom of the ship. Olga and Assie can't do heavy work, and it takes them several hours to do a few minutes of work. Under Kaido's sketch instructions, a ghost horn skull appeared on their flag. The ship continued to sail towards the New World. Kaido and Quinn began to count the treasures. The things John kept close to him were all real treasures. In addition to the crafts that looked priceless, there were also several boxes. This thing seems to be the necklace that the celestial dragons lost back then. I remember that the incident was quite a big deal at that time. Quinn held a magnifying glass to observe the object in his hand, and also remembered the bloody incident a few years ago. It's not surprising. There are more than one celestial dragons who fell into Rock's hands. It seems that they couldn't get everything back from Rocks. John is still the same, specializing in collecting these valuable things. Kaido was not very interested in the necklace, and turned to open another box. This time, his expression was much happier, and a devil fruit was lying in it. Quinn, where is your illustrated book? See what kind of fruit this is. This is swell, it should be the dog fruit, but I don't know what kind it is. Brother Kaido, I just have a rubbing, and the original version does not record all kinds. About this fruit there is only half a page. It doesn't matter, it's an animal system. It seems that the kid has his own abilities. At the same time, Arceus is making a new transformation attempt, but the object of the transformation is not Olga, but Elizabeth. After Shayna's ability, Jin's fruit transformation, and Quinn's ability user's indirect mutation, Arceus decided to make the fourth attempt to transform animals other than humans. There are many strange creatures in this world, and those with sufficient wisdom are equally powerful when they practice, such as the baboons on Hawkeye Island and the Kung Fu manatees in Alabasta. Elizabeth's intelligence is similar to that of human children. Judging from her previous performance of risking her life to pass on messages, it's okay to transform her. Basilisk Lizard, then this one will do. The power of the water drop slate enveloped Elizabeth. In a burst of white light, her arms began to extend, her spine began to stand upright, and her skin color changed from green to blue. Well, transforming animals is much easier than transforming humans. Is it because of the different body structures? Transforming animals is even easier than simply transforming devil fruits. If you cancel its ability to switch forms, the power required will be even less, which gave Arceus some new ideas. However, species like Elizabeth that are intelligent enough and small in size are rare. And Elizabeth seemed a little lost. She kept switching between her original form and the new form, as if she was feeling the changes in her body, which also shocked Olga on the side. Master Holy Beast, this is Elizabeth. A new power, now its species should be called, Thousand-Faced Chameleon. Chapter 49, People Who Feel Sick When They See Fruit. Elizabeth switches between the two forms. This is the biggest difference between transformed animals and humans. They only have two forms, the original body and the Pokemon form, and there is no mixed beast form. This is probably the reason why the consumption is smaller, except in addition, permanent transformation will consume less energy, while creation out of thin air will consume more energy. Thousand Faces, Special Attack Pokemon, the 3 Water-type Pokemon in Galar. The water of Water-type Pokemon generally comes from external moisture, and Water-type Pokemon have their own unique water storage organs and transformation methods. In a waterless environment, water molecules in the air can also be transformed into water in a special way, including their own physical strength, but except for individual cases, the living area of Water-type Pokemon will not be far from the water. Storing and using external water is the most common way, which is also a consumption problem. It is much easier to control the existing waves outside than to generate a huge wave by yourself. Pyrobar-1 particles exist in every corner of this world, so even if the Water-type Pokemon that appears here generates water by itself, it will have a certain restraint on the fruit ability users due to this particle. Arceus is the only exception. He can use the water drop slate to create special pure water without Pyrobar-1 particles. In this water, even the ability users can experience the feeling of swimming again. BCW. The eyes of the chameleon have a special membrane, which has a very special ability to help the chameleon find the opponent's weakness. There is a special wing membrane on the back, which the chameleon can use to glide for a short time. There is also a special blade-like structure hidden in the tail behind it. Of course, its most important ability is its inherent sniper talent. Theoretically, the chameleon can shoot the water stored in its body from its fingers at a speed of Mach 3, but Elizabeth may not be able to reach this speed, but the high-speed water bullet is enough to kill most people. Even if it is a power user, if his own ability cannot freeze or evaporate seawater, he will be very powerless against Elizabeth. Water-type Pokemon almost has a natural advantage over power users. However, the most important point is that the intelligence of Pokemonized animals will be significantly improved. Chameleon is also a kind of high IQ in Pokemon. At this time, Elizabeth can be said to have a completely different development direction. Olga, you can try to teach it to speak in the future. Teach it to speak actually, I tried it more than 100 years ago. It was very boring in the belly of the Sea King. Olga certainly tried it, but although Elizabeth could understand her words, she couldn't speak human words at all. It's different now. Meowth of Team Rocket was just an ordinary Meowth at the beginning, but the magic of love forced him to learn to walk upright and speak human language. In theory, as long as there is perseverance, it is not impossible for Pokemon to learn human language. Excluding the legendary beasts and mythical beasts, Rotom with a special form and Ghastly, who lived for a long time in Maiden Gorge, can also speak human language, so learning human language is not an isolated case. It may still be learned by teaching more. Looking at the fingers that are extremely similar to humans in the new form, Elizabeth began to study her own abilities and tried her sniping ability. However, the effect was not satisfactory. The water bullets it fired were still a long way from the recorded Mach 3 speed. And Elizabeth, a newly born sniper, cannot control this ability well. When it was a basilisk lizard, its hands were more like auxiliary tools, and the main muscle groups grew in the lower body. Now it is a little difficult to control the recoil generated by the sniper, so when shooting at the sea surface, it accidentally missed the target. Gulp. Quinn, who had just walked up the stairs, swallowed his saliva. Looking at the water bullets hitting the handrail next to him, he felt a chill in his crotch. Due to the height problem, the handrail that Elizabeth hit was almost level with Quinn's waist. If it was a little to the left, Quinn could consider making a prosthetic modification for himself. Murder. Do you want to murder? What is this blue lizard? If Arceus hadn't happened to be here, he might have rushed up and grabbed Olga's collar to question this question, but Arceus still made him restrained. Quinn, you're blocking the way. Kaido pushed Quinn from behind. Water stains could be seen on his shoulder. It seemed that the water bullet hit him again later, but the power was not enough to hurt his body now. Elizabeth, who had transformed, naturally appeared in his eyes. Although her form had changed a lot, he still saw the saddle behind Elizabeth. That lizard? Your ability is really widely used. Kaido found that he still underestimated Arceus' ability. The application of his ability seemed to be wider than he thought. There are still many things to try. Why are you all here? I found something interesting. He threw the fruit in his hand to Olga. Catch it, kid. A white fruit drew an arc in the sky and fell accurately into Olga's hand. Hey! Looking at the white cantaloupe in her hand, Olga still didn't understand what was going on. The secret treasure of the sea, the devil fruit, you should know what it is, right? There are quite a lot of people with special abilities on this ship. This one is the dog fruit, but we don't know the specific type. You can bet on what ability it is. But don't worry about anything. After all, we have Lord Arceus here. At the very least, it is comparable to the ability of the mythical beasts. Quinn explained the types of fruits on the side. Unknown types of devil fruits are indeed a challenge, although the future of the fruit depends on the degree of development. But fruits are divided into strong and weak. If you can develop an ordinary ability to the extreme, then if you change to a more powerful ability, the upper limit will naturally be higher. When Arceus appears at present, ordinary animal fruits have the lowest status among devil fruits. The increase in the body from animalization is completely inferior to the superhuman and natural abilities in the early stage. Only when the body is trained to a certain degree can the increase in the animal fruit cause a qualitative change. But with Arceus, it is different. Arceus has no intention of directly transforming. If the unknown animal fruit is a mythical beast, ordinary transformation is not suitable. You have to prepare well. Why, you seem a little hesitant. Are you not interested in the ability user? No, I just heard this thing is particularly unpalatable, and I have eaten fruit for more than 100 years. To be honest, I want to vomit when I see fruit now. Chapter 50, Pliard took the blame. But after a while, she pinched her nose and bit it. With a livid face, a fluffy fox tail grew out from behind. Pointed mouth and round ears, slightly short limbs, the body is not very big after being fully transformed, and it looks a bit cute. Is this an Arctic fox? This world also has the North and South Poles. Which is colder, the South Pole or the North Pole? This is a topic that can make 2 of the 4 emperors fight each other. The classification of the dog fruit includes 3 types: fox, dog, and wolf. It is not surprising that the fox's ability appears. But this Arctic fox is obviously in winter, with white fur all over its body. Olga felt a strong nausea at this time. The taste of the devil fruit cannot be described in words. Moreover, she originally asked for the fruit. Combined with this, she felt that something wanted to pull her stomach out of her stomach. After calming down this feeling, she began to get familiar with the ability of the fruit, just like Elizabeth just now. The first thing that appeared was the ability to transform into a beast. The change of the 1,000-faced chameleon was not big, but Olga's perspective changed greatly after the beast transformation. Looking at Kaido on the side, she didn't know where she got the courage to hijack the other party. Of course, after this, she heard words that made her hair stand on end. Although you are a fox, Brother Kaido, you should be more resistant to beatings now. Why do you have to be resistant to beatings? Olga had a bad feeling after changing from a fox back to a human. She thought that the process of becoming stronger was to train continuously. This process might be very hard, but she was ready, but it was different from being beaten. Kaido's physical training had always reached the extreme of the human body before, and she had no extra energy to care about other things. She was not afraid of hardship, but she was afraid of pain. The potential stimulated by the injection before made Quinn look sideways. Don't be afraid, you are still a long way from being beaten. At least you have to exercise your physical fitness first, but you can watch how others train first. Quinn put pressure on Olga on the side, but the pressure soon returned to him. Well said, let's start with you. Kaido's voice reached Quinn's ears, which made Quinn shudder. That Brother Kaido, I want to drive the ship. It's not convenient to train now. Hasn't the course been determined? That's right. Isn't the steam pressure stable? That's right. Then don't worry. I'll pay attention to the strength and leave you some physical strength to monitor the situation of the ship. Quinn thought that he was the only one in control of the ship now, and Kaido would not let him train now, but the facts told him that he was wrong. Olga still needs physical training, but Quinn is different. Although he is chubby, his physical fitness has been trained almost. The development of the fruit ability depends on himself. The rest is domineering. Being beaten is always the most important part of domineering training. Whether it is the defense of armed color or the perception of observation color, it can be gradually strengthened in the process of being beaten. The purpose of training is not to be beaten. As long as Kaido's requirements are met, the observation color can avoid attacks and the armed color can withstand attacks, then you will not be beaten. But it is obviously impossible to achieve that level directly. After Olga has the ability, Kaido will definitely adjust her training intensity, otherwise it will be a waste of the huge recovery ability of the animal system. However, even if the training is not now, the next link is the ability transformation link that everyone likes to see. Although Algian ate the fruit first and then carried out the transformation, this time Arceus did not choose the non-directional mutation like Quinn, but used the power of the evil-faced slate. With the slate of this system, directional guidance is better than non-directional mutation. There is an uncertainty in non-directional mutation, that is, the fruit ability may not be the final form, and special form changes such as GA evolution and Dynamax can also be developed according to the awakening of the fruit. However, the fruit is not a Pokemon, and it is unlikely to achieve evolution by itself. In that case, it will require a second transformation, which is why his transformed abilities are all in the final form. With the Arctic Fox as the main body, a new change is happening in Olga's body, and an upright Demon Fox appears in front of everyone. Demon Fox Pokemon Zoroark. The Arctic Fox's white hair in winter has turned grey-black in summer, but her blonde hair has been retained, and the red mane behind Zoroark has turned golden. Compared to the abilities of Flame Chicken, Tropical Dragon, Fossil Pterosaur, and Thousand Face Chameleon, Zoroark's ability is not so obvious. Even Kaido and Quinn couldn't tell what Olga's ability was at that time, until Zoroark's figure became blurred and then turned into another Quinn. Then he made himself thinner in front of Quinn, and Olga took out the mirror on her body and looked at the Uncle Quinn. You don't look that good when you lose weight. Asshole. Change back. You are slandering me. I don't look like this when I lose weight. The ability to disguise oneself as someone else with a phantom is a unique ability of the Zoroark race. Not only humans, Zoroark can also transform into the appearance of other Pokemon, but this requires sufficient understanding. Olga doesn't know this, so she can only imitate the appearance of others. Then Olga continued to practice her ability. Zoroark's ability is not just to transform others, this is just one of the most basic abilities. The pirate ship continued to sail. Olga's life was originally very tight. She studied cultural courses and various knowledge with Athi and Quinn, and was personally guided by teacher Kaido in physical training. Shayna helped her develop her fruit ability and taught Elizabeth to speak. About a month later, the news bird that flew over brought them something they couldn't understand. Death drama, Prilt, Bounty Bailey, only live. This guy is dead, how can the bounty still increase? Are those Navy guys trash? Looking at today's newspaper, Kaido was a little confused, and his bounty also increased. But this has nothing to do with the matter of the Kingdom of Natho. It's all because he escaped from the research institute. Jin and Shayna are still not bountied, which is enough to show that the previous things were very secretive. But why did Prilt's bounty increase, and a special condition was given that he must be captured alive to receive the reward? He didn't know that all this was thanks to Spandine, to be precise Spandam. Previously, he made a big fuss in Spandin's office because he was unhappy, causing a small fire, and in this fire, Prilt's life card was burned, and with the missing Flet and CP0, they sent more people to the kingdom of Natho. Because of Spandin's wrong information, a series of wrong judgments occurred.